One part. This story takes its roots from just one day, which started it all. The day when the sun shone brightly, not hidden by the clouds. The day when people were waiting for something unusual and great. On this day, he was born. Great. The village of Konohagakure no Sato warmly welcomed travelers on a warm and, as always, sunny day, known to everyone as the day of mourning. A boy, about 9 years old, with a shock of blonde hair like a fur-bearing animal, ran sharply along the cobbled streets. Blue eyes sparkled with laughter and mischief. A wide smile curved the stripes on his cheeks. A gray shirt with green breeches hung on his thin, tanned body. It all sat funny on the boy, falling off every now and then. The only thing that disturbed the picture was the contemptuous glances, filled with anger and glaring at the boy, which he seemed not to notice. Having run into the store, the blonde walked with a quick, slightly jumping step to the confectionery department, where his eyes were immediately confused by the abundance of goodies. "The main thing is that it's enough," the boy smiled. "Happy birthday, Naruto." But there were people who always did mischief. A moment, and the long, stagnant cake rolls off the boy's face disgustingly. For what? With universal resentment, he asks a man of about 25 standing next to him. The man snorted contemptuously, narrowing his brown eyes. Brown hair covered his forehead. A crooked grin appeared on his lips. He was dark and frail. He was wearing a regular shirt, pants, and a name tag. Macau Ryuji. Naruto wanted to throw something back at the offender, but couldn't. He is nothing compared to the whole village. He is just a simple boy. Therefore, Naruto took the cake at the price and headed to the checkout, holding back the urge to even shout. Having paid, the guy went outside, sat on a bench, and happily ate his cake, throwing off pieces of cake along the way. Yes, not the best holiday, but he has no other. Having stretched his neck, Naruto headed home until he got it again. Today, people do this with special cruelty, with special frenzy. As if it were a ritual, every birthday someone has to send the boy to the hospital. And today is no exception. "Look who's coming!" A rather young man shouted cheerfully, from whom he simply reeked of fumes. "Has it really appeared?" A short chunin with dark hair and red fangs on his cheeks stepped out of the shadows. Inuzuka. The dog followed the owner. A menacing, brown-colored animal, quite powerful. "Hey, Akima, we're so lucky!" Patting the dog owner grinned, gradually approaching the boy, frozen in fear. "You know, I can take revenge for everyone." The last words, spoken in a whisper, made Naruto shudder, while feeling a wave of cold goosebumps along his spine. The man found himself right in front of the guy, and without ceremony, sharply hit him on the cheekbone. Falling on his back, the blonde whined quietly in pain. The Inuzuka didn't stop there, punching him in the stomach while adding chakra to the blow. Another kick, a punch, and then a dog bite in the leg. The boy tried only not to scream and keep the tears in his eyes. He was not weak, but he could not fight back. "I'll change everything soon." This was the last thought before falling into darkness. Naruto woke up in a dimly lit room, knee-deep in water, where it was terribly cold and lonely. Sewer pipes, along with a rather long closet, leaked along the walls. In addition, the guy saw that most of the room was occupied by a colossal cage with gilded bars. Inside the cage there is only darkness. Not far from the exit from the room there was a table, near which the outlines of people appeared that were created from a million small fireflies. Naruto stood up, involuntarily squinting because of the light, and not taking his eyes off the figures taking on their normal appearance. The first to appear was a tall blonde man of about 25 with sky-blue eyes and sharp features. Known to everyone and everything, the fastest person, Yellow Lightning, and also the fourth Hokage. "Hokage-sama?" Naruto fell on his knees in disbelief. "Am I in heaven?" The fourth tilted his head to the side, looking at the younger blonde with confusion, until a second person appeared nearby. A red-haired, green-eyed girl with soft features looked at the boy with tenderness, her hands folded on her stomach. "Naruto," the girl smiled, making the boy shudder. "You're still alive. It's just you from the inside. We are in your subconscious." Blue Eyes immediately looked around the room skeptically. "I'm even worse inside," the guy noted. "Can this be changed somehow? And anyway, why are you here?" The Hokage approached the boy and ruffled his hair, smiling. "On your birthday, Kushina and I sealed our souls into your body in order to help you," the man began to explain. "Minato and I," Kushina chimed in, We are your parents. We need to tell you everything before they return you. Right, Minato? That's right, honey, Yodame confirmed, hugging his son's shoulders, whose eyes were already filled with tears of happiness. Family. Arch 1, Part 2, Hospital and Training. Beautiful morning. The sun's rays illuminated the white room in the hospital. In the 6th ward, there were 2 small patients. Naruto Uzumaki with broken ribs and Inuzuka Kiba with a concussion. Doctors said that Kiba fell from the roof and miraculously survived. All this time, Naruto lay unconscious, but was never able to meet them. We need more chakra, the blonde guessed. Akamaru lay on the lap of his sleeping owner. Naruto tried to reach the puppy, but his attempt led to a logical result. Falling to the floor, Uzumaki groaned in pain, causing his face to become distorted, and then the doctor came in. Uzumaki Naruto, Shizune said sternly. I told you, just lie down and don't move. The boy smiled guiltily. Shizune shook her head condescendingly. She again put the restless one to bed, but before leaving the room she uttered one single phrase that could not help but please the blonde. You have visitors. Please don't wake Kiba. A few seconds later, the door opened. Shikamaru, Chuji and his parents, and Iruka entered the room. Sensei apparently came to Kiba, so he, without paying attention to him, greeted the families of his friends. Chuji's father and the boy himself brought a lot of sweets for Uzumaki, and Shikaku and Shikamaru were given a book. Thanking them, Naruto said that he wanted to sleep, and after which the guests left the patient's room and went home. After eating a chocolate bar, Uzumaki pretended to fall asleep and went into his subconscious. The boy was greeted by Kurama's warm breath. Hello, Fox, he said, covering his eyes from the not fresh breath of the Ninetales. Kyubi growled ominously. He didn't communicate with anyone, and to be honest, he didn't approve of training around his cage. Grunting, Naruto went to his parents. What today? He asked. Throwing kunai, and we need to determine the element of your chakra, Minato answered while washing the dishes. Or maybe without the first one. Uzumaki whined. You need to be able to do this too, dear, Kushina answered, clearing the table. Naruto sighed heavily and approached the recently appeared targets. Taking out 3 shuriken, he took aim. Got to the academy? Asked Namikaze. Yes, the Jinchuriki answered briefly. Throw! And no luck, everything is over. The kunai was already in use. So how was class? Minato continued the question. They despise everyone, the son answered honestly. Throw! Passed again! Taking another kunai, Naruto took aim again, when suddenly his mother corrected his hand. Aim a little lower, she prompted. Throw! Naruto cheered. He hit it! Turning to his mother, he hugged her tightly. Thank you, the blonde smiled. The father laughed. Hit all the targets 3 times, Dad gave the task and, taking a book, began reading. With a resigned sigh, Naruto counted the targets. 13, multiply by 3. 39 like. Well, okay, if I get anything else. Naru counted, taking out the first 3. Taking aim, the Jinchuriki let the air out of his lungs and closed his eyes. Having counted to 3, the boy threw shurikens. He didn't open his eyes for a long time. The moment was tense. If you get it, well done. But if you don't get it, you can get uncomprehending glances as if saying, are you really stupid? At least this is the opinion of Uzumaki himself. Plucking up courage, the blonde finally opened his eyes. Am I? Hit, the Jinchuriki said, widening his eyes. And now the rest, Yodame smiled. Naruto hit the targets one after another. The boy developed excitement, a thirst for something more. Combat or mission. And now the last target remains. If you miss, you won't fall into the subconscious again, promised the bloody Cabareno. The blonde tensed. After all, she really gave me a problem. A bad emotional mood is the first step to losing. Uzumaki closed his eyes again. The target is right in front of him. Concentrated. Damn, I can't move! The guy stood there for about 5 minutes, maybe 10. Naruto just sighed quietly. The body ached from tension. A drop of sweat fell to the floor. Naruto screamed and threw shurikens, without aiming, without trying to hit. At this moment, applause rang out in the room. Well done, was just heard from afar. Naruto still couldn't understand how he was thrown back into reality. Several doctors bent over him. Their faces were covered with masks, and the harsh light made it impossible to see who exactly was in front of him. Woke up! Sighs of relief could be heard echoing in the blonde's head. I woke up, Yodame's son whispered quietly. Arch 1, Part 3, on the other side of the earth. Heat. A dry wind carried many grains of sand across the deserted village. The bright sun burned the already scorched earth. A 10-year-old girl with two light, small tails and blue eyes was running through the sand village. She was wearing a light purple sweater, beige breeches, and black sandals. She was looking for something or someone. The locals looked at her sadly. Occasionally shouting a man's name Gara, she ran through the village, every now and then pushing someone. In another part of the village, a guy with brown hair, a face painted with purple lines and blue-black eyes was running. He was wearing a black cape that covered his body, a dark hat that gave the impression that the guy had cat ears, wrapped in bandages attached to the guy's back, and a protector with the sign of Suna on his shoulder. He also shouted Gara's name, but not very willingly, unlike the girl. If she wanted to find the owner of the name, then the guy, on the contrary, did not want to see this person. They ran to one point, Kazakaga residence. This was the only place where the object they needed could be located. Having met at the entrance to the building, the guy and girl sighed sadly and went inside. Immediately climbing to the roof, the guy saw a boy of 7 lying on his back. Red hair, pale skin, love on his forehead, and huge bags under his eyes immediately showed who it was. Gara no the dog, vessel for the one-tailed demon Shukaku, and son of the 4th Kazakage. Next to the boy lies a large vessel with sand and a teddy bear, while the boy himself is wearing a red shirt and white knee-length pants. Tamari, Kankuro, go away, the boy said in a weak voice without opening his eyes. Woke up. This simple word makes the boy perk up. Who said that? He asked louder. What are you talking about? Kankuro asked incomprehensibly. Gara stood up. This voice clearly belonged to a boy his age, or a little older. From this voice, Gara's soul became much lighter and brighter. The faint smile that appeared on the boy's lips made Tamari shudder. Gara looked puzzled towards the exit from the village. Konoha, he whispers and runs away in the direction he needs, his brother and sister immediately rushing after him. A blonde woman in her 20s with dark eyes and a beautiful figure was furiously practicing using a new technique. The girl had a bandage on her forehead, indicating that she belonged to the Hidden Cloud Village. Smiling, the girl accepted the cover of her biju and attacked her clones. Nisenpai, someone called out to her. Come here! Annoyed, the girl dispelled the technique and exited biju mode. What do you want, Kei? She growled in a melodious voice. Look! A dark-haired guy with dark skin and dark eyes stammered, showing a blue lizard. He was dressed all in white. The girl smiled faintly and ruffled his hair. Finally, you learned the call. Kei smiled even wider. I woke up. I heard someone whisper. Snatching out a kunai, the girl checked. No, there was no one else, which means... Having descended into her subconscious, Yugito approached Matatabi. Nibi, did you hear that? The girl asked without any formalities. Yes, answered the restless cat that was jumping around the clearing. The one who can free the power of Rakudo has awakened. The one who will change this world has awakened. Will she change the world? She asked, but she was immediately blatantly thrown out of her own subconscious. Damn, Nai said out loud. I have to find out who this is. Konoha! Dropping everything, she ran to the village hidden in the leaf, and Kei could barely keep up with her. In the Mizukaga's office stood an adult man with childish features, a weak build and short stature. His hair is light gray in color, and his eyes have a pinkish tint. He has a scar under his left eye that reaches his cheek. He wears a gray, sleeveless suit underneath mesh armor with a Kirigakure protector attached to his stomach. He is also wearing a green poncho with a light green belt tied at his waist and reaching to his knees. On his feet, he wears brown boots. Behind his back, Yagura, and it was he, carries a huge staff with a flower on the end. Yagura listened to the next ravings of the elder, who finally deigned to come to him on his own. Having finished his fascinating story, the elder awaits the Mizukaga's reaction. Elder Miso, the man began, you understand that I won't believe a single word you say? Why is this still? Asked the old man in a disgusting voice. Because an infant could not drink half of the supply of sake and beat 3 shinobi, who are your grandchildren, and that these 3 shinobi had alcohol in their blood. Please leave me alone. I woke up, a child's voice suddenly whispered. Yagura glanced at the elder. No, not him, but who then? A few more agonizing minutes and the Jinchuriki Isobu says out loud, Konoha. Summoning several experienced shinobi, he ordered one to accompany him and the second to replace the Mizukage. A man was walking along the street of the village hidden in stone. Despite his impressive age, his hair, like his beard, is purplered. He braided them into a ponytail on top of his head. Iwagakure's protector is attached to a leather three-pointed crown that he wore on his head, and it also had a. In addition, he was wearing a purple suit, underneath which he wore his black suit. A leather shield was attached to the stomach, from which other shields hung. This is Roshi, the Jinchuriki of Son Goku, or the Four Tails. While eating recently purchased ice cream, the man listened to the birds singing. Roshi-sensei! A child's voice shouted throughout the street. Hanabi, what happened? Turning to a girl of about 5 with pale blue hair down to her shoulder blades and amber eyes who had recently run up. The girl was short. She was no different from children her age. The same plump, childish cheeks, thin lips, and big eyes. A faint smile wandered on the lips of the girl in a white dress. Sensei, Hintaru and Yotaka started a fight again, the girl said excitedly. Hanabi, calm down. Roshi smiled softly. I advised them to do this as training. Is it true? Certainly. Hanabi calmed down. This girl was always worried about 2 guys 3 years older than her. Twins who are completely different from each other. Yotaka and Hintaru. Yotaka has pale blue hair and dark eyes, puffy lips from bites, and tanned skin. He was a strong and massive guy with a large supply of chakra, but dumb as a tree stump. Hintaru had white hair, amber irises, and marbled skin. He was a weak and fragile guy with terribly small chakra channels. But unlike his brother, Hintaru had extraordinary intelligence and intelligence, so he easily avoided his brother with traps. These two always competed and tried to reach the level of their sensei, which made him laugh a lot. Standing up, Roshi took out an ice cream from his pouch and gave it to Hanabi. The girl beamed and took the treat. Roshi was about to go check on how his young students were doing, when suddenly he heard only one word. I woke up. It made the Jinchuriki blink in horror. My heart was beating wildly. No, this is definitely not Hanabi or the Four Tails, he thought. Konoha, the man whispered, and headed towards the Tsuchikage residence. In the forest, not far from the village hidden in the stone, there stood a man. His body is covered with so-called steam armor. On his back, there is a small pipe from which steam comes out. The armor obscures most of his face, making his overall features unknown. However, his light brown eyes are visible. The man threw kunai and shuriken at various targets. A guy of about 13 stood next to one of the trees and looked at the man in admiration. Hansama, your skill amazes me, the guy said. Shiro, get out of the shadows. I don't like shadows, Khan said quickly, as if he was in a hurry somewhere. The boy walked out into the middle of the clearing. He was a thin guy with dark skin and light brown eyes, wearing only beige breeches. He had blonde hair and barely noticeable muscles. Shiro, your mother will scold me if you don't put on a shirt. I don't like it when people scold me. Everything in the same manner, said the Jinchuriki Kokuo. I woke up. Khan heard a boy's voice in his head. After thinking a little, he said, Konoha, I love Konoha. And without saying anything else, he went in the direction of the village hidden in the leaf, and Shiro ran after him. In the forest, not far from the village hidden in the leaf, sat a tall and thin young man. He has long, dark brown hair that reaches his shoulders, and rather large golden eyes. His unconventional hairstyle completely covers the left side of his face. He wears a long blue kimono that exposes his chest and even covers his legs. The sleeves of the kimono are decorated with orange ribbons. The kimono itself is tied with a belt of the same color. The belt also strengthens the bamboo jug and the tube he uses to create his bubbles. Yudakata, the shinobi sitting next to him whispered, In an hour we will have to leave with the fox. The young man turned his head to the whisperer. It was a young man dressed in the standard uniform of a shinobi from Kirigagakure, or a village hidden in the mist. Short-haired, brown-haired man with gray eyes and slightly tanned skin. Shut up, Iru, the Jinchuriki of the fog said quietly. Iru frowned. Utakata in normal cases would simply remain silent and thereby make it clear that he agrees. But when the silent young man began to speak, It means he had another plan. I woke up. Utakata shuddered from this word. Snatching a kunai, he headed towards the Konoha hospital, carefully hiding his presence. IRU followed him with a long groan. In the village hidden in Waterfall, there is a young girl with sparse light green hair. She has an orange clip in her hair. She also has rather large amber eyes. She was wearing a white sleeveless shirt. She wore mesh armor underneath. The belly is completely exposed. On her back, she carries a cylindrical object in a red bag, the contents of which are unknown. On her legs, the girl wears mesh armor, over which she wears a white skirt with slits. She also wears white sandals. On her shoulder, she wears the protector of her home village. A girl runs around the village with a smile, where everyone has hated her for 9 years since her birth. Hey, Chome! Maybe we can run away for a week? The girl climbed into her subconscious, asking the seven-tailed demon. Kugutsu-fu, you are the most incredible Jinchuriki of this world, came the creaky voice of the dragonfly. Ugh! Someone suddenly shouted. It was her younger sister, Kugutsu Magi, who was exactly like Fu. Magicians? The Jinchuriki asked incredulously, coming out of her subconscious. What are you doing here? Ugh, I hit all the targets at the academy, the youngest smiled. What a great fellow you are, the girl admired and hugged her sister. Woke up. Because of this word, Fu blushed. A childish, boyish voice sank right into her heart. Mage, do you want to run to Konoha with your sister? The girl smiled slyly. Magi nodded with the same smile and, together with her sister, ran away in the right direction. Arch 1, Part 4, Diagnosis. The bright rays of the sun caressed the earth. A weak breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. And the only one who was unhappy on such a hot day was Naruto. All his ribs have already grown together as they should. His condition is stable, but Shizune still forbids him to get out of bed. Kiba was discharged a week ago, and he should still be lying here, without knowing why he woke up on the operating table. The nurses, who were previously afraid to even walk past the ward, were now eagerly waiting for the little blonde to wake up. No one could have imagined that the guy would be sociable and kind, with a bright soul and dreams. There was always a whole room of girls who wanted to chat with Uzumaki, or even more. But despite such a huge number of people, the guy remembered the name, appearance, and tastes of each one. Let's say Helis Aburame. A sweet girl from his class with no clan quirks and beautiful appearance. She madly loves her conscript animals falcons. Her favorite dish is eel. Her favorite color is orange. Helis sent Naruto several chocolates and with the help of falcons, and then confessed her love. Uzumaki did not expect such a turn of events, and in some impulse, said that young Aburame was very beautiful. After that, he received so many declarations of love from fans that Narek simply got tired of answering these messages and asked that only 2 or 3 people be allowed into the room. After eating another gift, the blonde headed into his subconscious, winding along the corridors. Soon he went to the training ground, where there was a huge cage with golden bars. Instead of a lock, a harmless piece of paper with the strongest seal hung on the cage. In the cage sat a man with red hair, wrapped in a cloak. The man was sitting with his back to Naruto, so it was impossible to see him. Near the cage stood a young man with blonde hair and eyes as blue as a clear sky. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully and looked warily at the man in the cage. A red-haired woman with green eyes sat nearby. Mom, Dad, who is this? Uzumaki asked, coming closer. The man turned around sharply. It was a tanned man with red hair, ears, and fangs. His lips were black, while his eyes were red with a vertical pupil. Barely visible fur was visible on the neck. Judging by the whiskers on his cheeks and sharp facial features, Naruto guessed who it was. Kyuubi, he asked incredulously. The fox bared his teeth. How did this happen? Asked the boy. When you woke up in reality and became popular, he began to roar loudly and change. Yodame said quietly. Naruto swallowed. He still couldn't believe that it was a tailed one. Okay, Naruto, let's determine your chakra element, said Kushina. The boy nodded and received an ordinary piece of paper. Minato explained to his son how to use it, and Uzumaki immediately tried out the effect of the leaf. The agonizing seconds seemed to last forever. Lightning, Kushina said quietly. It will be difficult, Minato warned. I'm going to teach you techniques of the elements of wind and water, and Kushina's is earth. He needs to see Kakashi. You're right, dear. Namikaze nodded. Naruto, find Hatake Kakashi and ask him to teach you. You can even tell about me and Kushina. He's my student. Naruto nodded and left his subconscious. Returning to the real world, he noticed a dark-haired girl who had fallen asleep next to him. It was Hinata Hyuga. She has short hair that resembles a Haim's hairstyle. She was dressed in a cream-colored hood with a fire symbol on the back, right and left sleeves. It was trimmed with fur. On her feet, Hinata wore sandals and dark blue pants. Naruto smiled, stood up carefully, put on his orange windbreaker with black sleeves, and walked out the window onto the sparsely populated street. You need to find some Chunin or Junin and ask where you can find Kakashi. Naruto heard his father's instructions. Grunting, the guy walked towards a man in his 30s, wearing a standard leaf shinobi uniform with a mask covering half of his face and a protector covering his left eye. The shinobi's hair resembled the color of platinum. Hello, do you know where I can find Kakashi Hatake? The guy asked. The man looked at the guy in surprise with his dark eye. Naruto? Kushina said through laughter. Who do we have here? The man sang in a sweet voice, lifting Naruto into his arms. Does anyone really need me? Naruto's head immediately burst into laughter. Grimacing, Naruto pulled away from Kakashi's grasp. Hatake Kakashi-san, become my teacher, Uzumaki asked impudently. What? Asked the copy man, opening his eyes in surprise. My element is lightning and I need a teacher, he continued. Naruto, make a fool of yourself. No one should know about your strength. Minato was worried. I think Kakashi-san won't tell anyone if asked. And no one should know about it, the guy finished. Kakashi coughed into his fist and nodded. I'm taking on your training, but you just have to not howl loudly. After these words, Narek began to tremble throughout his body. What if he... But he didn't have time to finish his thought. Hatake simply walked towards the mountain on which the Hokage's faces were carved. Hokage-sama, intelligence has reported that 7 shinobi squads of 2 or 3 people are heading to Konoha. A voice rang out in an inconspicuous office, consisting only of a table with pieces of paper and empty space. Falcon, what is the strength of the troops? Asked the old man in the traditional Hokage kimono. Everyone has a shinobi with a colossal amount of chakra, answered a man in the form of a Konoha ANBU with a falcon mask. And the rest of the squad members? Children. Falcon, tell intelligence to let them through. Did you miss it? Yes, it will certainly be interesting. So, the blonde swore quietly, how can that be? Naruto had been trying to create a Chidori for an hour now. Kakashi sometimes made comments and read his obscene book. Concentrating, the guy quickly formed the seals. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, bull, snake, dog, tiger, monkey, and began to concentrate chakra in his right hand. More, the guy said to himself, closing his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of many birds chirping reached the boy's keen ears. Knowing what he had succeeded in, Naruto ran to the set target and punched right through it. Kakashi ruffled the blonde's unruly hair and praised him. Phew! The boy exhaled, looking at his creation. Not bad, but if the same happens to people, then it's better not to show anyone the skill of the technique yet. I'm glad you understood, Hatake said seriously. This technique is a rank. So there is something stronger? Uzumaki was horrified. Kakashi nodded. It's time for you to go back to the hospital. Rounds are coming soon. Thank you, sensei. Naruto smiled and, jumping across the roofs of houses, quickly got to his bed, took off his windbreaker and went to bed. When he pretended to fall asleep, Shizune entered the room. Get up, Naruto, she said, softly ruffling her hair. Someone has come to see you. Narek pretended to open his eyes with difficulty. On the threshold stood a disgruntled, tall blonde of about 20 with golden brown eyes and large breasts. She wore a mid-length green robe with kanji on the back, depicted around a red circle. Underneath the robe, she wears a gray kimono in the form of a gray sleeveless blouse tied at the waist with a black belt. On her legs, she wears tight black leather pants. On the feet are dark, high-heeled sandals. The nails are painted with red varnish. Her lips are painted with pink lipstick. In addition, a pendant in the form of a greenish crystal hung around the woman's neck. Naruto liked the crystal. Naruto, this is Tsunade Senju, one of the great Sanins. Queen of pills and slugs, Naruto finished for Shizune. I've heard a lot. And you are Naruto Uzumaki, right? Tsunade smiled. They told me that you have such a case that even I can't help. Naruto panicked. That's what he definitely didn't expect. What? He wheezed. Tsunade-sama, he doesn't know yet! The Irionen shouted. Then let's do this. Senju approached Naruto, sat on the edge of the bed, and took the boy's hand in hers. Naruto, you have the most terrible eye disease. Even I am powerless here. And nothing can be done? The guy wheezed with difficulty. There is one operation, but the chance is 1 in 100. The slug queen closed her eyes. The stakes are too high. Then I'll put everything on the line, the guy said firmly, controlling his hoarseness. Shizune looked at him in surprise. Tsunade grinned and promised that she would do everything in her power. Shizune-san, the blonde called with a weak smile after the Sannin left the room. Can I not lie in the room? Yes, the Irionen answered uncertainly. Just be careful. Fine. Over the next week, Naruto went to the academy, studied with Kakashi and his parents, and made contact with his classmates. But he had no idea what awaited him in the future. Arch 1, 5-part operation. For a whole week, Naruto trained and worked like a horse at the academy. By the end of the 3rd day, he felt his eyes hurt. Gradually, the silhouettes of people and the general landscape became one big blur. Kakashi wanted to stop training, but Naruto simply forcefully dragged the sensei to the next competition. During this week, the guy mastered Chidori, Reitan, punishment by thunder and lightning, Reitan, branched lightning charge, and Doton, underground decapitation, but this is only with Kakashi. Thanks to Kushina and Minato, the guy learned Suiton, Great Waterfall. At the end of the week, he was so exhausted that he was afraid to go into the subconscious again. Sitting in Ichiraku, he finished his ramen, which he could no longer see. Naruto, why are you looking so blankly? Asked the daughter of the owner of the eatery, Ayami. Nothing, I'm just tired. The guy smiled and left the money. Walking through the sparsely populated streets, Naruto managed to bump into someone. Oh, you fox, a male voice whispered angrily. Now you will pay for the death of my father. What if I tell you that the fox killed my parents and I hate him just as much as you do? The guy said, rather affirmatively than questioningly. So you stop fooling me, demon. The blow hit him in the stomach. Having flown 10 meters away, Naruto heard a man whispering something and running away. Coward. Just say in the boy's head. More people come running. Here is Tsunade's voice and here is Sakura Haruno's. And this one is probably Iruka-sensei, eh? If only they hadn't found that guy. It would have been better for him to get by without any problems. Aren't you too kind? Asked an enraged Minato. And they didn't tolerate that. Naruto answered vaguely. Someone lifted his body, judging by the sensations it was Kakashi. I wonder how many people are here. They carried him for a long time, but when they brought him somewhere, they immediately began to bring him to his senses. Yes, I'm fine, the blonde smiled. It just hurts to open my eyes. Sighs of relief were heard. Are you ready? Came the voice of the slug queen. Yes. The operation took place under anesthesia, so Naruto at this time simply trained with his parents on chakra circulation. Several shinobi from different hidden villages appeared in one place and for one purpose. Deciding to do without a fight, the ninja silently went to their destination, the Konoha Hospital. Walking through the streets of the village, the Jinchuriki and their partners looked at each other warily, but with understanding. They walked quickly, trying to overtake each other, when suddenly they all stopped at once. Feeling that something was wrong with their goal, the Jinchuriki immediately ran there. What's wrong with him? Flashed through everyone's head. They quickly made their way to the hospital and the desired room. Their companions, dissatisfied with life, sat down in the hall and waited for them to finally be allowed to pass. Naruto, you understand that you can only see in your subconscious? Kushina was worried. Everything is fine, Mom, the blonde smiled. But I will see you. Don't get distracted, Minato ordered. The operation has been going on for 4 hours now. Kushina monitors what is happening outside, and Minato teaches Naruto the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu technique, and things go uphill for Naruto. Fast learning thanks to clones and good knowledge give him the opportunity to learn faster than other people. Excellent, said Yodame. Now, according to the program I compiled, we are training in summoning techniques. So create a clone and order him to put down the necessary seals, and at this time, we will spar and see how you are with taijutsu. Naruto did as his father ordered. The clone immediately disappeared behind a cloud of smoke. Naruto stood up. Minato pulled out a kunai and ran at his son, attacking with his legs. Having repulsed his father's attack, the guy moved behind the enemy's back and squatted down, quickly folding his hands, exposing his middle and index hands. Konoha Haiden Taijutsu Ogi. Sen and pennies! The guy practically shouted and inserted his extended fingers into his opponent's butt. Namikaze roared in pain and fell on his side. Naruto put his foot on his father in a victorious pose and laughed. Little asshole, the fourth smiled weakly. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clone stood in a place unknown to him and was surrounded by fox people. What the? Shouted the boy. Arch 1, Part 6, guests. Ku sat motionless, peering at everyone present. Next to a boy who had dark red hair, large light green eyes, bags under his eyes, and the kanji for love on his forehead, who was sitting in a white cloak, black and long brown sandals with covers, there was a huge vessel with unknown contents. The boy interested the ANBU of the mist. Maybe we can meet, someone suggested. He was a thin guy with dark skin and light brown eyes, wearing only beige breeches. He had blonde hair and barely noticeable muscles. The steam armor man walked back and forth and was silent, but the caustic look of his light brown eyes in the direction of the guy made even an experienced shinobi wince. Who are you and what have you forgotten here? Asked a stern voice. Everyone present looked at once in the direction where the question came from. There stood a rather tall woman with large golden brown eyes and straight blonde hair. At the back, her hair is braided into small braids, but at the front, it diverges into two ends all the way to her shoulders. She wore a medium-length green robe with kanji on the back depicted around a red circle. Underneath, she wears a gray kimono in the form of a gray sleeveless blouse tied at the waist with a black belt. On her legs, she wears tight black leather pants. On her feet, she wears dark, high-heeled sandals. She also paints her nails with red polish. Her lips are painted with pink lipstick. Everyone knew that this was the queen of pills and slugs, the legendary female Sannin, Tsunade Senju. We're going to the boy, Nayugito said confidently. We have more than 20 boys in the hospital, the busty girl grimaced. Which one do you all need? Who woke up? Gaara said confidently. There was an awkward pause. Tsunade could barely contain her laughter. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! We have ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! There are a lot of them. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! The blonde couldn't stand it. The Jinchuriki immediately realized the stupidity of the situation. One of the doctors approached Tsunade and whispered something in her ear. Sannin immediately became serious. Are you visiting Uzumaki Naruto? She asked sharply. They nodded carefully. He's in terrible condition. You can come with me. Turning on her heels, the girl headed towards the 9th ward. Walking behind the new head physician of Konoha, the shinobi saw a small blonde man with pointed features and cute mustache scars on his cheeks, lying on the bed. Kei walked up to Uzumaki and sat down next to him. The rest somehow settled in different parts of the ward. Everyone sitting here had already decided when who would sit and how they could inform the others that the boy had woken up. Unknowingly, they forged a bond between themselves thanks to this guy. Databayo! Shouted the blonde with a cute mustache scars on his cheeks. Finding himself caught by the foxman, the clone squealed like a pig. Still, when they tie you to a pole and throw branches at your feet, you will scream even louder. The foxes whispered strange sets of sounds and threw 3 branches. The area was deserted. Only a village could be seen in the distance. The stream of foxes ended and a male fox emerged from the crowd. His eyes were yellow, with a vertical pupil. His dark skin was barely noticeable under his dark red fur with gray roots. His face, arms, legs, his entire body was identical to a human's, only covered with fur. The barely visible tips of the ears emerged from the foxman's hair. His bushy tail moved impatiently from side to side, and black claws scratched his hands. Who are you, wanderer? He asked in a menacing, low voice. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the guy answered. And who are you guys? We are guardian foxes. We are also summoned animals. The man-fox grimaced. But only Rikudo could tame us. Are you his son? Naruto laughed. Is he Rikudo's son? Don't tell the Biju slippers. Having finally calmed down, the boy turned back to the foxes. Rikudo-sanin died more than 100 ago, the guy still said with a smile. I just can't be his son. Maybe due to some distant blood I'm someone related to him. But not his son, that's for sure. The foxman lit up with happiness. We will help you with everything because you are the same as Rikudo-chan. The foxwoman stepped forward. Hamasabi, tell him everything. She was somewhat similar to Ino Yamanaka. Light fur, faded blue eyes, only with a vertical pupil. Even the physique coincided with Naruto's classmate. After her words, the dark redhead nodded and untied the boy. What's your name? Uzumaki asked the girl, rubbing his wrists. I'm Muto, she smiled. Go to the village. The village was relatively small. 10 to 12 dugout houses and a large square with a fountain. Naruto was explained that each family has 2 houses, but if families unite, then the houses are also united. When asked why there are so few houses here, Hamasabi explained that this was the decision of the 3 rulers. Divide the land and live as conveniently for the reduced population. As long as you live here, the second ruler pointed to a separate house. Who are my neighbors? My son and my daughter. A smile grew on the fox's black lips. Then I will sign the contract? Oh, a contract! Exclaimed the fox. Come quickly and get me! They soon reached a light brown, huge tent, which Naruto managed to miss at first. Everything inside the tent was decorated in orange and black colors. Pillows, sofas, tables, even rugs and walls. Approaching the scroll, Naruto bit his index finger, and having written where his name should be and putting 5 fingerprints, the guy felt his soul filled with something warm and missing. Thanking Hamasabi for his hospitality, he disappeared. After all, he was an ordinary clone. On warm and bright evenings, you won't meet anyone in the Konoha hospital, but that was until the moment Jinchuriki from all over the world came to see one unusual boy who had gone into a long coma. They had been sitting with him for 3 months now. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails recently arrived, and the schedule of everyone who was on duty before was freed for a short period of time. Killer B wrote poems and read them to the boy. Of course he didn't hear him, but B was willing to bet anything that sometimes the corners of Naruto's lips rise. Uzumaki's hair had grown noticeably and now covered his shoulder blades, his bangs covering half of his face. Tsunade tried her best to bring him to his senses. About a week ago, Jiraiya appeared in the village, coming to see his old friend. But when he learned about his godson, he even stopped writing his book. So a year has passed. Arch 1, Part 7, Year. A rainy morning greeted night revelers and tired Konoha shinobi. Dissatisfied with life, Utakata adjusted the little boy's blanket. A year has already passed, he thought to himself. All sensors indicated the patient's stable condition. But the 6-tailed Jinchuriki felt that the guy was not healthy. Otherwise, he would not have been half alive. For a whole year now, Naruto Uzumaki had been lying unconscious in Ward No. 9. And for a whole year, it had been raining in Konoha, as if nature itself was sad and dying along with the blonde. Utakata felt his soul become warm when the corners of the boy's lips lifted slightly. This happened when the guy was told something funny or interesting. Utakata was ready to give anything for the smile of this blonde. The bangs that covered everything except her thin lips moved slightly. Wind. Utakata thought serenely, but suddenly the boy's hand grabbed his arm. Breathing heavily, the guy turned his head. Quickly informing the others that the guy had woken up, the Jinchuriki moved his bangs from his right eye. The blue eye stared at the brunette. Can you see me? Utakata asked. Receiving an affirmative nod, he continued. How many fingers am I showing? 3, Uzumaki finally answered. Shodai finally calmed down and was about to remove the bangs from the guy's left eye when he suddenly felt steel on the mountain. When is he? The brunette only managed to think. Don't touch your bangs, the guy ordered. Who are you? Utakata introduced himself, and Naruto put away the kunai. You scared me, the blonde smiled weakly. The brunette became worried. During his stay in Konoha, he became friends with the rest of the Jinchuriki, which forced the rulers of the hidden villages to create the world's first alliance. And all because of whom? Because of the little blonde guy with the cute, scarred mustache. Tsunade Senju ran into the room. The rest of the Jinchuriki and their escorts crowded behind her. Several nurses and Shizune crawled through this herd of people. They immediately began to interrogate the poor boy. Hey people, Naruto smiled. Let me understand what's going on. What do you remember, Naruto? Asked the Sannin. Naruto tried to concentrate. Over the past year that he, for reasons unknown to him, had been sitting in the subconscious, he had learned many techniques and was certainly struggling to get out. I remember that they beat me before the operation, and then everything was in a fog, the guy answered after a hesitation. How well do you see? Asked Shizuna, who had already kicked out the Jinchuriki. Just like you. Then we just need to examine you, Tsunade said. Why was I unconscious? The blonde quickly asked. During the operation, your brain was damaged, and you miraculously survived, answered one of the nurses. Naruto closed his eyes. Now it's clear. The examinations passed in a blur. Afterwards, he was released, but a guard was assigned to him just in case. No one dared to cut their hair. Walking through the streets of the city, the blonde man entered the Joy store. Machao Ryuji, a sales assistant, stood near a rack of knives. Can I use them? Asked a boyish voice behind the seller. Only if you are already old enough, the seller turned, smiling. Seeing who asked, Machao began to sweat. Naruto took the heavy cleaver and smiled at the seller. What do you need? The man asked, stuttering. Nothing special, the guy answered and took a cucumber out of his pouch and cut it in half. I'll probably take this one. Otherwise, you know there are no knives in the house at all, but you have to cook somehow. Machao calmed down. You didn't approach me that easily, did you? Yes, you are right. I want to say that I know who beat me before the operation. The seller's face changed. There was only one emotion on him, fear. Fear of the boy, fear of the consequences. I forgive you, came to Ryuji's ears. What? The man asked, but the guy had already left. This day radically changed the life of Masao Ryuji and not only him. Arch 1, Part 8, Neighbors. What? A boy's cry echoed along the streets of Konoha. How are you going to live with me? Calm down, the red-haired Jinchuriki answered, putting a huge hand on the boy's fragile shoulder, reconcilingly. We're only for a few days. Roshi, stop trying to calm him down. I don't like to calm him down, Khan asked. We'll train him. I like to train him. Training? The blonde asked after hearing the cherished word. Okay then. By the way, how did you all end up here? They were afraid to stop me and my companions, especially after what I told them, Gaara said quietly. Strange, but it was the Jinchuriki Shukaku who began to change more than the others. He began to get enough sleep at night, stopped wanting to kill someone, and then what? After Naruto fell into a coma, Dog No Jr. no longer had attacks of aggression because the nurses said that it was because of violence that Naruto often ended up in the hospital. Yes, Gaara smiled at them. Kankuro chuckled. Tamari still can't stop laughing from their expression. The blonde smiled weakly. Yes, that's true. After all, her younger brother finally began to value life and friendship. I have a mission, Utakata responded. You can confirm. I'm actually the Mizukage, but I'll have to leave you first. Yagura spread his hands to the sides. Kei, and Bison are here with the permission of the Raikage, Nai smiled. He hardly allowed us to leave the village. I asked Han and the guys off from Tsuchikage-sama, Roshi grinned. My little sister and I escaped, but they won't miss us. Now the head has gone to negotiate with the ruler of the village hidden in the hot springs, Fu answered. Naruto nodded. This means that the shinobi will not follow anyone, but clearly they were not left alone. Surveillance. Uzumaki thought and immediately found many ANBU from different villages. Thanks to Muto, Naruto could now do no such thing. He was now a frequent visitor to the Fox village, but mostly came in the form of a clone. This fact saddened the foxes, and Naruto promised that next time he would call them to the real world. The time has come. Naruto was about to summon someone when he remembered that he, firstly, was the most inept shinobi of all time, and secondly, how would he explain that after a coma, he made a contract with someone in a few minutes? Reverse call. Naruto heard a low, hoarse male voice in his head. Who is this? The guy asked, not recognizing the speaker. Naruto, come down! Minato yelled. Sorry, the blonde said, looking at the Jinchuriki, with whom he had already reached the house unnoticed. I'll take a nap now and we can talk normally. Make yourself comfortable. Plopping down on the sofa, he descended into the subconscious. Well, what do you want? The boy asked, finding himself in the Hokage's office. Aren't you tired of changing the situation? Your subconscious doesn't change. We just move from one part of it to another. From here we can at least reach you, Kushina said, putting a cup of green tea on the table. It's not a simple matter, Minato continued. Naruto, Kyuubi began to talk and told us something. Did the Ninetales just tell you something like that? No, not just like that. We allowed him to talk to you. We used to hold back his cries. I see, what did he tell? Naruto, Kyuubi said that he has very important information for you, Kushina said sternly. His cell is in the Uchiha quarter. Go there and find out everything. Naru nodded and left the office. It was a long way from the Uchiha quarter. What if? Without having time to think out his idea, Uzumaki found himself in the right place. In the middle of the block, there was a huge cage with rusty bars. Only now did Naruto feel water up to his knees. Has she always been here? Always, came a low, hoarse voice from the side of the cage. Quickly looking there, Uzumaki saw someone wrapped in a blanket. Who are you? The blonde asked menacingly. As if someone else could be in your subconscious, the cocoon laughed. The blanket flew to the side. A young man, about 20 years old, with fiery red fur that hid his temples, part of his arms, legs, and trunk appeared in front of the guy. Among such fiery red hair, fox ears were hidden on the top of the head, and 9 tails covered the rear. Black claws on the hands grabbed the man's tanned skin, and on the legs, they left slits at the bottom of the cage. Kyuubi? The boy asked dumbfoundedly. He clearly didn't expect to see anyone here but the Ninetales. A vile nickname, the fox croaked. And what should I call you? The guy asked brazenly after coping with the shock. No way, don't bother me at all, boy! The fox roared and tried to get the blanket that had flown away. The blonde, without fear or contempt, picked up the blanket and handed it to the tailed one. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? The fox remained silent and wrapped himself in black bed linen. The Uchihas are holding me back here! Don't let a coup happen! The fox hissed. Stop the genius! Naruto didn't remember much after that. Did you throw me out of your subconscious? The boy's indignation knew no bounds. How is he? Came Roshi's voice. I'm fine, what happened? You started screaming, I don't like screaming. Naruto stood up. Genius, and who could it be? Listen, what time is it? Uzumaki asked, realizing where he was and who all these people were. It's 9 in the morning. I need to go somewhere, but in the meantime, prepare yourself something to eat. Getting up, the blonde trudged to the Hokage residence, putting on ninja sandals along the way. He walked the whole way quickly. The guards let him through, which was quite strange. Entering directly into the Hokage's office, Naruto assumed a serious look. Hokage-sama, can I ask you for advice? He asked, looking into the old man's eyes. The elder and they were here, opened their mouths in surprise. Apparently, I didn't come alone. I noticed a representative of the Uchiha clan standing on one knee, thought the Konoha hurricane. Yes, Naruto, Old Man Third smiled. Ask, Hokage-sama, where can I find the genius of the Uchiha clan? The question sounded so stupid that the guy could hardly restrain himself from laughing at himself. If you need Itachi, grinned the Uchiha, who was clearly no longer Naruto's target, then wait for me. I'm going to meet him soon, but for now, sit in the corridor. Naru examined the speaker. The guy, like all members of the Uchiha clan, has dark eyes. On his head, he has dark brown tousled hair. The shinobi also has a fairly wide nose and distinct upward-facing eyelashes at each end. He was dressed in the standard Uchiha clan attire, which included a black, high-collared shirt. On his feet, he wears shorts and black sandals. Leaving the office, the boy sat on the windowsill and looked into the distance. He was torn away from this exciting activity by the copy ninja of Konoha. How are you? Hatake asked without greetings. Great, the guy smiled. Kakashi-sensei, do you have a new technique? Of course, Kakashi grinned. Who are you waiting for? One Uchiha? What? And the name? I don't know, but he promised to take me to Itachi. Why do you need Itachi? Sensei, it's not that important. Hatake sighed heavily and said goodbye to his student. Arch 1, Part 9, Uchiha and the Plan Against the Massacre. So, sir, then your name is Naruto Uzumaki, right? The dark-eyed brunette with a big nose smiled. And I'm Shisui Uchiha. I'm Itachi's sworn brother. I see. The blonde man with pointed features said thoughtfully. Why is he called the genius of the clan? And how old is he? Well, they call him that because he is truly a genius. He joined the ANBU at 13. Well, he, like me, is 17. And I'm 10, Naru put in his 2 cents. Shisui laughed. Naru smiled widely at his new comrade's laughter. What were you doing at the thirds? The blonde asked curiously. The smile left the Uchiha's face. I have a task. Very important and secret. Tell? 6 months after joining the Anbu, Itachi began to behave suspiciously. I was given orders from the Konoha police to keep an eye on him, but Hokage-sama gave me the task of preventing the coup that the Uchihas are preparing, thereby helping Itachi in his task. But I don't know what is more important to me, the clan or the village. Which would you choose, Naruto? Without knowing why, he posted Shadow of Shisui. The boy thought, I would choose the village because the Hokage doesn't want a coup. And this is the same thing as the ruler doesn't want a civil war, so I choose the side of the village. Will you renounce the clan? If my clan were alive, I would try to prove to them that it is better not to start a civil war for their own good. Since due to a civil war, other countries can attack the village and destroy absolutely everything. You think like a seasoned shinobi. This is the most luxurious compliment for me. Shisui laughed again. The Uchiha liked Uzumaki more and more. You know, it always seemed to me that the Uchihas were cold and arrogant, the Jinchuriki said, remembering Sasuke. But you are different. You are kind, and you radiate warmth. Strange? What's strange? You're the only one who thinks so. I don't believe it. Believe what you want, but we have already arrived. Looking around, the boy noticed that they were in the Uchiha quarter, in the very place where in the boy's subconscious there was a cage with a beast. Who did you bring? Asked a cold voice behind the backs of the newly made friends. Itachi, if you sneak up on me, I'll kill you someday. Shisui grinned. Naruto quickly turned around. Like all members of the Uchiha clan, Itachi has dark eyes. Her long, dark brown hair reaches the middle of her cheeks at the front and is pulled back into a ponytail with a red elastic band. There are dark stripes under the eyes, from the eyebrows to the very cheeks, which is extremely unusual. According to Naruto's conclusions, Itachi is very similar to Sasuke but looks more fierce. This similarity is especially visible in his gaze. He dressed in a black shirt with the symbol of the Uchiha clan on the back, gray pants, to which was attached a shinobi bag and dark sandals. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and I have a message for you, the boy said with a serious look. Itachi looked at the blonde appraisingly and nodded to him to follow him. They walked through the forest and, judging by the pain in their muscles, they walked for a long time. When will he stop? Itachi walked easily and freely, as if he had just rested. Stopping in the middle of the forest, in a flat clearing with sunflowers, the Uchiha sat down on the grass. What's the matter? About the coup that the Uchihas are preparing, the boy answered, sitting down next to him. Where are you from? Kyubi, he said that a coup is being prepared and blood will be shed, so I have to stop you. You mean a fox? Interestingly, he is still vulnerable to the sharingan. He's not vulnerable, he's just cursed. Naru grimaced, remembering his empty, revenge-seeking eyes. Cursed? It doesn't matter, though. So what do you suggest I do? Your father is the head of the clan? Well, yes. Can I talk to him? For what? Negotiations. Every shinobi must not only fight, but also solve problems peacefully. How old are you? 10. Itachi nodded, and the picture of the world changed. Now they stood on the very street from which they left, and a bored Shisui stood nearby. Well, finally you have come to the real world, exclaimed the shinobi. I'll remember this for you, the boy hissed, looking at Itachi. Why did we go somewhere if we were under genjutsu? Let's go to your father quickly, otherwise you won't be able to tell him anything. Arch 1, Part 10, Negotiation. Naruto expected something more from the home of the head of the most powerful clan. The boy expected that there would be a lot of servants and luxury here, but his imagination clearly could not imagine this. An old house on the outskirts of the block. An ordinary, unremarkable small house with 2 floors and a red roof. Inside, the guy found a simple, homely environment, which even slightly disappointed him. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Sasuke were in the house. After greeting everyone, Naruto explained the purpose of his visit. Of course, he did not talk about the coup under Sasuke, but he considered it necessary to faintly hint at this topic. Walking with the head of the Uchiha clan, the boy listened to what his father advised him. Have a seat, the man said, pointing to a chair. The boy obediently sat down and looked around. A fairly bright room with several chairs and a table, at which Itachi and Sasuke's father sat. There was also a huge number of scrolls in the room, which attracted the boy most of all. What do you want? The Uchiha asked, looking sternly at Naruto. Oh, I have several things to do and questions for you. The boy smiled, still looking at the scrolls. Let's say, regarding the coup, what the Uchihas are preparing. What do you know? Absolutely everything. The place, the number of both warriors and those who know about the coup. I also know what the Hokage himself does not know. Where from? Asked the hitherto concentrated and cold Fugaku, looking dumbfounded at the boy. I'll tell you about my secret, and you promise me that you won't attack Konoha and just negotiate with me. You can even tell the elders that. Naru chuckled. I'll laugh at their facial expressions. And what kind of secret is this? Few people know that before his death, the fourth sealed his soul and the soul of his wife into his own son along with the nine-tailed fox. The boy began his narrative story. And few people know that after a severe beating, this boy had the opportunity to communicate with his father and mother and learn secret techniques from them. Fugaku's eyes widened in surprise. It can't be, the man could only whisper. But how? That's not all, Uzumaki smiled sweetly. This boy can also enter the subconscious of anyone, but he spends a lot of energy because of this, so it will take a long time to recover from this. Who else knows about this? Only those who are in this room. Let's go to the table. That is? The boy was confused. I accept peace and recall the Uchiha by telling them that it is you who can change our reputation. Okay, the guy simply agreed, not yet realizing what a burden he was shouldering. They're back. Makoto roasted the pig and cut up the salad. Somehow, Naruto had never been able to dine in a large company before, but now he really felt at home with his family. Itachi, having learned that the boy had prevented the deaths of many people, could not calm down, and every now and then invited the blonde to join his ANBU squad. Itachi-san, I should at least finish the academy. You'd better call Sasuke, he's much better than me. Sasuke blushed at Naruto's words. After much persuasion from Makoto, Naru stayed with the Uchihas for the night. Having sent a message to the other Jinchuriki and the Hokage, the guy headed to the room assigned to him. He was placed with Sasuke, whose room was located on the first floor. The room was decorated in blue and white colors. You know, Sasuke began the conversation while lying on his bed. I really like water. I can't live without it. We wouldn't have survived without water, Narik snorted. No, I'm talking about something else. Sasuke blushed slightly. I can't live without swimming at least once a day. I just can't pass by a babbling stream, and the water often stops me during sparring with my father and brother. Everyone has their own weaknesses. Narik smiled weakly, lying down next to Sasuke. You know, I can't pass by someone who needs something, and this can benefit the enemies, but Sasuke, there is no need to be ashamed of weakness. You need to accept it as part of yourself. Thank you, Naruto. Good night. Sweet dreams. Covering themselves with a blanket, the boys plunged into the kingdom of Morpheus. Arch 1, Part 11. Knowledge generates questions. A sunny, bright morning greeted little Sasuke. Stretching, the guy noticed that the blonde with whom he had slept all night was not in bed. Taking a towel, the brunette went to the bathroom. Having completed the obligatory morning procedures, the Uchiha followed to the kitchen, simultaneously wiping his face. A 30-year-old woman with long black hair down to her waist and a thin build was sitting at the table. Makoto, and it was her, had dark eyes and pale skin. Makoto is dressed as usual in a dark dress and white low-heeled shoes. Good, Mom. The guy smiled and sat down at the table. Where are the others? Oh, Sasuke-kun, are you awake yet? The woman greeted her son with a soft smile. Your father and brother, together with Naruto-kun, went to Hokage-sama. Why? To ask that you and Naruto-kun be put on the same team. Oh, and Naruto-kun also has guests from other countries at home. He wanted to apologize to him. Sasuke nodded, making it clear that he had enough information. Sasuke was not a man of many words, but when he was overcome with excitement, the guy talked incessantly. After eating his mother's pancakes for breakfast, the brunette headed into the yard. All this year he worked like hell, despite the weather and his injuries from training. The boy stubbornly walked towards the goal, and his goal was the most trivial to surpass Itachi. He acquired this goal when Naruto fell into his coma. No, Sasuke didn't know where Konoha's yellow hurricane had gone, and that's what it was often called. But that's not about that now. Taking out several shuriken from his stash in the tree, the boy quietly threw them into the red circle drawn on the scarecrow. Itachi made this scarecrow so that his younger brother could finally hit the man. The young Uchiha stood motionless, and it seemed that he did not move even when thrown. But no. He threw the shuriken so quietly that anyone with a sharingan would not be able to notice. Of course, if the sharingan has no more than 2 tomoe, Sasu grimaced. The guy didn't like the fact that only weaklings from his clan couldn't see his throw, so he always started his training with this. Then came ninjutsu, then attempts to awaken the sharingan, and then sparring with any member of the clan. He usually sparred with Inabi Uchiha. He was a young man of average height. He has long brown hair divided into 2 parts. He has a lock of hair in the middle. He has rather small black eyes. He wears the standard Uchiha clan attire, which includes black high-collared and light gray long pants and sandals. His sharingan was weak, with only 3 tomoe, since the Mangekyō sharingan could not awaken. Inabi was terribly afraid of blood and was never sent on missions above rank C. In sparring, Inabi was a strong opponent for Sasuke, but this only improved the boy's excitement. "Sasuke-kun?" A man's voice was heard behind Sasuke's back. "Look what I brought you!" Sasuke turned around. Setsuna Uchiha stood in front of him. Setsuna had shaggy brown hair. Like other clan members, Setsuna's eyes were dark in color. Setsuna wears the standard Uchiha clan attire, which includes a blue high-collared shirt, gray long pants, and sandals. In addition, he wore a half-helmet on his head, hiding the right side of his face. There was a katana behind Setsuna's back. Setsuna spent most of his time traveling, but was not a Nukenin. For Sasuke, Setsuna was an uncle on his father's side. He ran up to his relative and hugged him tightly. "Setsan," the guy said enthusiastically. "When did you arrive?" Just recently, the man smiled, ruffling his nephew's unruly hair. Taking out a scroll with a golden pattern around the edges from his pouch, Setsuna handed it to the young Uchiha. "This is a scroll with secret techniques that I myself developed," the man winked. The boy's eyes shone with happiness. Setsuna always brought him something related to the shinobi world, something priceless and rare. Ninjutsu really required the sharingan, and weapons, the ability to handle them. This is the second reason to awaken the dojutsu of your clan. "Well, have you found any friends?" asked Setsan, smiling slyly. "Just one," the boy became a little sad. "Alone, that's good, because the very first friend, the best," the Uchiha answered, encouraging the boy. "So Naruto convinced you to stop the coup?" A man of average height raised his eyebrows in surprise. In his youth, he had brown and tousled hair. He has rather narrow eyes with small dark pupils. The man had a small beard growing on his chin. Also, in his youth there were small lines under his eyes, which later became covered with wrinkles in his old age. As he grew older, his hair turned gray. In addition, he had 2 large moles on his left cheek. He wears a white suit with a red bottom and a wide hat, on which was the image of Kanji Hi Huo, fire. "Yes," nodded a middle-aged man standing on one knee in front of the Hokage. "He has black long hair, reaching right up to the shoulders. Like all members of the Uchiha clan, he has large dark eyes. There are small folds under his eyes that give him a more rugged appearance. These folds were passed on to his eldest son, Itachi. Fugaku was wearing a vest, underneath which was a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on his shoulders. Over black pants, he wore an open front apron with white diamonds. He had sandals on his feet. He couldn't have known about it." A thin young man put in his 2 cents. Like all members of the clan, he has dark brown, almost black eyes and long black hair tied into a ponytail. His face has dark stripes of unknown origin running from the inner corners of his eyes to the middle of his cheeks, which is extremely unusual. "But I found out," said the man standing to the side quietly. "A man of ordinary, not very athletic build and normal height. His eyes have a yellowish tint. He had a cross on his chin, which he apparently earned as a child. On top, Danzo wears a white shirt with long and wide sleeves. The bottom is the usual anbu pants, over which there is a fabric that goes from the right shoulder to the very bottom, covering the right arm, wrapped in bandages and sealed with several complex mechanisms. He also wears a belt on which a bag is attached, containing the necessary things for a shinobi." "Danzo," Hiruzen turned to his old comrade. "Do you have any idea how he knew about this?" "There are 5 of them," the man said, smiling sweetly. "First, he just overheard our conversation. Second, he was hiding among the rest of the Uchiha at the meeting. Third, he simply followed both of them. Fourth, someone told him. And finally, fifth, he knew about the coup from someone whom we know well and would not think of him, since convincing the head of the Uchiha clan is not so easy. We know how he knows about the coup, Fugaku frowned. But this is none of the above. And what is this? Itachi asked, looking at his father. No one needs to know this. Naruto made me promise that I would not tell anyone about this, but I must assure you that none of the above is true. Then he should join ANBU, said Danzo. Apparently, he is an excellent fighter and knows how to twirl his tongue well, avoiding bloodshed, and based on his not enviable past, he probably has darkness that lurks in his heart. Sarutobi shook his head. He was recognized as a person, Danzo. Even if not by many, the Hokage lit a cigarette. He found the light and is walking along the right path, without turning aside on the path of fear, revenge, and envy. Okay, Hiruzen, he will remain an ordinary genin, go through all the difficulties and become who he wants to be. That's good now. Go on with your everyday affairs. I need to assemble teams of future genin. Sorry! The little blonde shouted, running away from the evil kunoichi with long blonde hair tied with an elastic band. Yugi Tosen, stop and put the rolling pin in its place? A dark-haired guy with dark skin and dark eyes lazily drawled. Keikun speaks his mind. A short-haired, brown-haired man with gray eyes and slightly tanned skin supported the guy. Nai stopped and straightened her hair. Don't do that, she ordered sternly. Naruto nodded and sat down at the table. Jinchuriki necromancers prepared a delicious dinner that would make you drool. Squid sashimi, vegetable salad, tonkatsu, and okonomiyaki. The shinobi ate, drank sake and tea, talked about various topics, laughed, and had a good time. Naruto-kun, you're still a genin, aren't you? Roshi suddenly asked. Naruto nodded. I see, but I think that soon you will become much higher in rank. I have a feeling. The red-haired man smiled, stroking his stomach. Arch 1, Part 12, Typical Everyday Life of a Jinchuriki. Attention! A competition is being announced for the best chapter title. Your task is to come up with a cool name for the new chapter. This competition also applies to Part 11. I think it's great when readers can add something of their own to fan fiction. Naruto yawned widely. Sitting in history class at the academy was boring. Damn, everyone knows that! Lesson from Ibiki Marino? He always wears a bandana on his head. Naruto always tried to guess what was underneath. Scars? Protruding veins? Burns? Or does he just not want to get sunstroke? Questions tormented the guy, and he imagined more options, when suddenly he was distracted by Minato's voice. Ibiki has old wounds from torture during the war. He was captured by Rokusho Aoi, a former Konoha man. Naruto grimaced. If this Aoi comes across to me, I will take revenge on him both for Sensei and for the fact that he betrayed Konoha. Having descended from unbearable boredom into his subconscious, the guy found himself in front of Kyuubi. The golden cage now stood near the entrance to the Hokage residence. The foxman looked at the boy gratefully. You lifted the Uchiha curse from me, he whispered. You prevented their death and the growing anger of this clan in me, thank you. Naruto didn't know what to say. The boy did not often hear words of gratitude from a human-like fox demon and did not know what to answer. Well, you're welcome. How are you feeling? The guy decided to continue the dialogue. Much better than before, thanks to you. The fox bared his teeth, or was it a grin? And I decided that you were bored, the guy continued, feeling much lighter. By the way, you said that you don't like the name Kyuubi. So what should I call you? I can't say my name, the fox became sad. It brings misfortune to those to whom I trusted and said it. Those who heard the name are simply losers, or it was destined to be so despite meeting you. The blonde smiled. He felt good, despite the fact that he was communicating with someone who made his childhood a complete hell. It was worse for him. Naruto thought, but really, what kind of childhood did the demon have? Probably worse than Naru's. You know, the fox leaned forward. You are better than other Jinchuriki and people. I'm sure that you have something that no one else can have. I'll tell you my name, but only before you enter my cell. The Uzumaki trusted the fox. Approaching the bars, the guy barely climbed through them. Coming close to the demon, he smelled the smell of strong coffee and dried blood coming from the Kyuubi. Kurama Hinobi, the fox introduced himself with a short bow. I will give you something, but you must keep it forever. touching Naruto's chest with his left hand and touching the bangs hiding his eyes with his right. The tingling in his eye made the guy make a dissatisfied grimace, and his heart seemed to have forgotten how to beat. His eyes closed with heaviness, and Naruto heard Kurama laugh. "You will be great. Just don't show my gift to anyone until the right moment," the fox's voice was heard from afar. "When will it come?" Naruto asked, and realized that someone was shaking him. Looking at the man with his only eye, Naru was horrified to discover that Ibiki had noticed him. "You'll stay after class, Uzumaki," Marino muttered through his teeth and continued his story. Naru wasn't scared at all. He didn't care about Ibiki, at least for now. The eye hurt terribly. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" asked Ino, who was sitting next to him. "It's strange, but all the girls in the class have fallen in love with the boy and run after him in crowds. Even the already grown-up representatives of the fair sex cannot pass by Naru." "Ino-chan, would it suit me if I shaved off this half of my hair?" Uzumaki asked, running his hand along the side opposite the bangs. "You will always be beautiful," the girl blushed slightly. Naruto smiled and took Ino's hand. "You are very beautiful, Ino." The girl blushed even more and looked away. Having let go of her hand, the boy thought that he would soon need to change his appearance, and looked out the window. "Uzumaki!" Marino sang sweetly, causing goosebumps to run through his skin. Who was Tobirama Senju? Tobirama Senju was the younger brother of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage of Konoha. Tobirama was also the teacher of the third Hokage, the boy answered without hesitation, without taking his eyes off the sky. Ibiki grinned. "That's right, then we'll drive you through everything." The head of the Anbu interrogation and torture department rubbed his hands. "How will a shinobi move in different areas? Which areas are you interested in? Snowy forest, desert, and ordinary forest. In a snowy forest, it is better for shinobi to push off from the trunks of thick trees and move with jumps, strengthened by chakra. This move along the trunks gives complete confidence that they will not find shinobi using ordinary tracks, since snow will remain on the branches, and the imprint from the trees will not be visible legs. What other way is there to track? By chakra, but only specially trained shinobi can do this," the guy continued, not even bothering to look at the teacher. "In the desert, it is best to have great speed, endurance, and clothing that matches the color of the sand. It is better to cover your tracks if there is no wind. If there is wind, then they won't track you by your tracks or chakra. You can only act at random. In an ordinary forest, it is best to move along thick branches that can support the weight of a shinobi, and along those branches that are most convenient to move along. If the terrain is unfamiliar, then the best way is to move in a loop in order to exhaust the enemy. But this requires good endurance. So, sir," Ibiki licked his lips, sitting down in front of the boy. "What will you do if your comrade is captured, and the only thing left to complete the task is to cut the ropes of the suspension bridge on which your friend and all the criminals are located? I will save a friend, because those who abandon their friends are worse than those who refuse to fulfill their mission." Marino patted the guy's hair commendably. "Don't forget that you will stay after the lesson, so let's continue where we left off. Children, what do you know about the fourth Hokage?" Sakura raised her hand. "Come on, Sakura-chan." The fourth Hokage, also known as the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, his students were Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang, Obito Uchiha, a hero who gave his life at an early age in the war, and Rin Nohara, a medic kunoichi who was killed in an attack by a huge shinobi squad. Everyone also knows that the fourth sealed the nine-tailed fox in the baby, thereby saving the village. But few people know that Yodame sealed the fox in. "That's enough," Ibiki suddenly interrupted the girl. "That's enough." The lesson ended, the children ran out of the classroom, and only Naru remained sitting in place. "Where does all this knowledge come from?" asked Marino. "Archive, not only Jounin and Chunin have access there, especially if you are the son of Yodame, then you are definitely known among adults." The guy smiled bitterly. "It's just a pity that they are more afraid of me than despised me." "Because of what?" "There was a rumor that I was being controlled by the Uchihas." "Is this so?" "No, they just know more about me. That's why they are so friendly to me. And that's why they agreed not to stage a coup," the petitioner nodded. "Where did the soldier get these wounds from?" Naruto followed Ibiki's gaze. "Training," he explained listlessly. "Is that why you feel sleepy?" "Yeah. Listen, if you want the hairstyle you asked the girl, then know that I can arrange it for you right now." "No, I'll do it myself somehow. As you know, and yes, try not to fall asleep with throwing kunai and shuriken next." Naruto-kun! Sasuke-kun! The girls shouted, unable to choose just one. Girls are so possessive, Sasuke grinned, which caused a new wave of cries from the girls. There is an idea on how to get rid of them, but neither you nor I will like it, Uzumaki smiled. They stood in the courtyard, near the academy. Soon, they will be throwing kunai and shuriken at targets, and then they will be sparring in taijutsu. I won't kiss you, the guy grimaced, as if reading his friend's thoughts. Naruto nodded quickly, making it clear that he did not want this. Iruka-sensei came out to the children, and smiling broadly, told them a little about himself. Okay, now let's test your skills, the Chunin cheerfully shouted. Okay, Sasuke Uchiha! Sasuke walked forward with pathos, stood on the line from which Iruka ordered them to throw the guns, and almost imperceptibly threw the guns. Everyone hit the mark. The girls screamed again. Naruto was next. The boys laughed at the boy, showing their disrespect for his person. Without even approaching the line, Naruto winked at the girls. Naruto, stop, the sensei urged the boy. Iruka-sensei, didn't you notice what I threw? Yumino looked in amazement at the targets, which were pierced by 3 different weapons. You know, Sasuke would have succeeded just as unnoticed if he had not approached the line. But he decided to show you that he is supposedly the same as the others, and I don't want to show this. The Uchiha looked at his friend gratefully. Still, Sasuke was worse at throwing weapons, but having learned about Uzumaki's secret, the guy understood why he was lagging behind, and occasionally went down with his friend to Yodame and learned to throw just as quietly. As the last student threw his kunai at the target, Iruka led the children behind the academy where the sparring sessions were taking place. So the first will be Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Whoever loses flies out of the list and stands next to me, and most importantly, you can use both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Shino and Kiba went to a special area, around which a prohibition line was marked. Anyone who went beyond the line during sparring automatically lost. As soon as the fight began, Shino ordered his bugs to get in the way of Kiba and Akamaru, but this did not help. With a double fang, Kiba blew Aburame over the line. Arch 1, Part 13. Fights at the Academy. I won, Kiba Inuzuka. Iruka smiled, helping Shino get up. Apparently the boy was not seriously injured, so the doctors who were standing nearby simply continued their conversation. Naruto listened to the conversation. The Irionans placed bets, and judging by the fact that 2 of the 3 gave 10 Ryo to their comrade, it was the 3rd who bet on Kiba. Can I come with you? The blonde asked, approaching the doctors. He already knew these guys. Takamasu Hiroshi, the one who won. Hiroshi has brown hair. He is dressed in the usual Irionan uniform. Gray eyes look at the world with slight sadness because of the death of his beloved. Since then, the man stopped talking altogether and communicated only with gestures. According to rumors, he cut off his tongue. The second was Teppei. Teppei is a clanless Irionan shinobi with huge flows of chakra. He became an Irionan because he doesn't know how to fight. Dressed in a regular Medicnan uniform. Teppei has white hair, blue eyes, and slightly tanned skin. The third was Ryuzaku. Ryuzaku, like Teppei, is a clanless shinobi. Ryuzaku has light brown hair, dark green eyes, and slightly pale skin. Dressed like Teppei in the usual uniform of medical ninjas. The guys nodded. Teppei patted Naruto on the shoulder. Shintaro Hyuga and Kiba Inuzuka are coming out next, the sensei announced. I bet 5 Ryo on Hyuga, Ryuzaku responded. Takamasu showed 5 hoops, scratched his nose, and pressed on his eyes. Troshi is the same as me, translated the light blonde Irionan. I bet 5 Ryo on Kiba. Naruto smiled. And I bet 5 Ryo on Shintaro, Teppei boomed. Shintaro was the first to enter the field. The 3rd son of the head of the side branch of the Hyuga clan. Shintaro has the characteristic dark hair and white eyes of his clan, the Byakugan. Shintaro wears white and white breeches. He has blue sandals on his feet. Why are you so confident that Inuzuka will win? Ryuzaku asked the boy. Because Shintaro is the 3rd son of the head of the side branch, and he is not such a genius as Neji, which is why independent and special training is postponed. The only thing he has is the Byakugan. After Shintaro, Kiba entered the field. Grinning disgustingly, the degenerate Inuzuka waited for the command to start and attacked the enemy. A typical combination for him. Uzumaki grinned, seeing Hyuga fly over the line. You know, I'll get rich like that. The Irionans gave the boy his winnings with a laugh. Putting the money in his pouch, Naruto smiled. Next, Kiba Inuzuka versus Shikamaru Nara. I bet on Shikamaru, the blonde said immediately. 10 Ryo that Nara will win. I'm on Kiba 5 Ryo. And I. Hiroshi nodded, agreeing with the majority. Kiba stood with a sly smile. The same combination will not work against me, said Nara Jr., removing the smug smile from his opponent's face. The Inuzuka growled. Having given the command to start the fight, the brown-haired man moved away from the line. By placing the seals, Shika forced Kiba to stop. Having walked with him across the field, the brunette pulled the dog walker over the line. Defeated Shikamaru Nara. You don't have to give the money, Naru smiled at the Irionen. I just know that a genius will clearly defeat an imbecile. Next, Shikamaru Nara versus Chuji Akimichi. The doctors put it on Nara, and the Uzumaki on Akimichi. No matter how brilliant Cheek is, he will give in to his friends. Having allowed himself to be demolished, Shikamaru, pleased with himself, went into the herd of losers. Next, Akimichi Chuji versus Rock Lee. Lee approached Chuji. The young man had an athletic build and average height. A rather striking feature of Lee is his black, shiny hair, cut into a. He has rather large eyes with large pupils. It's worth noting that Lee's teeth are quite white, as when he smiles, there is a flash of light. The fight was long, but Chuji emerged victorious. Lee, without despair, promised that next time he would definitely defeat Akimichi. Then there was a fight between Cho and Ino. Of course Yamanaka won, because the fat man was a real gentleman. Next was the battle between Ino and Hellas Aburame, where the girl with the falcons won. Afterwards, Hellas and Sakura fought. Fortunately, Sakura won. Next fight, Sakura Haruno versus Hinata Hyuga. Hinata was a fragile young girl of small stature. She has short, dark blue hair and fairly fair skin, which she inherited from her mother. She, like all members of the clan, has rather unusual eyes, having a lavender tint. She constantly has a shy expression on her face. She has short hair that resembles a Himes hairstyle. She was dressed in a cream-colored hood with a fire symbol on the back, right and left sleeves. Was trimmed with fur. On her feet, Hinata wore sandals and dark blue pants. Naruto involuntarily blushed at the sight of the young Kunoichi, and now was no exception. The doctors laughed at him. Noticing that the heiress of the Hyuga clan was looking at him, Naru became something like a ripe tomato. Hinata also blushed and looked away. Let's start, Iruka said, and the girls ran towards each other. Using Shukuken, Hina immobilized Sakura, and hitting her with force, took Haruno over the line. Smiling weakly, Naruto watched as Hinata fought with Sasuke. Of course, the young Uchiha wins, but Hinata was left almost uninjured. Next fight, Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. The girls squealed as if the boys were heroes of this world. Ready? Sasuke asked, adjusting the bandages on his arm, the consequences of training with Naruto. And you? The blonde grinned, getting into a fighting stance. As soon as the command was given, the named brothers began to make seals. Kuchiyoze! Raiko Kenka! Sasuke shouted. Shonehi, Yoranai Ho, said Naru. A barrier of pale blue color appeared next to the line. Thanks to the efforts of the Uzumaki, the audience would definitely not suffer from their techniques. Noticing that the shurikens fired by Sasuke had almost caught up with him, the boy shifted the weight of his body to the side. Almost all of Sasuke's shuriken hit the barrier, but one hit his bangs and eye. Ah! Naruto screamed in pain. Naruto, how are you? The Uchiha ran up to his friend and became nervous. Okay. The blonde wheezed, holding back a cry of pain. Let's continue. Sasuke nodded and moved as far away from Naruto as possible. Starting to concentrate chakra in their hand, the guys released Chidori. She's not perfect, the brunette grimaced. We'll fix it tomorrow. The blonde smiled weakly. The guys ran at each other with lightning bolts in their hands. The smiles on their lips showed that everything was under control. The doctors were already drumming loudly on the barrier. Unlike a bunch of children, they saw that this would end badly. The two Chidori connected, and a huge bang was heard, and everything inside the barrier was filled with smoke. When everything cleared up, the guys were dodging each other's attacks. You bastard! Naruto shouted when Sasuke dragged him to the line with a deceptive maneuver. I attacked the wrong one! Ha! Try to beat me! Cursing, the boys fought with great speed. Standing up on one arm, Naruto began to spin on it and kicked Sasuke. The Uchiha didn't want to leave. Naruto kept changing the direction of the blow, and it was impossible to predict it. Getting excited, Sasuke, for some reason unknown to him, began to guess where the blonde's blow would come from. From above, the guy said out loud, and Uzumaki hit him from above. Sasu fell on his chest and immediately jumped up. The blonde also stood up. I give up. Raising his hand, Naru smiled. What? Whined the young Uchiha. Why? Because your sharingan has awakened, and because of this, our forces are not equal, especially since more than 10 minutes have passed, and according to the rules the battle lasts only 5, which is why we have a draw. Sasuke smiled and whispered with his lips, Thank you. Naru nodded, and the barrier dissipated. The boys fell to their knees and laughed. The Irionans immediately ran up to the guys, and after checking their condition, put them on stretchers. You can always take a break from all your worries, Sasu said, without removing the smile from his face. Yeah, Naru confirmed. The Saurus is definitely for training. Arch 1, Part 14, Training with the Uchihas. Naru, are you sure that it's worth developing it further? Everything about you hurts. Sasu, if you don't calm down, Itachi and Shisui will run away from us. Where can we run away? You tied us up. Naruto laughed. A month has already passed since those very battles. Naruto and Sasuke spent 3 days in the hospital and headed to training. There was now a scar across Naruto's eye. Thank the gods that the eye was not affected. During this time, Uzumaki, together with Uchiha, improved his techniques of the elements of lightning and the elements of water. Shisui, I need to master the element of earth, and Sasuke the element of fire. That's why we brought you here, Naru explained. Itachi, you will train your brother, and you will train with me, Shis. But no, we need to prepare as best as possible. The Genin exam is not that troublesome. The heir to the Uchiha clan tried to wriggle out. We are not for an exam, but for our team captain. The brunette smiled slyly. They were at training ground number 7, which was located not far from the memorial stone. At this training ground, there was a flat clearing, surrounded on one side by trees and on the other by a river. Not far from the river, there were 3 pillars to which the Uchihas were tied. Naruto scratched the back of his head. We just need to make the right impression. Have you already been told who you are on the team with? Yeah, with Sakura Haruno. Sasuke suppressed a laugh. I don't know how she'll even be on this team. What do you mean? Itachi didn't understand. Absolutely all the girls are crazy about us and everyone wants to be on our team, and Kakashi Hatake will also be with us, and she is his fan. Poor girl, Shisui sympathized. But you said that someone else was coming to you, right? Yes, Naru became serious. Nobody knows who it is, but I think that something interesting is clearly brewing there. So Ino Shikacho will definitely be on the team, then there's the team of Kibashino and someone else. We know in which teams who will be, but this person was not at the academy. So you want to say that they are sending someone to you? Apparently. By the way, Naruto, maybe your guests can train you? They all left. Yes, the Jinchuriki went home, but they promised that they would come to him as often as possible. Naru is sad without them and cannot even sleep peacefully. Gaara sent him letters every day. What he achieved, what was new, and even photographs with drawings. Gaara was younger than Naruto, so all the Jinchuriki kept more contact with him than with others. Yugito sent him food using her transfer technique and often included the recipes themselves. Kei also did not forget about his friend. The boy sent his messages through the lizards. Yagura formed an alliance with Konoha, so Ku remained with Naruto, but was prohibited from training the Uzumaki. The other Jinchuriki also kept in touch with him. I'm wondering why this fourth wasn't even on any lists. No photo, no name, just a bunch of completed missions and belonging to the 7th team. So he's from the root. Itachi grinned. And be you root? Sasuke didn't believe it. You must be joking. If this is so, then he will arrive only for assignments. That is, we won't see him at the first test. He should definitely be our age. We'll have to get into the ANBU archive again. Don't even think about it! The thin young man was horrified. You understand that this is illegal? Okay. Then let's start training. Although since you have already freed yourself a long time ago, there is no need to untie you. I noticed it after all. Doton, Jakedo Haichi Kora, came a cry from training ground number 7. The ground under the feet of the big-nosed brunette with the sharingan began to shake. The young man's feet were covered with earth, which was impossible to get rid of, and the same thing happened with his hands. You learned it well, the young man standing opposite the blond man, breathing heavily, praised. The boy was also breathing heavily. Too much chakra goes into her. Kato. Jomio Kyotai, came a boy's voice from the other side of the training ground. A huge stream of fire engulfed a young man standing near the river. Jumping into the water, the teenager hissed angrily. I'll remember this for you, Naruto. So, pretending that he didn't hear anything, continued the blonde with acute mustache scars on his cheeks. Next, I need to try out one more technique, and Sasuke still has a little. You will kill us so soon, Shisui howled, but we're not at full strength. Sasuke cursed, showing his puppy dog eyes and making a cute face. Well, give us your techniques. Shis gave up. Kato. Haizasho, the Uchiha shouted, folding the seals. A huge stream of smoke came out of the brunette's mouth, covering Itachi. Closing his teeth, the guy smiled sweetly. The smoke exploded. Xo, the blonde swore quietly and said, making a seal. Futon, Kuryo! A rush of air came out of Naruto's lungs, dispersing the exploding smoke. Itachi was on his knees. Clearing his throat from the smoke, the young man healed his wounds. Medical jutsu is an excellent skill, Naruto praised the heir to the clan. It's just a pity that you don't know much about it, just like I do. After dressing Itachi's burns, the guys moved back to Konoha. We trained all day, Shisui exclaimed. I didn't even notice. Naruto, will you spend the night with us again? Ita grinned. What else should I do? Naru, who was carrying the ANBU heir, grinned in response, and so the day ended, after which it happened. Earth element, veil of the 8th crust. Fire release, deadly sphere. Fire element, cloud of ash, air element, wind flow. Here's another chapter. I hope you liked it. Arch 1, Part 15, new image. Your task is to show us 2 techniques, reincarnation and cloning, explained a young man of average height. He has long white hair and blue eyes. On his head, he wears a blue bandana, into which the protector of his native village is sewn. He wears Kono Hagakure's standard attire, consisting of a green chunin vest, on which there are 2 pockets for storing scrolls, kunai, and various medical devices. For protection, there is a long collar and elongated shoulder pads. The Uzushio Gakure symbol is embroidered on the back, symbolizing the ties between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. His name was Mizuki. Naruto didn't feel any particular attraction towards him, only disgust. I feel like there's something wrong with him. Mizuki appeared at the Shinobi Academy just a week before the exam. According to the white-haired one, he had a long mission. Naru didn't believe it. Something haunted this shinobi. I feel like he's up to something. Kurama became wary. You will go according to the list and take the exam in the next room. Mizuki finished his story, attaching a piece of paper with names to the wall. Good luck on the exam. Naruto was the first to approach the leaf. His name appeared at number 9. I wonder why. Naruto laughed. Guys, let the last one on the list say who will go next, Naru suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. The last one standing was Ino. The guys took their turns. Almost everyone who had already entered came out with bandages. Only one guy who came second was not given it because his chakra control was completely negative and he could not do anything. Naru was next. Calmly walking into the audience, the guy stood exactly in front of Mizuki. So what should we do? The guy asked defiantly. In addition to Mizuki, the third Hokage and Iruka Yumino were present in the office. Naruto-kun, show us the transformation technique, the third asked softly. Naruto obediently performed the technique. Deciding that it would be best to show his father, Naruto reincarnated as Konoha's Yellow Lightning. Well done, Iruka smiled, and now a clone. All ready. Nodding towards the window, the blonde grinned, returning to his original appearance. The clone that communicated with the teachers and the Hokage disappeared, and the real Jinchuriki of the demon fox was sitting on the windowsill. The guy turned the bandage over in his hands. I don't like this color. The guy grimaced, looking at the blue fabric. But you can change it. Okay, I'll go, and here you are. Mizuki opened his mouth in amazement. Jumping from roof to roof, Uzumaki approached the studio that stood next to the hairdresser. It's done, smiled an old man of 60 with a big, potato-like nose and kind gray eyes. A few wrinkles on his round face gave some importance to the person. The old man was dressed in a white robe with a black pocket, from which peeked out scissors, several combs, and a spray bottle. It was Rin, a famous hairdresser in Konoha and a master of his craft. In front of him sat a boy of about 10 years old, with sharp features and mustache scars on his face. Eyes as blue as a clear sky looked at the equipment with interest. The blonde hair on one side was much shorter than the other. The guy had a scar on his left eye, just like the one running through his nose, which the guy earned during training. The guy also had his left ear pierced in 2 places. Rin-san, you're just super! The guy admired, looking at his reflection. This is a masterpiece! The old man laughed. Having paid him, the boy left the faded green building. Entering the beige building opposite, the guy grinned. Oh, Naruto-kun, have you come to pick up your order? A young man of about 25 greeted the guy. The young man had jet black hair and brown eyes. The young man was short but was clearly taller than Naruto himself. The guy is dressed in blue kimono. Happy birthday, Fukasaki-san. Uzumaki smiled. The dresser gave up and ran deeper into the room, which was a huge warehouse of various clothes. Fukasaki returned with a large white bag. Go try it on, I hope you like it, the young man smiled. Okay. Fukasaku-san, could you change the fabric on my headband? With pleasure, Naruto-kun, I'll make it your favorite. Entering the fitting room, the boy quickly got rid of the bag and took out a magnificent suit. The costume consisted of a black shirt, a jacket made of black fabric that reached to the knees and did not fasten, black pants, and black shinobi sandals. Well, how do you like it? Asked the young man who appeared from behind another rack. Oh, how this suit suits you. Naruto smiled. Taking a black bandage with the sign of Konoha from the dresser, the guy put it on his shoulder. Now everything is perfect, the boy commented and left after paying. He still had a lot to do. Arch 2, 116, part, team number 7. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, would you like to trade with them? Ino asked, nodding towards the sleeping Shikamaru and the chewing Chuji. The Uzumaki yawned. Ino openly flirted with her friends, not caring about others. But with character, Kurama responded. Naru closed his eyes and smiled. What will I get for this? He asked the blonde. Anything you want, the girl cooed. Okay, if the third allows you, then I will join your team. Yamanaka blossomed. To lure Sasuke or Naruto into your team was a great honor for every kunoichi of their graduating class. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered uncertainly. Maybe you'll join us? Naru blushed, and Sasuke chuckled quietly. Of course, the Uchiha knew who exactly the Uzumaki liked. Little devil. Hitting his friend on the shoulder, the blonde approached Hyuga. With GP leisure, the guy agreed, stuttering and blushing. Sakura got nervous. Naruto-kun, what didn't you like about our team? Haruno asked naively. Sakura-chan, I liked both the team and the captain, but I look at the fact that teams can be united to better complete the mission. I also look at how each team member behaves in front of me, while everything is going as well as possible. Is it true? Well, look, Uzumaki sat down on the teacher's desk and began to explain. Our team is 7, for example. Let's see what everyone is good for. Sasuke Uchiha, the youngest owner of the Sharingan with 3 Tomoe in the entire history of Uchiha. Also strong in the elements of fire and lightning, he is now studying the element of water. Next, you, Sakura, a strong kunoichi with the makings of a medic, and finally me, a strong shinobi with brains and a colossal amount of chakra. Our team can only act in 3 ways of combat. First, Sasuke and I attack the enemy. If one of us is wounded, then you heal us and so on until we all run out of strength and chakra. But while I'm in battle, you can restore it, so this is the best option for now. Second, this is a fight from afar. We simply attack the enemy with our techniques, combining them and adding weapons. The third option involves only ingenuity and cunning. Use traps to evade enemies. As you understand, we have a pretty strong team, but we won't be able to stop an entire army, so we need to calculate the strength of all teams. Moreover, if one of us is on his own mission, then we need to change battle tactics. Let's say Ino. She is suitable for ranged attacks and joint attacks, and she also has the potential for medical jutsu. Therefore, if we say Sasuke is not on the team, then I will also have to use these 3 options. But then I will have to use more clones, and Ino will have to capture the mind of the leader, if of course he has one. Further, if Shikamaru is with us, then only the first and second attack options will be suitable, since Shiki has an average amount of chakra, and his techniques require a larger volume. If Choji is with us, then we can only use the first and second options, because Cho is purely an enforcer. Next, Kiba. It's the same with him as with Chuji, they are both security guards. Next is Shino. It is more suitable for reconnaissance, and for combat only the second and third options. If we go with Hinata, we can use all three options. Because Hinata knows the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, she can go on reconnaissance. She has the potential for Majutsu, and fighting from afar suits her because she has excellent accuracy, and as I know, Hinata has the element of earth, so she can simply bury all enemies. Wow! Saku admired. You know so much! These are simple calculations, the guy blushed. A man with small brown eyes, short black hair, and a small beard entered the office. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit. On his forehead, the man wears the protector of his native village. Under his vest, he wears a headband with the kanji for Hai Huo, fire. He wears black bracelets on his arms. Also, the forearm area is bandaged. Hello everyone, I'm Asuma Sarutobi, the man introduced himself, looking at the piece of paper. My team number 10, Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, follow me. The guys stood up and obediently followed their new mentor. About 10 minutes later, a young girl of average height came into the office. She has eyes of a rare shade of brown and long black hair that falls to her shoulders. She wears makeup on her face in the form of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She wears a short dress with black stripes that look like ribbons. On the right side, there is a red, long sleeve. On the forehead is the Konohagakure protector. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, she introduced herself. My team is number 8. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga. Follow me. The guys with smiles like ponytails ran after their sensei. And team number 7 sat for a long time. More than an hour has passed since the 8th team left. I'll kill him, Naru muttered through his teeth. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, let's go somewhere after meeting the sensei? Sakura asked flirtatiously. I don't mind. The blonde shrugged. Me too, said the Uchiha. Silence again. Well, I finally found you, the middle-aged shinobi said, hugging Naruto around the waist. Kakashi's distinctive feature is his long, silver-colored hair that goes up. Kakashi's right eye has a dark tint when his damaged left eye was replaced with Uchiha Obito's sharingan. There is a scar above the left eye. For unknown reasons, Kakashi has been wearing a mask since early childhood. If you don't let go, you'll feed the worms, Uzumaki whispered ominously. Hatake laughed, but Naru let go. Pervert, Sasuke burst out. Oh, Sasuke-kun, how's your hand? The silver one stammered. Doesn't it hurt? Get away from me, undead! The Uchiha yelled like a queued-up. Yes, Sasuke remembered from his first meeting with the copy man that he should not be allowed near him. Sakura didn't take her eyes off her team members. The girl couldn't even dream about this. Okay, Kakashi said, having calmed down. Let's follow me. The guys obediently followed the pervert. Coming out onto the roof of the academy, the guys sat on the ledge. Kakashi sat down on the very edge of the roof. Okay, well, let's get acquainted. Tell us your names, what you like, what you don't like, goals, dreams, interests, Hatake ordered. You start. Uzumaki Naruto, training and ramen, war and blood. The goal is to revive the clan. The dream is to free the world of shinobi from darkness and become Hokage, and interests are training. And of course, the Ichi-Ichi series. Catching Kakashi's finger on himself, he began Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, training and tomatoes. Blood, the goal is to surpass all shinobi. The dream is to have a normal family and perfectly complete all tasks, interests. There is nothing but training and missions. The brunette took over the baton. My name is Haruno Sakura, what do I like? Gihihi. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke, the kunoichi almost squealed. I don't like goal? Well, to become the greatest kunoichi in the history of shinobi, a dream. Again a quick glance at friends. Interests, Hatake sighed heavily. At this age, girls mostly look at guys. So guys, tomorrow at 10 in the morning at training ground number 7, it's better not to eat anything, I'll give you a small test. Test? Sakura asked. Okay, the blonde nodded, getting up. Send me to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto, Mom made ramen today, Sasuke reminded. Oh, maybe Sakura-chan will come to visit then? Why not? The Uchiha shrugged. Hatake left, leaving the students. Get your fill today while you can. Hatake chuckled, jumping from roof to roof. Arch 2, 217, part, teamwork test. Warm, sunny morning. There's not a cloud in the sky. Peace and grace. A guy of 10 was sitting by a huge tree that grew next to a clearing called Training Ground Number 7. A light-skinned brunette who has black eyes and hair that is just below his chin. His hair is spiky at the back and also has ringlets that get longer each year. His clothes consist of blue with a stand-up collar, white, and sleeves. On the right privet is attached for kunai, bandages, and blue sandals on his feet. The Uchiha clan crest is always present on the back. Next to the guy lay a blue backpack in which the guy secretly smuggled food. On the other side of the tree sat a girl with bright pink hair, large light green eyes, and white skin. The girl is dressed in a red dress with thigh-high slits on the sides, three-quarter sleeves, green, a bag for kunai on the right, and blue sandals. A pink bandana tied the top of her hair, thereby keeping her bangs out of the way. Next to the girl was a dark green backpack with provisions. The third member of the team was placed on a branch of the same tree. The guy had sharp facial features and mustache scars on his cheeks. Blue eyes like a clear sky and blonde hair on one side were much shorter than the other, indicating a relationship with the fourth Hokage. The guy had a scar on his left eye, just like the scar running across his nose, which the guy earned during training. The guy also had his left ear pierced in 2 places. He was dressed in a black shirt, a long jacket made of black fabric that reached to his knees and was not fastened, black pants, and black shinobi sandals. His black headband with the Konoha projector was on his right arm. The blonde has a kunai pouch attached to his left leg. On the guy's shoulder was a black backpack with food and medicine, since Sakura didn't have room for them. Naruto, the brunette called the blonde. How long will he be gone? It's a long time. Uzumaki yawned, lying on his back. Listen, don't worry about what we ate, otherwise we'll vomit. Don't be afraid, just a test of teamwork, the Jinchuriki grinned. I'm more worried about the fourth member. Itachi punched several of our age, responded the sleepy Uchiha, and it's no wonder that the whole team wants to sleep. At the Uchiha house, they first had a pillow fight and then formed a strategy. And who is there? The informal asked. Only 3, Sasuke grinned. 2 brothers, and one of them has a serious illness, so he will move his horses in 2 weeks, and the second apparently is clean. The third is already in another team, in the 12th. Great, and who is this second one? Naru asked, remembering that he needed to visit the dying man. His nickname is Sai. No real name, he specializes in the Nimpo technique. That means he's an artist, the guy drawled. Interesting. What's interesting here? Sakura responded, sipping coffee. If he specializes in this technique, then he is also suitable for our team, like me. That is, he can also join those 3 options? The chances of winning increase, the guy nodded. And if he's smart, then that's even better for us. Arguing on the topic, how good it would be if he is smart, resilient, and strong. The guys almost missed Kakashi. Hatake walked towards the river at a walking pace. Throwing a kunai at his sensei, Naruto grimaced. Are you okay? Haruno became worried. Where does it hurt? It's okay. Uzumaki waved it off and continued on. The blonde is not used to having someone look after him, so he rejects all help. Sasuke couldn't understand his friend, but he tried. Naru was very grateful to his adopted brother. Is this after training? The brunette asked, just in case. The blonde nodded. Yesterday, when Sakura fell asleep, Naruto went to train. Sasuke followed him and inadvertently scared him. As a result, Naruto lost control of Rairiki and injured his hand. There were no new scars visible under his jacket, but that was just as well. Scars adorn a man, Naru once said during one of the training sessions. Well, are you ready? Hatake smiled. Your task is to take these bells from me. Poking his fingers at the bells hanging from his belt on a red thread, the silver one looked at the guys. But sensei, there are only 2 of them. Sakura was feignedly surprised. Thank heavens Hatake had a poor understanding of intonation. Well done, Haruno, the copy one praised her. One of you will return to the academy. The guys showed horror on their faces. Now Sakura has done great. You have until noon, the shinobi continued. If you don't get the bells, you'll all return to the academy. And now disperse. The guys disappeared in different parts of the forest. Concealing his chakra, Naruto quickly took out a fishing line and attached a kunai to it. Throwing a kunai at Kakashi, Naruto fired lightning chakra along the line, and he went to another place, still hiding his presence. Sasuke hid in the bushes. Hiding his presence, the brunette waited for Naruto's signal. Well, finally, the kunai noted, and the Uchiha grinned. Having folded the seals, the guy whispered, Kato, Ikki! Small lights appeared around Kakashi. Hatake wisely did not touch them. Forcing the lights to approach the copy one, Sasuke broke the seal. The lights exploded, hitting both the silver hedgehog and the innocent tree. Sakura hid her presence even during the jump. Hiding behind a rock, Haruno waited for the signal. Here is Naruto's kunai with a lightning bolt, which Kakashi dodged. Here is Sasuke's fire, from which Kakashi simply walked away. But he was noticeably battered by both techniques, because he touched both the fishing line and the fire. Having folded the seals, the girl said, Suiton, Nuyonichi Bosu. Kakashi was caught in a huge wave from which he could not get out. Naruto, jumping from his seat, used blue taijutsu on the immobilized man. Sasuke arrived in time after a few blows. He tore the bells from his belt and snapped his fingers. Having dispelled the technique, Sakura ran up to her team. Naruto, seeing that the teacher was still on his feet, used the most brutal technique. 1,000 years of pain, putting 2 fingers of both hands together and pushing them into Kakashi's ass. Hatake was knocked out with a cry full of pain. Great! Naruto laughed, placing his foot on the astonished Kakashi. Naru, whispered the copyman, barely moving, extending his hand upward. Removing his leg, Uzumaki tended to Hatake's wounds. There's nothing serious here, just a few bruises and scratches. But there are a lot of old fractures, so we'll take you to the hospital. Naru frowned while treating the teacher's wounds. Sasuke handed the bells to his friend. They are yours by right. Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto grinned, hung the bells on his belt, and lifted the teacher onto his back. Went? Yeah. Since then, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi became very close friends, but they still had one more player who would influence all the heroes. Fire Element, Last Breath. Water Element, Dragon Sunset. Arch 2, 318, Part. New Acquaintances. I apologize for the mistakes, but, non-beta or co-author do not appear on the fic book. No one agrees to become my beta. Rairiki is another technique created by Naruto and Sasuke. In this chapter, I will pay more attention to this technique. Then Kakashi did not turn out to be a weakling. His defeat will also be described in detail in this chapter. If you haven't noticed, then here is, and therefore the techniques of Sakura and any shinobi can be different. Here is only the will of the author. With descriptions of the team, I really went overboard. But just to remember what someone looks like, I write for myself. Especially since there are people who sometimes skip a large amount of text, and they are too lazy to read the characters. It is also very cruelly glitchy, which is why some words disappear. It seems like I can continue further. If someone wants to become a beta, then you are welcome. Pricklist, now you personally. If you don't like it, then get out of here or find out for yourself how hard it is to write for someone and listen to negative and unfounded reviews. So think about how bad it is for many writers, and yes, I won't delete your review for one simple reason. I want to see that others do not make such terrible reviews and with obvious errors. P.S. I'm not angry with you, but the fact that a person can't understand the most basic things infuriates me. So if I get reviews, Rairiki or Raikiri, find yourself a beta. Immediately. It's impossible to read. After Tengai and Reed didn't. Or, somehow everything is too simple and Kakashi turned out to be a weakling. Although he knew the approximate strength of Naruto and Sasuke. And where did Sakura get the element of water in such techniques? There are a lot of inconsistencies and unreasonable. There are also shortcomings in the description. Sometimes words are missing without which the meaning is very difficult to grasp. Therefore, please reread the chapter before posting it, as grammatical errors are very elementary and can be easily found when rereading. Therefore, we kindly ask you not to piss off the author, otherwise the fanfic may be frozen. If you don't like him, don't read, you can remove your likes, I don't care. I write only for those who want to read my works. As for the rest, they are nobody to me, and I don't want to know them yet. If they have interesting me work, then I'll just read them. That's all I wanted to say. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto shouted joyfully. How are you? Terrible, whispered the silver shinobi, remembering their very first fight. You have until noon, said the shinobi. If you don't get the bells, then you'll all return to the academy. And now disperse. The guys disappeared in different parts of the forest. Kakashi took a deep breath. The guys hid their chakra, which greatly pleased their mentor. If this is how they show their teamwork, then it's not a bad thing. He noticed a flying kunai the Junin dodged. Fishing line. After this thought, Hatake inadvertently touched the iron rope and felt goosebumps running through his body from the cold and the pain that had taken over the man's consciousness. The side that touched the unfortunate fishing line burned from the inside. Holding back a terrifying cry, the shinobi pretended that nothing had happened. Kato Ikki! A boy's voice reached the sensitive ears of the hedgehog. Small lights burst out of the ground, seemingly harmless. Deciding that it was better to take care of his health, Kakashi carefully retreated from the lights. The copier felt fear. After being emotionless for so long, the man lost that soul-tickling feeling. The lights exploded. It happened so unexpectedly that Hatake barely managed to dodge most of the fire. The shinobi's hands were burned. Barely standing on his feet, Kakashi wanted to stop the guys when a huge wave rushed towards him, taking him into its bonds. Naruto stepped into the light and attacked the man with a rare form of taijutsu. Blue taijutsu? How did you do it? This taijutsu was used under a different name in the Hyugajukan clan. Previously, it was used without a Byakugan, but it was nevertheless a rather complex and powerful type of combat. It could only be learned from Hyuga, or from the secret scrolls of the Pupilless clan. Soon, Sasuke arrived. The Uchiha struck only 3 times and tore off the bells. The guy snapped his fingers and grinned. The wave that was holding Kakashi back disappeared. Rejoicing, Kakashi was about to end the fight when the most terrible weapon in taijutsu was used against him. 1,000 years of pain! Uzumaki shouted and stuck 4 fingers into the sensei's butt. Without the ability to move, Kakashi remembered that he had not eaten or slept. Having collapsed on the grass, Hatake passed out for a while. Naru, he whispered, holding out his hand in hope. God forbid they become apostates. Taking his foot off the teacher, Uzumaki tended to Hatake's wounds. There's nothing serious here, just a few bruises and scratches, but there are a lot of old fractures, so we'll take you to the hospital. Naru frowned while treating the teacher's wounds. Sasuke handed the bells to his friend. They are yours by right. Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto grinned, hung the bells on his belt, and lifted the teacher onto his back. Went? Yeah, the guys agreed. I hate you, Hatake said with only his lips. 3 weeks have passed since that fight. Having returned to normal, Hatake set off with his newly formed team for their first task. I'm so worried, Sakura beamed. You can't tell. Hatake wanted to sarcastically, but didn't. Kakashi-sensei, can we be given tasks of rank C or B right away? Naruto asked. No. Kakashi-sensei, have you ever fallen in love? No. Kakashi-sensei, enough! The silver one abruptly interrupted the restless blonde. Kakashi has nerves of steel. But this team simply broke them without even bothering to find out how strong they are. 3 friends burst into his life, but despite the fact that they had been together relatively recently, the hedgehog did not want to leave them. With these guys, he could forget his past and think only about the present. Rin, Obito, they look like us. The captain of the 7th team once again told his dead friends. Kakashi-sensei, distracting from the conversation with former friends, took Sensei Naru aside. I know what happened to Obito and Rin. Hatake's only eye looked at the completely serious guy with great surprise and a bit of horror. Where from? He just whispered. I have my sources, and Kakashi-sensei, I'm very sorry, but there is something— Okay, this is a stupid idea. What kind of idea? Do you have something that contains Obito's or Rin's chakra? Kakashi nodded. Eye and blood. Great, the guy grinned. We'll complete the plan on a worthy mission. Now I need to prepare. They walked further in silence. Only Sasuke and Sakura were arguing about something. I hate the first mission, Sasuke muttered through his teeth. My clothes. Their task was to capture a cat who was the favorite of the wife of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. It's a pity that they just got a hellish cat. Black, plump, and agile. Sasuke, I told you, don't jump on the cat thoughtlessly. Naruto closed his eyes. The Uchiha looked painfully at his clothes. The torn fabric somehow stayed on the brunette. It's good that it's only the top. Hatake smiled with his eye. And that's just clothes, added Haruno, contemplating the half-naked boy. He also has abs. No one heard the girl's last remark. Bite, one of the surest ways, Uzumaki explained. Since he remembered Sasuke's smell, he does not participate in the capture. That is it, we'll go now. Yes, I'll go. Naruto confirmed his friend's words. Don't get too close. Having placed a pile of food on the street, Uzumaki hid around the bend. The desired herd immediately came running to feed. Greedily eating his find, Selmancer, which was the name of the cat, did not notice how Naruto began to stroke the cat. How cute! The blonde was touched. You must be lost, poor thing, the cat purred. Do you want more? Come to me, I'll give you more. The cat did not resist when Uzumaki picked him up and carried him towards the Hokage residence, where the owner of the black cat was already waiting for them. She was a plump woman with enormous strength, since the cat could not even breathe oxygen normally. Selmancer! The woman shouted, pressing the animal even closer to her. Well, you've finally been found! Uzumaki could not hear these screams, so the blonde went out onto the roof. Looking at the expanses of Konoha, the guy realized that at least someone was welcome here. Previously, he was only called the Fox. There was no Naruto, no Uzumaki, no ordinary boy. Grinning and showing his backside, the guy noticed that he was not alone on the roof. Why are you sitting here, boy? The guy smiled. Near the edge of the roof sat a young shinobi of small stature. He has short brown hair and small black eyes. He wears a yellow shirt with Konoha's initial, long gray shorts, and blue sandals. Tied to his neck is a blue cloak that reaches down to his feet. In addition, he wears an unusual gray cap on his head. Looking at the blonde with an arrogant look, the boy chuckled. You should be afraid and respect me, the guy said. The Uzumaki laughed. Why should I be afraid of a little boy who is trying to pretend to be a peacock? The blonde asked through laughter. The boy blossomed. Are you really not afraid that I'll snitch on you? Why do you need to knock, boy? You're just petty, that's all. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. Naru smiled. And you? Konohamaru Sarutobi, the boy smiled in response. I am the grandson of the third. I don't care whose grandson you are, the blonde answered seriously. The main thing is who you are. Konohamaru smiled gratefully. Naruto, become my teacher, the guy asked, blushing slightly. If you help my team, you will receive a proper education. Konohamaru thanked the new sensei and ran about his business. The blonde sighed calmly. All this turmoil was exhausting him. Because of what Uzumaki had experienced in the past, he did not allow himself to talk much and make meaningless promises, keeping only the most important ones. I will never open up to anyone until they open up to me. This is his motto. It's strange, but this smiling and sunny boy is actually a withdrawn and quiet shadow. Closing his eyes, Naruto took a nap and did not immediately feel someone's presence. Trying not to give himself away, the guy opened his eyes slightly so that he could see it as if through a crack. Hinata stood in front of him. The girl, blushing, approached Naru. Carefully tilting her head, Hyuga gently touched her lips to the blonde's lips. I love you, Naruto-kun, and now goodbye. I won't be able to kiss you anymore, the girl whispered and left. Naruto couldn't move for about 5 minutes. It's strange, but it was this girl who caused a storm of emotions and feelings in the boy. Even Sakura and Ino couldn't do it like that. Carefully getting up, the guy walked back to the Hokage. Walking down the corridor, the guy touched his lips with a carefree smile. It's true, he whispered in amazement. What's true? Someone asked interestedly. Throwing a kunai in the direction of the sound, the guy winced. Standing in front of him was not the most elegant and beautiful creature in the world. It looked like a man of average height. He has very pale, almost white skin. Also clearly visible are his amber-colored eyes outlined in purple circles, thanks to which he looks even more snake-like. His thick black hair reaches to his lower back. His clothing consists of a special suit worn by all elite ninja of Otagakuri, a white kimono and black pants with a thick purple rope around the waist. He also wears earrings in the shape of Tomoya. Who are you? The guy asked when the creature easily dodged the kunai. My Z's name is Orochimaru Kusanagi, the creature hissed. Who are you? I am Naruto Uzumaki, and unlike you, I am a ninja of Konoha. If you do not move 3 kilometers away from me, you will be blown to pieces. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Approaching the boy, he whispered in his ear, "Soon everyone who was around will leave you, or you will leave them." The man grinned, burning the guy's ear with his breath. The white snake sees the future. It is dark and gloomy. Oh, so many losses, so many losses. You will lose your beloved and friends and teachers, and even those who simply believed in you. You will lose everyone, to the last. You are lonely, very lonely, you are just like me. The time will come and you will have to choose, either you or others. The snake disappeared. Naruto stood in a stupor in the corridor. There was too much action on stage today. Having caught his breath, the boy went to his home. When he reached a soft bed, he simply plopped down into the kingdom of Morpheus. He had no time for the others. Arch 2 419 part, damned mission and request for an illusionist. Sorry for the previous message, I will try to improve. For those who want to help me, please write to me in PM. The bright sun hung in the blue sky. There wasn't a single cloud on the horizon, but the downside was that there was no wind. Not the slightest breath of sweet coolness. Team number 7 sat in the shade of a huge oak tree. Where is the oak tree from? O_O, trying to escape the sweltering heat. Sasuke and Sakura sat down on the ground to rest and drink water. They were given an easy task of rank D to plow the fields. There were 3 fields in total. It seems to be nothing complicated, but as soon as the young shinobi began their work, they learned all its horror. Kakashi said that while they were plowing the fields, he would give them more tasks. We only have 1 hour to do all this, Haruno whispered with a bit of sadness. The girl was drawn to go to the kingdom of Morpheus. To catch up with her partners and not be a burden, Sakura trained all night and now can't really think about anything. Sasuke, on the other hand, simply didn't know how could he know he's an Uchiha, how to plow the fields, so he also covered himself with training and gradually went to the Sleepy Kingdom, along with the Kunoichi. Only Naruto worked hard. Having created more than 300 clones, the blonde tried to do all the work alone. Wiping the sweat from his face, the boy plowed more and more land. My back hurt as much as all the muscles in my body. Naruto spent all his free time training. This became his motivation for living. Several shadow clones went to collect information in the library half an hour ago. Feeling that one of the clones of the second group, those that were in the library, had dissipated, the boy quickly looked through the information provided. Garbage. The guy grimaced and continued working. Exactly at the appointed time, which was surprising, Hatake arrived. Seeing that the entire team was smeared in mud, thanks to Uzumaki, and exhausted, and the fields were in the right condition, the man chuckled approvingly. The next task was to find the beloved hamster PB Who? Hamster? Author. Koshak is a tired topic of the feudal lord who fell into the sewer. Once again, Uzumaki alone worked, telling his teammates that they could handle it on their own. To prevent Kakashi from setting them on fire, the blonde doused Uchiha and Haruno with the dirtiest water in the world. Next, the task consisted of sorting documents, which was again done by the hardworking and silent blonde. The clones gave him a colossal amount of necessary and useless information. Previously, the boy would have simply fainted, but not in this situation. He had a lot of urgent matters to attend to. Sasuke just woke up. He slept so well and for a long time, he had never slept before. Noticing that he was in the archive, he immediately remembered how Uzumaki made excuses and got out of it so that he and Sakura could rest in peace. Idiot, the brunette whispered, approaching the exhausted guy. Strange, but it was Uzumaki who gained Sasuke's respect, not Sakura or Kakashi-san, but Naruto. This blonde, silent guy couldn't get out of the Uchiha's head. He's my brother, the Uchiha said to himself, and went to help Naruto with the sorting. An hour later, the copy ninja showed up. The tasks for today are over, announced the blonde hedgehog. You are free for today. Naruto nodded and walked towards the Uchiha quarter where he now settled. Go to the 10th training ground, Kurama said. Naruto obediently turned towards the 10th training ground, where the 8th team usually trains. Hey, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Kurane-sensei. Uzumaki raised his hand and greeted the guys. The eighth team greeted the blonde. Why are you here? The dog owner asked, scratching Akamaru. I need to talk to Kurenai Yuhi, Uzumaki answered seriously, quoting the words of the fox. Since you have already finished, I can safely assume that no one will interfere with the conversation. Kiba opened his mouth in amazement. You're so talkative today, Inuzuka admired. I've never heard your voice before, and I couldn't catch your smell. The blonde smiled. He was clearly flattered by the bloodhound's words. I think that no one will bother us, Kurenai said, without reacting to Naruto's request. Let's go into the forest. It will be safer there. Naru nodded and followed the mentor of the eighth team, who in turn could not move. Is Naruto-kun really having problems? Hinata asked quietly. Maybe he's sick? Rather, not in his body. But why, you ask? But because his soul has pain, Shino spoke, as always in his own manner. Are you asking me to do exactly this? Yuhi asked, almost shouting. The Uzumaki nodded. If this doesn't happen, then it will be bad for all of us, and especially for you. The blonde agreed, emphasizing the word you. Okay, Kurenai gave in. Just promise that nothing will happen. I promise. After that, Kure disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Naruto chose the usual path on foot. Kurama, this is too risky. Don't drift! Believe me, worse has happened! Naruto sighed heavily. Of course, this matter was the least of his worries. Arch 2, 520 part, Junin quests. Naruto sat on the second Hokage's head. It probably sounds ambiguous, but for Naruto it was true. Tobirama's head was significantly smaller than the rest of the Hokage, but despite this, many tried to surpass him. To outshine a world-famous brother is already a feat, but to create your own equipment in just a month is beyond comprehension. So for Uzumaki, the second was a hero and an example, so he sat exclusively on the top of his head. Hello, Naruto-kun, Kakashi sat down next to him. How are you doing? Hatake also preferred to sit in this exact place. It's time to open a Tobimara fan club. It's simple, great, the blonde responded. You can't say that about you. Naruto decided to remain silent. He didn't like to talk. Kakashi-senpai, when is our next mission? In 3 days, Naru nodded. If he calculated everything correctly, then he has 3 days to prepare and implement the plan. Kakashi chuckled very emotionally. Of course, he knew about the plan, and moreover, he participated in it. Just tell me one thing, why? Naruto thought about it. The blonde hedgehog already thought that he was being ignored, but the son of Yodame answered, I need to prevent everything. Hatake nodded, pleased with the answer. When are we moving out? The man grinned. Today at midnight, finally looking at his interlocutor, Naruto continued, Don't be late, otherwise you'll have to cover. Hatake nodded and left silently. You are very interesting, Naruto, the man thought, and disappeared into the foliage. The blonde sighed. The main thing is that everything works out, whispered the young Jinchuriki. Is everyone here? Asked Asuma. Naruto nodded. The boy was wearing his favorite black cloak. There were about 5 Junin shinobi standing around the blonde. Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, Gai, Iruka, Ibiki, everything seems to be in place. The boy counted the arrivals. You all know your task, the guy began. Steely notes were heard in his voice. If everything works out, then we'll be back in the morning. Now, Kakashi and Gai will go to the Uchiha Vault, Kurenai and Iruka go to the Whirlpool, Asuma and Ibiki head to the Jashin God Temple, and I will head to the hidden village in Hot Springs. If you find any information, then inform the others via secret communication. The shinobi nodded and headed to the area indicated to them, and the blonde himself ran in his own direction. Kakashi's POV. Damn, Naruto actually has a voice. I wonder if he's going to join ANBU. Oh, XO, they put me with Guy. Little bastard. Okay, calm down. If we get the information, we will be able to carry out his plan. And even a very good plan. Kakashi, you know where to go? Might asked. Well, why Guy? Yes, the green beast of Konoha fell silent. Strange, it doesn't look like him. Oh, Naruto must have told him something. Oh, this little guy. If it were up to me, he would already be leading the ANBU and would be the hero of the world. Here is the Uchiha quarter. It hasn't changed at all. It's even strange that nothing has changed, only if there are new additions to families. Hey, Obito, do you see this? Everything is just great. The whole neighborhood is thriving, and the Uchihas are no longer outcasts. If only you were a friend here. You know, Naruto is very similar to you, only he became more serious after his coma, even somehow unexpectedly. Oh, here is the building you need. Here. Yes, I'm not very verbose with Guy. He imagines himself equal to me and is trying to win. He sometimes even infuriates me with his strength of youth, which he definitely does not have. This fool thinks that he will replace Obito and Rin and Minato Sensei for me, but this is not true at all. They can only be replaced by Naruto Strange, but it is this guy who inspires everyone. End Kakashi's POV. After getting past the Uchiha's defenses using the Sharingan, Team 1, as Naruto dubbed them, infiltrated the Uchiha clan's vault of documents and secret techniques. Our task is to copy this information, but we cannot view it, Kakashi explained. Guy nodded and began this seemingly easy task. Looking around the small round room filled with scrolls, Kakashi sighed heavily. Well, I'll remember this for you, blonde little devil. Team number 2 had absolutely no easier time. It was not very far to the village hidden in the whirlpool, about half an hour of running, but Kurenai was already cursing herself for agreeing. A terrible fear of deserted places pressed on the girl and did not allow her to breathe calmly. Iruka was calm. Apparently, he had to go somewhere more than once to such terrible places. Don't worry, the brown-haired man smiled faintly. Naruto clearly calculated everything. He couldn't be wrong. Yuhi nodded. The words of her temporary partner calmed her down. Naruto will be further than everyone else, so he will definitely be gone for 3 days. But a day will be enough for us. Kakashi and Guy will handle it overnight, and Ibiki and Asuma will complete their task for 2 days. The brunette thought, without slowing down. Yes, it's strange that we only know where the others are, but we have no idea what their task is. The illusionist nodded. The teacher was right. I wonder what he's up to. This question haunted the girl. Flashback. What do you need? Kurenai asked, arching an eyebrow. I need you to help me with one thing, the blonde began, sitting down on a stone. And what? I need some documents from the archives of the village of Whirlpool. But as you know, the village is dilapidated and no one lives there. I need all the scrolls found there and one sword, quite long, with a scarlet blade like blood and a dark blue hilt. I hope that you will help me in this tricky matter, and don't tell anyone about it. I need it so that the Nine-Tails does not break out of me until I myself release him into the wild, and you know what consequences this is fraught with for all of us. You're asking Madame to climb into an abandoned village and take something from there? Yuhi asked, dumbfounded. Are you asking me to do exactly this? Kurenai herself didn't notice how she sat down on the grass. Naruto nodded. If this doesn't happen, then it will be bad for all of us, and especially for you, the blonde agreed, emphasizing the word you. Okay, Kurenai gave in. Just promise me that nothing will happen. I promise. Having understood who they were talking about, the boy agreed. Take care of Asuma, Naruto. End of flashback. Don't you dare break your promise, Naruto. I know you will succeed. The entire further journey, neither Iruka nor Kurenai said a word. I wonder what the others have, Asuma asked his partner. Probably some small request to collect information, Ibiki answered, without turning around. Listen, how did you even agree to this? I don't understand myself, Marino admitted honestly. I don't even understand why I'm talking to you now. Perhaps the kid has his own method of brainwashing. Yeah, brainwashing from Naruto. Do you remember at least something from your dialogue? The man in black nodded. After what he himself puts it, Naruto therapy Marino is polite and open, and even any request for him is an order from his immediate superior. He's unusual, Sarutobi whispered. I think he will surpass all shinobi. He has potential, but he needs to be directed somehow. I have no doubt that this will happen. Arch 2, 621, Parts. Meeting at the temple. I hate these attacks! Hissed an albino walking along the long street. Damn you! He was a young man with an athletic build. He has crimson eyes and combed back ash-colored hair that ends at the level of the bandage around his neck with the Hot Springs Village sign crossed out. There is also a necklace with the sign of Jashin hanging around his neck. Wears an Akatsuki cloak, unbuttoned to the level of his stomach. He constantly carries a scythe with him, holding it in his left hand with 3 bright red blades and a rope at the end of the handle, going into the left sleeve of his cloak. At the belt and under the cloak, there is a reel with a rope from the same braid wound around it. The fingernails and toenails are painted dark turquoise. Judging by his appearance, the young man is very annoyed. A tall man was walking nearby. His eyes are green, without pupils, and his sclera is red. On his head, he wears a white hood, over which he wears an unusual bandana with a crossed-out takigakur protector sewn into it. On his face, Kakuzu wears a mask of the same color that hides his mouth. The hood covered his head. The man himself was wearing the same Akatsuki cloak with red clouds. "Calm down," said the man in the mask. "We're almost there. We King came to this temple for the sake of your money, bitch, and now you're telling me to calm down!" Kakuzu remained silent because time is money. "Well, shut up, damn it!" the albino yelled, making an offended face. "Kakuzu! Yes, answer, bitch!" "Shut up, Haiden. If everything goes well, then we will receive praise from the leader." Haiden did not calm down. Continuing to yell and use obscene language, in the impulse of his statements, Haiden lost his vigilance and crashed into a pole on which strange signs were depicted. Grinning, the platinum blonde carefully stroked the inscriptions. "Worship to Jashin. This temple is great, and I should just remain calm and think only about faith," he whispered and moved on. Kakuzu sighed in relief. His restless partner behaved appropriately only in the temples of his god. "Your target is Daisuke. He is the high priest of the Jashin temple in the country of fire. The target is needed dead. Take the body to headquarters." The man remembered the words of the head of Akatsuki. "That's great," thought the accountant. Jashin Temple was located in the town of Sen. It was a small village that was famous for its roasted bear. They cooked it perfectly. The villagers mainly hunted and provided accommodation for travelers. Kakuzu greatly appreciated their hospitality, so before heading to the village, he tied up his partner. Asuma was already pretty tired. They reached the temple much quickly, so it is also possible that tomorrow they will already have the material they need. Naruto gave them some piece of paper and told them to give it to Daisuke Dono, who is the high priest. The task is quite simple, but why isn't something happening in Sarutobi's head? His thoughts were confused. A strange feeling of fear and pain gripped him. Something's wrong, Asuma thought chaotically. This haunted the Junin. Today, for the first time, he forgot to wear his headband as one of the 12 protectors of the Overlord. "Welcome," the old man greeted them friendly. The old man had hair as white as snow, blue eyes that penetrated the soul and pale skin. He was dressed in a simple white kimono with a red belt. "What is the purpose of your visit?" the old man asked, smiling with thin lips. "Misato-sama, we came with a message for Daisuke Dono." Ibiki bowed politely. Sarutobi was still surprised by Marino's changes. There was a powerful, strong man with an unshakable addiction to torture and interrogation. And then a graduate of the academy came, and that man became white and fluffy. "Please follow me," the old man asked, bowing meekly. Walking along the corridors of a rather large temple, Asuma involuntarily sighed in admiration. The paintings on the walls showing Jashin, his servants, and the sacrifices were both frightening and inviting. Sarutobi could never understand the actions of this god and his followers, but he definitely decided for himself that he would offer a prayer in honor of the bloody god at least once a year. "All the paintings were made during the reign of the first Hokage," the monk said, glancing sideways at one of the former protectors of the Lord. "They say that Madara Uchiha himself made the figure of Jashin-sama." Asuma believed. Madara, in all sources, worshipped the bloody god, and it is possible that he did at least something related to faith. "How many characters are there in total?" Marino suddenly asked. "Oh, there are exactly 684 of them here. No more, no less." The monk smiled. Ibiki nodded in satisfaction. Apparently, he also liked the paintings. They walked for a long time. If the temple seemed quite small in appearance, but inside, you understand that everything is not as it might seem at first glance. Soon, the third group reached the huge hall. In the center was a table for sacrifices, from which dark scarlet blood flowed. There were strange inscriptions on the floor, walls, and ceiling, which decreased in size as they came closer to the table. The candles, standing in the shape of a triangle in a circle, also covered the sacrificial table. A shiver ran down Asuma's spine. "Whose blood is this?" Sarutobi croaked, barely recognizing his own voice. "This is the blood of a bull," answered a red-haired youth of 13 with black eyes. His pale, diamond-shaped face showed no emotion. He was dressed in the same white kimono as the monk Misato, but this guy's belt was not red, but black. The same blood flowed from the guy's skinny hands. Ichiroken, there is no need to intimidate those who came to our humble temple, the man said softly. It was the same skinny and elongated man of about 40. There were small wrinkles on his slightly tanned face. Thin lips were compressed tightly. Red hair, cut short, bounces with his every movement. He was dressed in a golden kimono with a black belt. What do you need, travelers? Studying Asuma and Ibiki with his orange eyes. Asuma could not answer anything. PB, he was simply upset by such a hospitable reception. We arrived with a message, Daisuke Dono, recognizing their goal in the man. Marino bowed meekly. Sarutobi repeated his movement and handed the scroll to the high priest. Quickly skimming the contents of the scroll, the monk chuckled. Ichiro, bring everything that's written down here, Daisuke ordered, throwing the scroll to the guy. And you, dear guests, can wait outside. Misatosen will show you until you leave. Having thanked the monk, the third group disappeared into the labyrinth after the elder. Well, Haydn asked, looking searchingly at his partner. We must pick up the one in black, the bounty hunter said, nodding at Ibiki. This is Morino Ibiki. There is a reward of 10,000 Ryo on his head. Haydn flashed a bloodthirsty grin and took out his three-bladed scythe. Well, let's get started, damn it. Asuma got into a fighting stance. Ibiki, take the white one, and I'll take care of the one in the mask. Marino nodded and pointed at Haydn with a kunai. Asuma, in turn, headed towards Kakuzu. You can't defeat me, stupid, Kakuzu laughed. I'm immortal, just like my stupid partner. Asuma didn't believe it, but something told him that it was better to stop. Oh, how much longer should you live? The hunter mocked. You haven't done anything worthwhile. Asuma sighed. I'm interested to know, Sarutobi suddenly said calmly. Why don't you want to fight me? Because you are not even put up on the black market, you are not worth it all. 0. Empty space. You are a loser who has achieved nothing. I can calmly send you to the boy who stands on the other side of the temple with the necessary you with things. We didn't come for you anyway. Asuma got angry. Seeing this, Kakuzu simply appeared behind the Junin and forcefully hit him in the carotid artery. Falling onto the enemy's proffered hand, Asuma fell out of reality. Having catapulted the smoker far away, the hunter sat down to watch the battle. Hidan had already drawn a sign of worship to Jashin, and now he was simply trying to touch Ibiki with his scythe, who skillfully dodged and did not allow himself to be touched. Fighting off all the weapons flying at him, Hidan came close to Marino and touched his cheek with the second blade. Quickly returning to the circle, the albino licked the blood from the blade and became covered with a strange tattoo. His skin turned pitch black, but not all of it. The white part of the tattoo showed the location of the bones. Laughing madly, the Akatsuki member stabbed his leg with the blade. Ibiki's POV. I had never experienced such severe pain in my life, but I was not going to scream and show it. Collecting my thoughts, I realized that I could only hurt him if I hurt myself. It hurts, but what else can I do? I'm not going to die from this crazy idiot who laughs like an idiot. Damn, Asuma is no longer there. Most likely he was just thrown out somewhere. The main thing is that everything is okay with him. I raise the kunai and forcefully drive it into my hand. Strange, but there is no pain. Yeah, that means I was right after all. Haha, and who is immortal here now, huh? Bastard, Esere! Damn, he's still a swearer. Oh, not my kunai! This blonde guy just took it and ripped open his stomach with my own kunai, I screamed. This is already too unbearable. Every blow. Damn, I'm already lying on the ground, but I don't feel anything other than pain. Haydn, I only need the head, said the one hiding under the mask. And then I realized that I was screwed. I hit myself in the jaw and quickly stood up. It's like this freak raped me. No, really. My whole body hurts and... Ach! I coughed. Blood flowed from his mouth. Damn, he left the circle, which means I'm hitting myself now. Finish him, Kakuzu, the albino said with mercy. The one in the mask looked at me. I felt this bloodthirsty gaze. Oh, I'm already dead for sure. Having folded the seals, I sent the clone to the other side of the temple. Yes, he must convey my message. This Kakuzu pointed his hand at me, from which black threads flew out. I smiled. This may be my last battle, so why can't I die with a smile on my face? The clone has already delivered my message and ordered it to be given to Naruto Uzumaki, and the boy must now live with the blonde. Naruto, I whispered finally as the threads wrapped around my neck and body. Just don't take it personally. Kakuzu heard my words. Naruto, is this your son? I couldn't answer, but to protect the boy, I nodded. I won't touch him, the bounty hunter promised and tore my body apart. Daisukem great power. Misatum beautiful city. Ichirom first son. Mini filler. Everyday life of the 9th team. Naruto will only be back in 2 days, so we can get some sleep, Kakashi yawned. He and Guy were at the Dango restaurant and ate a 3-flowered sweet, after which the establishment was named. Dangos are excellent, Might exclaimed. They give me the strength of youth. Hatake smiled bitterly. He was really tired of Guy, and only Naruto could calm this idiot down. Damn, he has a student who looks exactly like him. The thought made Kakashi want to puke. I think I'll go home and get some sleep, the blonde hedgehog said, taking the copied scrolls sealed in a package and leaving the money on the table. The morning turned out to be fresh and sunny, and most importantly, quiet. Having quickly reached his apartment, the Junin lay down on his bed and fell into a carefree sleep. Guy sat quietly, which was not at all like him. Naruto said that he might not return by the appointed time and gave the task for the green beast of Konoha to come up with an excuse. Absorbed in ideas, the brunette with a bowl-cut haircut did not notice Neji approaching him. Neji has noticeably long brown hair. His hair reached mid-back and was braided just above the end, with 2 straps attached to a smaller headband that was covered by a protector. Guy-sensei, when is our training? Might looked at the student and perked up. In 3 hours. Hyuga nodded and moved on. I'll tell this to Tenten. The white-eyed man nodded. Guy nodded in response and went after Lee. This boy was simply a small copy of Guy himself, only his facial features and eyes were much rounder. 3 hours later, the 9th team gathered at the 2nd training ground, surrounded by forest. Tenten blushed slightly from the fact that she was standing next to Neji, and he, in turn, was trying to touch the young Kunoichi's hand. Of course, Guy knew that they were already a couple, but he didn't show it. Unfortunately, they cannot be together according to the rules of the Hyuga clan, because Tenten is not a member of any clan, and this is not beneficial for the white-eyed people. Today there will be sparring with your clones, create 3 opponents and go into battle. Might smiled broadly. The guys did just that. The only one who was enthusiastic was Rock Lee. Yeah, this guy never gets tired. Guy-sensei, Hyuga called. I defeated them. Then you fight me! The fight was hot. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, all this was mixed up in the battle, and neither Tenten nor Rock Lee could understand what was happening there now. Neji's POV. A blow, a block, a blow, a throw. Everything is mixed up. I can't even distinguish the sky from the ground. So the main thing is not to fall on your face in front of Tenten. Whirlwind! I yelled, throwing the sensei away from me. Cool, he's out of kunai! So don't relax. I won't show my emotions like Naruto did. Calm down and beat. I wonder why Naruto changed. Moreover, he disappeared somewhere for a whole year. All this is strange, but oh well. If he became a genius, then he must first surpass me. Heh, this will never happen. So, the teacher's fist flies at me. Yes, Geisensei is serious. I wonder why he is so collected today. Not the same as before. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Well, since you are so serious, sensei, then I won't lag behind. Huh, I hit all the right spots. Surprised, right? Huh, I'm a genius. So he opens the 3rd gate. It seems to life, oh well, I need to defeat him. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Ha, now you can't even move! Ag! Damn, he hit me, but when? Oh, he opened the gate. Exo, I fell. What will Tenten think of me? And Neji's POV. Neji! The brown-haired girl exclaimed and ran up to her lover. Lee, in turn, ran up to Guy. After taking his partners to the hospital, Lee and Tenten sat down in the waiting room. It was a white room with many sofas, and pillows. Sitting down on a soft sofa, the girl nervously fiddled with her clothes. Lee, in turn, simply paced around the room. Everything is fine with them, said the nurse who approached. They have normal exhaustion. They'll sleep for a day and return to normal. The aspiring weapons master thanked the nurse and left the hospital with the thick eyebrow. I'm going to training, the boy said importantly, and ran away. Tenten headed to the park. She was bored and nothing could change this day. I sat down on a bench that was under some tree. Tenten didn't really understand biology, she only liked weapons, so there was no point in asking her anything on this topic. taking out a scroll from his pouch with a description of the dragon dance technique. The girl read slowly, but did not miss a word. This is how the day passed for Team 9. Arch 2, 722, part, Hado. At this rate, I'll never make it to training, the blonde hissed. Getting caught on the border of the land of fire and the land of hot springs was pretty stupid, but Naruto didn't fall for that. He was heading to the city of Hato, famous for the largest hot springs in all countries, but the Uzumaki was not going to have fun, but to carry out his own mission. Now, he was hanging over the abyss, holding on to only one rope, which threw him here. "Who are you?" someone's voice shouted. The voice most likely belonged to a boy, so Naruto answered. "Naruto Uzumaki, I arrived in the land of hot springs for peaceful purposes. Now Uzumaki has hope that at least someone will get him out of here." The rope began to move upward. Finding himself on a hard surface again, the blonde sighed in relief. A boy of about 9 stood in front of him, puny. A wiry guy with no injuries or mutilations. Sad eyes, dark short hair. Slightly hunched over, bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. Wears pants and a white shirt. He has a single kuni attached to his belt. "Thank you," Naruto smiled radiantly. The boy nodded, but had no intention of leaving. "What's your name?" "Tomo." Naruto took Tuma with him on his trip. Tomo talked about his life all the way to Hato. It turns out that he wasn't so lonely before. Tomo was born in the land of the moon. His entire childhood was spent training, but when he turned 7, shinobi from the land of sound attacked his village and took everyone who had chakra hostage, but Tomo managed to escape. The boy traveled around the world for quite a long time and has now reached the land of hot springs. "You stumbled upon my trap. I was just securing my camp." "Are you alone?" The boy nodded. "Then come with me to Konoha?" The boy thought about it. Despite his 9 years, he was as tall as Uzumaki. While Tomo was thinking, they had already reached Yugakure. The town is quiet and peaceful. Hot springs, souvenir stalls, and various eateries made the atmosphere festive. Early in the morning, there was no one there, so Naruto and Tomo went to the local dango restaurant and ordered 3 servings for 2. "You need to eat more," the blonde explained. Tomo nodded. Judging by his appearance, he is willing to go to hell for Naruto, no matter what the end of the world. While greedily eating 3-colored dango, Tomo explained to his new friend that he has an unusual genjutsu of the moon, which is studied only in his native country. "It's like a sharingan," the boy explained after chewing. The main thing is the visual effect, but if you have perfectly developed your capabilities, you can impose genjutsu on anyone just by looking at them. Naruto nodded. "This information is quite interesting, so you can't miss a word." "Tell me about yourself?" Tomo suddenly asked. Naruto was not at a loss. He told everything he knew about himself, every moment he lived. "Wow!" the brunette exclaimed. "So you're strong! It's just that my trap is easy, so I thought that you—" "No, I just spent the whole night getting here and never looked at my feet. Not surprising," Naru admitted honestly. When Tomo finished his portion, they moved along the stalls with various delicacies and useful things. "Why did you come here?" "I need to find out something, and most importantly, more." Tomo didn't ask any more questions. Upon reaching the large red tent, Naruto smiled. Inside were many chests with decorations, a rather strange rounded bed, and 3 seats made from tree stumps with roots. On a white pillow that lay on the bed, there was a curved blade, the silver handle of which was decorated with a large ruby. On one of the seats sat an ordinary guy, 17 years old, tall. He has dark hair just above his shoulders and golden eyes. He is dressed very simply, in gray with a high collar and a zipper in the middle, blue and high black boots. "Oh, gentlemen, would you like to look at a rare stone made of pure emerald?" The young man smiled. His voice was melodic, pleasant and hard. No one could resist it. "Well, almost—" "No, Morio," Naruto answered harshly, picking up the dagger. "Where are you from?" the young man asked furiously for a second. But when he came to his senses, he smiled tensely. "What then does he want, young master?" The Uzumaki chuckled. "The young master wants what the merchant promised him in a letter." "Hino." The young man perked up. "So it's you?" The brunette was surprised. "I thought that you were older and— that you would come alone. Unforeseen circumstances." Morio nodded and went to one of the chests and fished out a small package. "If it breaks, don't expect anything new or remade," the brunette grinned, handing the package to the blonde. This material is not available anywhere else. Naruto nodded and placed the toad-shaped wallet on the pillow. There's also the dagger. I really like it. Morio shrugged. There is a curse on this dagger, so I haven't been able to sell it for a month. I don't care. Coming out of the tent, Naruto sealed both the bundle and the dagger into a scroll. Where to go next? Asked Tomo. Now we need to buy clothes, provisions, and weapons, as well as find out as much gossip as possible. Tomo nodded. Approaching each tent, the boys bought something. It's good that Naruto took 2 wallets, and also received this or that information about everything. Sometimes it was unnecessary, sometimes it was interesting, and sometimes it was what Uzumaki was looking for. When the wallet was empty and the backpacks were filled to capacity, the guys moved to Konoha. They ran all night, not giving themselves the right to rest. No, of course Naruto carried Tomo, but he in turn made sure that no one bumped into them. Having reached the forest through which the only road to Konoha ran, the blonde smiled widely. Tomo, the Jinchuriki, quietly called his new friend. The boy did not respond. Fell asleep. After running through the forest, Naruto finally saw the huge gate to Konoha. Kotetsu Izumo, the boy called, knocking. The gates opened. On the threshold, he was met by 2 sleepy shinobi. One of them, a young shinobi with narrow black eyes and long, shaggy hair of the same shade. He has a square beard on his chin. He has a bandage tied around the back of his head. He wears the standard Konohagakure no Sato outfit, consisting of a green chunin vest. It has 2 pockets for storing scrolls, kunai, and various medical devices. For protection, the vest has a long collar and elongated shoulder pads. The Maelstrom village symbol is embroidered on the back, symbolizing the connection between Konoha and Uzumaki Ichizoku. The second, a young shinobi with long brown hair. Part of his hair completely covers his right eye. He wears a blue cap with the protector of his home village sewn into it. The guy himself is dressed in the standard Konohagakure attire, consisting of a green chunin vest. Oh, Naruto, is that you? The first one yawned, and Izumo thought that it was Kurenai who had returned from her walk. Kotetsu, shut up! Izumo hissed, rubbing his eyes. Naruto smiled. Everything went strictly according to plan. Tomo, he turned to the boy. Meet, this is Izumo, and this is Kotetsu. They are chunin and very funny guys. So let's go home first, and then to the Hokage. The boy nodded and, clutching the strap of his backpack tighter, followed the blonde. Wow, Tomo exclaimed in admiration. Naruto recently rented a new apartment in the Uchiha quarter. His home was a fairly large house, decorated like the rest of the houses in the area. Fusuma with various trees, shoji, a small chaniwa behind the mansion, with roji made of white stones, with a chaishita under sakura. Having allocated a room next to his own for Tomo, the guy began to lay out his things. This is simply amazing, Tomo exclaimed, being in a spare room with many flowers. Go take a shower and then you'll see what I bought for you. Uzumaki smiled. The brunette nodded and took a towel and quickly walked towards the bathroom. Taking out Morio's dagger from his backpack, Naruto grinned. The dagger of Susanoo no Mikoto! The blonde man turned and whispered incredulously. So that's how it is. Having hidden the dagger under the cabinet, the boy took out the next thing. It was a black tank top with 3/4 length mesh sleeves and black loose pants with bandages wrapped around the ankles. A wide sword belt is slung over the right shoulder. There were also black sandals. After putting things on Tomo's bed, the blonde felt that the boy was already heading here. And indeed, on the threshold of the room stood a brunette with dripping droplets of water falling from his wet hair. Some drop ran next to the hump on his nose and rolled down the boy's soft lips. Naruto looked at the boy in shock. His body was well trained, but that was not the limit. The towel hanging on his hips slipped slightly, but did not show Tomo's dignity. I've prepared something for you, Naruto said after agonizing seconds, turning his gaze to the bed. Tomo smiled, thanked the Uzumaki, and headed towards the bed on which the things lay. Is this for me? Tomo didn't believe it. Yes, the blonde nodded. If you don't like it, then maybe go and see something else. Tomo shook his head. This is what I need. After changing his clothes, Tomo sat down opposite the blonde. Naruto-san, you said something about the Hokage. The Uzumaki nodded and stood up. The third lit a cigarette. Naruto and Tomo arrived about 20 minutes ago. The Jinchuriki quickly explained that he was training in the forest and found Tomo there. Tomo fled from Orochimaru and wandered into the forests of Konoha. Apparently, the fox said seriously, approaching the end of his story. Tomo doesn't remember much, especially since he's in shock and lacking sleep. That's why I didn't say it right away, so I wouldn't have been hiding in the house. The Hokage nodded. Apparently, the old man believed in the story he had prepared. You can go, I'll think about Tomo's fate. Phew! Naruto breathed when he and Tomo were already home. I thought he didn't believe it. Tomo nodded as if to say, I thought so too. Okay, go eat, Naru smiled. It seems like there's still something left. This is what happened to Naruto. Fusuma is a sliding thin door, most often consisting of paper and a frame. Paper is often painted in the form of various designs, animals, trees, etc. Shoji is a small door, window, or partition between rooms. Tianiwa is a tea garden where a tea house is located. Roji is a path in the tea garden leading to the tea house itself. Most often, it is lined with stone. Chasitsa is a Japanese tea house. It is small in size and has many windows, most often located on top, only for light. A large fusuma is often used, overlooking the garden. Arch 2, 823, Part, One-on-one or Battle with the Devil. Hello, Naruto-kun, Kakashi nodded. All the strange training camps ended a week ago. The Uzumaki had not left his room in the mansion all week, causing Tomo and Ichiro to sound the alarm. When the blonde was pulled out of his hiding place, they sympathized with Ibiki's death. Now, during training, the blonde frowned all the time, but did not show tears and clearly did not intend to. Iruka, who was also present here, had already managed to convey to the boy what he asked. We started with a warm-up. Having stretched his muscles, Naruto began to do push-ups, Sasuke decided to pump up his abs, and Sakura went for a run around the training ground. Hatake occasionally made comments to them, but Naru received none. Then the blonde did squats, the brunette began to run, and the pink-haired one hung on a branch like on a beam and performed body lifts above her arms. Hatake frowned. Sakura was glowing with enthusiasm, which was unlike her. Apparently, she decided to show the guys how strong she is. Sasuke wasn't far behind either, but Naruto. It was a mystery to Hataka why he was frowning for so long. Suddenly, Naru grinned. Sensei, shall we go for the task? The Uchiha was immediately nearby. Sakura was slower, of course, but still exceeded her speed. Iruka, come with us, the guys smiled. Did you really want another drank task? The Sandame grinned. Naruto shook his head. Hokage-sama, you are not blind. You probably noticed that we need at least 10 minutes to complete drank tasks. We are superior to everyone, so we need more complex tasks. Sarutobi nodded with every word. So you need a more difficult task? Well, C rank should suit you for the first time. Come in. An elderly man with gray hair and small dark eyes entered the office. Due to his poor eyesight, he wears glasses. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt and beige pants. A purple sash is tied around her waist, and a white towel hangs from her neck. In his hand was a bottle of what Naruto assumed was sake. You must accompany the famous architect Tazuna-san to the Land of Waves. What the hell is this? The architect asked, sipping sake. They're just kids, especially the blonde one. Are you really a shinobi? Naruto moved with lightning speed to the drunkard, and putting a kunai to his throat answered, Do you want to check this? The architect swallowed noisily. There was not a single emotion on Uzumaki's face. Naruto-kun, we should protect our employer, not kill him, Hatake said, gently placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder. If the employer doubts the strength of Konoha shinobi again, he will no longer be able to hire us. Naruto put away the kunai anyway. Having created a clone, Naruto sent him to get things. In 10 minutes at the exit, he just said and jumped out of the window, heading to the old training ground. No one dared to disobey Uzumaki. I don't like that guy, said the architect Kakashi. Can I go without him? If we leave without him, it will be even worse, said the ash-haired man, reading a book in an orange cover. Naruto arrived exactly at the appointed time. As they set off, team number 7 chatted cheerfully about something, but Naruto silently walked ahead. Not a trace remained of the sunny smile. Mr. Tazuna, when the team walked a kilometer away from the village, Sakura finally said, What's happened? Are you from the Land of Waves? And what? Kakashi-sensei, aren't there any ninjas there? Seeing that there was no way to talk to the half-drunk customer, Haruno asked. No, there are no ninjas in the Land of Waves, But in other countries, there are also ninja villages and everyone has different customs. For most territories, the hidden villages serve as a support for their country. Uzumaki took the floor. In other words, they provide protection and maintain peace between countries. Ninja villages are not under the authority of the country, they are outside it. Small countries like the Land of Waves do not need their own hidden villages. They are already protected by the sea. There are shinobi villages in the Land of Fire, Water, Lightning, Wind, and Earth. They are the largest and most powerful. Together they form the 5 great shinobi countries. Country of Fireleaf, Country of Water Fog, Country of Lightning Cloud, Country of Wind Sand, and Country of Earth Stone. Each of the hidden villages of the 5 great shinobi countries is led by a shinobi with the title of Kage. Hokage, Mizukage, Raikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage. The Council of 5 Kage, better known as the Gokage. They are the leaders of ninjas around the world. Sakura squealed in delight. Naruto-kun, you are so smart. Uzumaki already regretted not letting Kakashi tell this. The shinobi moved on. Sakura kept looking at Sasuke, then at Naruto, then at Kakashi and couldn't believe her happiness. Naruto suddenly stopped. 2 young men were sitting among the trees. One of them is a man of average height. He has long, dark brown hair and large eyes with small pupils. Like his brother, he wears a respirator to protect him from poison. On his arm is a batarugurobu, which he uses in battle. He is dressed in a wide black raincoat and striped pants. The feet are wearing high boots. On his head, he wears the protector of his home village, embroidered on black fabric. The second man is of average height. He has long, dark brown hair and large eyes with small pupils. Like his brother, he wears a respirator to protect him from poison. On his arm is a batarugurobu, which he uses in battle. He is dressed in a wide black raincoat and striped pants. The feet are wearing high boots. On his head, he wears the protector of his home village, embroidered on black fabric. The blond boy they had just been watching appeared behind them. Having struck the brothers in the carotid artery, Uzumaki sealed their bodies in scrolls. That's better. Grunting, the Jinchuriki headed towards the team. Returning to the team, Naruto realized that this could not be left without an explanation. What, you can't go about your business anymore? Kakashi apparently didn't believe it, but now he pretended that everything was fine. Let's go. My little devils couldn't cope? Asked a middle-aged man in surprise. The bandages covered half of his face, so only small, dark eyes and short, dark hair could be seen. His distinctive feature is the absence of eyebrows. He also has very pale skin and brown eyes. Kirigakura's protector is turned on its side. He goes shirtless. On his stomach was a belt to which the kubikiri bocho was attached. He also wore light blue striped pants. On his arms and legs, he wore what appeared to be the striped wristbands of Kirigakure. The man was sitting on a dark blue sofa in a strange, round room where there was only a sofa and a door. 3 young men sat nearby on one knee. Everyone wore the same clothes, a meshed shirt, over which was a gray vest, black pants, and blue shinobi sandals. They all had the same hairstyle, dark brown, long hair. Without emotional faces, they were hidden by respirators. "You didn't complete the mission?" shouted a mature man of short stature and plump build. "You said that you are first-class mercenaries. Why did I pay you so much?" The disgruntled man had tall brown hair and small eyes with dark pupils. He wears glasses over them. In addition, a small mustache grows on the man's face. He himself is dressed in a black suit, underneath which he wears a yellow shirt and a purple tie. The feet are wearing brown boots. "Stop complaining," said the man on the couch. Drawing his sword, he aimed the blade straight at the throat of the disgruntled man, whose face now showed fear. "I'll take on this matter myself. The last thing he'll see is this blade. I hope this is true." He hired ninjas for security. Even your little devils could not defeat them. Now he is on guard. "We need someone with outstanding abilities," the man spoke hastily. "Who do you think you're talking to?" "I am the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza, and I will kill him myself." The boat hit the dock softly. The travelers descended onto the boardwalk. "That's it, I'm home. Goodbye. Be careful." The boatman quickly swam away. "Yes," the architect said after him and turned to the shinobi. "Now, take me home safe and sound." Okay, Kakashi answered, and he plunged into his sad thoughts. Gato is a rich man, and therefore dangerous. If the old man really bothers him, he will easily hire other ninjas. Only this time the opponents will be of a higher rank. Not Chunin, but Junin. He can hardly cope with shinobi of this level alone, and Team 7 is not his help. Even Naruto, who dealt with 2 Chunin alone, could not help him. Kakashi distracted Naruto from his sad thoughts. Climbing into the bushes, the guy picked up the white rabbit and stroked it. Something is wrong here. That's how Naruto frowns. White. The fact that rabbits are white only in winter may mean that he is domestic. Bend down! Sasuke shouted sharply. Naruto had been sitting on the ground for a long time, causing Tazuna to sit down as well. You never know. And so I just had to repeat after the blonde. A moment later, a huge sword whistled over the heads of the travelers. It was hard to even imagine that such a colossus could be thrown with such force. The sword entered the tree halfway through its wide blade, and a shinobi with a Kirigakure no Sato bandage on his forehead landed on its long hilt. His face was hidden by a mask of bandages. The jonin reached for the bandage covering his eye. The children watched, spellbound, wanting to see the legendary dojutsu. It seems that you are Kakashi's sharingan. The unfamiliar man turned to the travelers. Give me the old man. You guys surround and guard Tazuna-san. Don't interfere. This opponent is not on your level. Then Kakashi saw that the stranger was looking at the blonde with interest. One-on-one? Kakashi looked at the boy and all his organs twisted. Naruto held out 2 fingers, which meant one-on-one sparring. Unless, of course, the opponent joined hands with the challenger in a sign of harmony. Approaching the boy, the shinobi touched him with his huge fingers, ending the harmony. Shonehi, Yoranai ho. Putting his hand on the ground, Naruto made a barrier, the same as the one at the academy. On conditions? Naruto nodded. If you defeat me, you can attack the team, but if you lose, then you go as my hostage. What's your name, guy? The man asked, laughing. Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza Momochi. Then go to battle. Having created 2 clones, Naruto took a fighting stance. Zabuza raised his sword and cut the air. After making the seals, Naruto created Raikiri and pierced the water clone. The swordsman did not remain in debt and, in turn, destroyed one of the clones. Minato, Naruto, be careful, try the Rasengan. Uzumaki followed his father's advice and created a ball of chakra and hit Zabuza in the solar plexus with it. Momochi flew into the barrier and melted into a puddle. It was another clone. All that's left is Kurama. Naruto, now you have a higher dojutsu, you have a sharingan with 1 tomoe, but you can use the Byakugan if you just want to use it. Naruto nodded and made a concentration seal and said, Byakugan. Naruto spoke quietly. There is no need to reveal all your cards, especially in front of the team. Whirlwind. Spinning in place and throwing out chakra, Naruto significantly beat up the demon of the mist. 8 trigram technique. 32 touches, Naruto said, running up to Zabuza and began to knock out the Tenketsu. 2 hits, 4 hits, 6 hits, 16 hits, 32 hits. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Momochi's lips. Having settled on the ground, the demon began to breathe heavily and then completely fell to the ground. Uzumaki could barely stand on his feet. It worked, he whispered, dispelling the barrier. Arc 2, 924. Part. Things could have been worse. Kakashi couldn't find a place for himself. How stupid you are, Naruto. The boy was lying on his sleeping bag. Zabuza was sitting next to him. You know, Kakashi, he's unusual, Momochi finally squeezed out. The construction of the bridge is almost finished. Gato is killed, his gang is already in the grave, and Naruto still has not woken up. No, of course he woke up. Not for long. Said something about some person with the last name Hinobi, something about the Uchihas, something about Yodame Hokage, but no one understood him. Chakra depletion is a terrible thing, but he will wake up in a week. Only 3 days have passed, but everyone is on edge. I'll look after him. You go? Something is not finished on the bridge yet. Kakashi nodded and went downstairs where the others were waiting for him. Inara-kun, look after Naruto-kun. I don't really trust the demon. The boy nodded and headed upstairs. The Uzumaki story inspired him, and he believed in heroes again. But this hero still didn't want to wake up. Talk about the battle that no one could remember except Zabuza. Talk about his life and just make a joke. Sitting opposite the demon, Inari watched the boy. He seems ordinary, but he is different from everyone else. Ino-chan, Naruto suddenly whispered and hugged the air. I won't give you to anyone, do you hear? Ino, Ino, Momochi laughed. Instead of this Ino, the blonde was now hugging and kissing his sleeping bag. Inari looked at Uzumaki in surprise. This guy's dreams are unusual, that's for sure. Inari smiled. Apparently, even the hero could not confess his love to someone, because it is easier to kill an entire army of the strongest than to talk about his feelings. Inari felt the same way, but his father could do it, so why couldn't he and Naruto? Probably still too inexperienced. Ino-chan, marry me! Zabuza was rolling on the floor. At his laughter, Haku and 5 little devils came running, led by Tsunami, Inari's mother. Seeing what Uzumaki was doing, everyone in this room could not stop laughing. No one noticed how Naruto woke up, but when they noticed, they rushed to tell him everything. Naruto accepted the fact that he now had subordinates with surprise and confusion. Having met the inhabitants of the house, Naruto ate and left to join the team, accompanied by the devil cub. The gang is not all killed yet, they can take revenge, Momochi explained, although Naruto already understood this. Naruto-kun! Kakashi exclaimed, and grabbed the poor boy into his arms. Naruto-kun! Sasuke and Sakura shouted in unison and also hugged the blonde. All the workers who heard this cry quickly ran up to the boy and thanked him. Nothing like that. Uzumaki waved it off. I just convinced Zabuza-san it's all his merit. Some were touched by the hero's simplicity and shyness. Some invited him to dinner, and a few more offered to marry their daughters and sisters. Naruto gently refused. Naruto-kun, Tazuna finally approached. Can you help me? The Uzumaki nodded and followed the old man. But this is the beginning of the bridge. Naruto still didn't understand why he was brought here. Can you hang this sign? Naru nodded, took the sign and easily climbed into the right place without using his hands. Having attached it with nails, Uzumaki read the inscription. Great Bridge of Naruto Uzumaki, it said. Smiling, the guy took off the protector, unhooked the black bandage from it, and secured it on the sign. That's all for sure now, the guy smiled, descending. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! The people shouted. It was Sasuke's 13th birthday. The Land of Waves decided it would be a good idea to celebrate him here, so they decorated the city and baked a huge cake thanks to Kakashi and his fire techniques. Naruto's task was simply to not let Sasuke into the city, so he gave him chakra circulation training. Now, at his holiday, the Uchiha smiled widely and, like an ordinary child, tried to put out the candles. Naruto stood aside. Why so gloomy, Naruto-kun? Sensei asked, approaching the boy. The Uzumaki smiled faintly. All the adults were pretty drunk. Sakura and Sasuke finally blew out the candles and went to the side, and of the children only the blonde one remained. Suddenly, a quiet, soft melody began to play. Kakashi gave the boy some liquid in a glass, which after a few seconds was gone. It was sake. Naruto was staggering. Instead of Kakashi, he now saw Ino, and it seemed to him that he needed to tell her everything right now. One dance? Naru asked, taking the false Ino's hand. Kakashi's POV. Of course I'm drunk, but not that drunk. So okay, now I only have a naughty carcass that dances with Naruto. So what did he call her? Ino? Okay. I reincarnated as this girl, so Naruto immediately takes me by the waist and we spin around in a slow dance. Okay, I'm pleased. I put my hands on my neck and smile slightly. I love you, Ino. Damn, I definitely didn't expect this. And I you, Naruto. He presses me to him and gently touches my lips with his lips, and then falls unconscious. Having regained my former appearance, I staggered home, carrying my lover on my shoulders in grief. End of Kakashi's POV. Naruto had a headache. One glass of sake won't do anything to an adult, but to a child. Uzumaki didn't remember anything at all. Reality was mixed with sleep. His head hurt as if from a blow with a blunt object, and he felt like vomiting. Having drained the glass of water that stood nearby in no time, the blonde staggered downstairs, where a drunken Hatake, a laughing Zabuza, and a sleeping Tazuna were waiting for him. What time is it? Uzumaki asked, throwing a miracle pill into another glass of water. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Naruto carefully sat down on the floor and took a sip. Where? They're in training, Kakashi smiled as if reading his thoughts. Naru just now noticed that the sensei was missing a mask. Contrary to all expectations, Kakashi was not a freak. Kakashi is a man with a kind face. Under the mask, he hid ordinary scars, but they only made him more attractive. Only 3 scars. The first is a scar crossing the left eye with the sharingan. The second is a small scar on the upper lip, right on the corner. The third is a deep scar on the chin. Zabuza was also without a mask. Zabuza has 2 rows of sharp teeth in his mouth. Otherwise, the face of a middle-aged man is hidden under the mask. Both of them were quite beautiful, but they had their own characteristics. It is strange that they wear masks at all because they attract more attention to themselves, due to the fact that everyone wants to know what is hidden under the mask. Why are you here? You are my master, Momochi chuckled, playfully bowing his head. The Uzumaki laughed. Okay, tell me something about yourself, Naruto finally suggested. It was easy and simple to communicate with Kakashi and Zabuza. It's even strange that adults, without hesitation in detail, described everything they had once seen. So Uzumaki learned the sad story of both shinobi and talked about his life, keeping silent about the fact that the souls of his parents were sealed into him. So it means we understand each other very well? The already quite drunk demon asked while drinking sake. Naruto took a generous sip from his glass. Health be damned. Because now we're having a heart-to-heart conversation. Yes, Hatake nodded. All 3 were in Droboden. They were about to go to sleep or sober up when the door opened. Thank the gods, the adults were already wearing masks. What are you doing? Some girl yelled. Naruto remembered that this was Tsunami, the daughter of an architect who had gone somewhere. Smiling, the guy offered her a drink. Behind the formidable woman stood 4 people: Sasuke, Sakura, Inari, and Tazuna. Everyone had stunned faces. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Haruno asked timidly. Sakura-chan, everything is fine, the boy said in a drunken voice. Everything is under control. We're off to training. Dragging the Junins with him, the blonde quickly headed into the forest. Naruto, drink, the ash-haired man whispered, looking regretfully at the house. I took it with me, Naru answered, pointing his finger at the scroll. It was definitely Naruto-kun? Sakura didn't believe it. She thought that Uzumaki was more correct. Sakura-chan, these shinobi got him drunk! Tsunami grimaced, sorting through the bottles. Damn! They also took it with them. I'll go get them, don't worry, Sasuke smiled and headed out. Hooray, we're going home! Haruno smiled cheerfully. The little devils chuckled. Gozu was carried by Kakashi, and Meizu had the honor of carrying Zabuza, and Haku had the honor of carrying Naruto. The other 3 little devils carried the things of these 3. Sakura and Sasuke, the only ones who could safely reach Konoha, led the entire delegation forward. How much longer? Asked Haku when they crossed a small bridge under which a stream flowed. 100 meters, Sasuke smiled. The little devils breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't have long left. Passing through the huge gates of Konoha, the shinobi headed straight to the Hokage. Has Kakashi gone completely crazy? Tsunade exclaimed. The Queen of Slugs was with the Hokage at the moment when Team 7 and the Mist Shinobi arrived. Naruto immediately caught her eye. After all, they are relatives. After examining the boy and listening to the guy's story, Senju almost fainted. They got drunk during the mission? Iruka couldn't believe that he was sitting in the office. And they got Naruto drunk? The Uchiha nodded carefully. This is outrageous! Umino became furious. Momochi raised his head and opened one eye. Meizu put the patron down on the ground and walked away. Drink! Zabuza wheezed, trying to stay on his feet. Senju, muttering something under her breath, gave her water with a miracle pill. After drinking the contents, the mist demon put his hand to his head. Where am I? He finally asked. Konoha, Hokage's office. Zabuza sighed. Can I just have some water? Tsunade poured some water and gave it to the swordsman. Pouring the contents onto Hatake's face, Zabuza laughed. Get up, come on, we're here! Uzumaki, with the Queen of Slugs fluttering above him, also woke up from his laughter. Grimacing as if from a toothache, the blonde looked at Sarutobi for a long time and then said, Third? Hiruzen nodded. Opening his eyes wide, Naruto looked around. Am I dreaming about this? The guy finally asked. Kakashi was already up. Having refused the hangover, Hatake also looked around. No, Naruto-kun, you're really here. The Hokage smiled weakly. And you, Kakashi? Did you remember something? Are you ready to answer all my questions? The ash-haired man nodded carefully. First of all, why the hell are you drunk? We celebrated Sasuke-kun's birthday, Naru answered. So why did you get drunk? The task is not over! We were drinking when we were about to leave, Momochi objected. So secondly, what are they doing here? The old man asked, nodding towards the Nukanins of the mist. We obey the young master because he defeated us, answered one of the triplets, Machiru, who was distinguished by a mole under his left eye. Hiroshi and Hotaka nodded. These twins were distinguished by the presence of a tongue. It's just that one day Hotaka said some nasty things to his employer, and he punished him. Unfortunately, he was alone at that moment, so no one was able to take revenge. Him? Pointing to Naruto, Danzo asked, who was quietly standing aside. Everyone nodded. I told you so, Himuro said triumphantly. Hiruzen, let's do it as agreed. Ahem, Naruto-kun. Can I talk to you alone? Asked the third. I ask everyone else to go home and let our guests wait outside the door. Everyone left. Naruto realized that now everything would be very bad. Arch 2, 1025, Part. New title and cursed mask. Not too much and little. The tense atmosphere made the blonde a little nervous. Naruto-kun, Danzo finally began. Tell me what happened on the mission. Oh, so it's just a report, the boy thought with relief. The first path was without consequences, but when we crossed the border, I noticed surveillance. They were clearly hiding skillfully. I had to lag behind a little and knock out those shinobi who were already preparing to attack the customer. Why do you think that they wanted to attack Tazunasan specifically? Shimuro asked, interested. Kakashi-sensei, just like me, fell behind, but they moved on. Sakura has not yet annoyed anyone and is certainly not a valuable shinobi, at least at the moment. And Sasuke wanted to ask me something. That's why I moved away, especially since in addition, I am a Jinchuriki and Senpai, the copy ninja, the only ones for whom there will be a good reward. And you killed them? No, the boy shook his head. I just knocked them out and sealed them. Then Kakashi-senpai interrogated them. He found out that they were Chunin, but nothing more. As a result, they sat in print until the moment when this story came to an end. What happened then? After the stop, we went to the Land of Waves itself. But to get to the employer's house, we had to go through the forest. There were no other ways. So we ran into Momochi Zabuza. Can you explain how you defeated him and why he attacked you? One-on-one, Tsunade, who was still sitting here, hiccuped in surprise. You went out with the Great Demon of the Mist, one of the 7 swordsmen, in a one-unknown battle? He's an SS-class shinobi, and you're a recently graduated genin. I gave my partners time to collect chakras and prepare in case of loss. We were told that you made an unusual barrier. I simply protected my team from enemy techniques, weapons, and attacks. What happened after? I won and fell unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Then I found out that they all now obey me, which put me into a stupor. They finished building the bridge, but the residents found out about Sasuke's birthday and decided to celebrate it. They got both Senpai and Zabuza-san drunk, and they, in turn, just had a heart-to-heart talk with me. And I didn't notice how I started drinking with them, of course. I practically don't remember anything from the conversations, but I know for sure that on the return trip was uneventful. What rank would you give to this mission? Danzo suddenly asked. Rank A, if not S. Himuro laughed and Sarutobi lowered his head. Is something wrong? Uzumaki asked. Naruto-kun, tell me, what are your plans for the future? First to become a Chunin, then a Junin, a year, maybe more in ANBU, and then to the post of Hokage. Justify it. First, you need to start performing tasks of a higher level, becoming a Chunin, then rise to another level, then ANBU, in order to learn how to lead someone. But the post of Hokage is my dream. The smile of the head of Root became even wider. I won our argument, Hiruzen. Now go ahead and tell him. What can I say? The boy became wary. Naruto, from this day on, you are a Jonin if you want. You can join the ANBU of the Root or the ordinary ANBU. Naruto stood stone-faced as he considered his decision. I agree to join ANBU, the boy said firmly, kneeling down. Cat, called the third. An ANBU with a cat mask appeared from the air. Take our friend to headquarters. He is now a member of the first team. Hi. The ANBU nodded and took the boy by the hand and led him to headquarters. Hey, Cat, who else is with you? Asked someone from the audience. Raven, it seems. This is a new guy. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the cat introduced him. Naruto? Someone asked. What are you doing here? Itachi-san, like you, I am now a member of Konoha's ANBU, the boy answered with a slight bow. Shisui would tear the third to pieces if he knew that you were here now. It was my own decision. Itachi, they made you! The mole laughed. He's only 11. If he becomes captain, he'll tear you apart. I'm not old enough yet, the Uchiha smiled. Yamato-san, I'll help him choose a form. The cat nodded and went to the guys who were playing cards. Itachi led the blonde into a strange, bright room with a bunch of masks. Choose anyone you like. If you want, I can tell you about each one, the Uchiha suggested. Tell me about this, Naru asked, pointing at random. This is the bull mask. Only 3 ANBU wore it. It showed their strength and power. They really tried to prove the meaning of the mask and became one mountain of muscles. And this one? Pointing somewhere at random, Uzumaki continued his questioning. This is the conspirator. Only 2 shinobi dared to wear this mask, because only smart people could survive in it. Only those who know how to weave their tongues and do whatever they need. And this one? Oh, this weasel mask. It was worn only by Kakashi Hatake. You know his story, right? Well, there's nothing to tell about her. And this one? This is the Joker's mask. Itachi turned serious. None of the owners of this mask lived for more than 3 missions. It is cursed. Naruto smiled and picked up the mask. It depicted a man's face with sewn-up slits for the eyes and a cut mouth in the shape of a smile. There was nothing more. I want her. No, Naruto! Why don't you take Titmouse or Mouse? Just please, not this one. Itachi-senpai, Uzumaki said, putting on his mask. Give me the equipment. Itachi handed the clothes to the boy and left. What's wrong, Itachi? Yamato asked in surprise. The Uchiha sat down on the sofa. Now everyone was staring at him. Naruto walked in, drawing attention to himself. Oh God, whispered the mole. Having bowed to Itachi and Yamato, thereby thanking them and saying goodbye, the boy headed to the Hokage. Naruto-kun, why this particular mask? Kakashi asked in tears, standing in the office and trying to explain what happened while the boy himself was unconscious. Because, senpai, it was the right size for me. Kneeling in front of the Hokage, the boy asked, Is there a task for me? The third looked at some papers and then shook his head. Go practice, Joker. You have a lot of work to do. The boy nodded and left. He didn't yet know how to disappear into thin air. Having changed into a Jonin uniform and hidden his mask, the boy decided to look at the estate of the Uzumaki clan, where he was essentially supposed to live. Arch 2, 1126 part, head of the Uzumaki clan. Not sure. Well, Mom, Naruto was indignant. After Kushina's verbal tirade, Minato's reproaches, and Kurama's chuckles, all 3 came to what they thought was a logical conclusion to stop connecting with the subconscious and limiting chakra for a while. Naruto was completely against this decision, because in case of danger he would need chakra, but the decision could not be changed. Having thrown the blonde out of their subconscious, the parents, without any regret, removed the chakra. Waking up at a large red mansion with various hieroglyphs on the walls, Naruto went inside. The hall was empty. It was dark and dusty here. Walking into the next room, Uzumaki almost died from surprise. In the middle of the room, there was a mahogany table. On the table, a small, bright red kitten with emerald eyes was licking itself. You're an Uzumaki, right? The cute little furball said in a deep voice. And the head, as I see it. Naruto hiccuped. He clearly did not expect to see a talking cat here, much less, he clearly did not expect his words. The head? The boy asked, frowning slightly. Yes. You are the only one who can rule the Uzumaki clan. The kitten nodded and suddenly asked, Do you mind me becoming normal? The blonde nodded. Cotton, and instead of a kitten, a huge tiger sat and studied the son of Yodame. Who are you? Naru finally asked. I am Shinji, the guardian of knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, the great tiger shinobi, and one of the 5 legendary guardians. Naruto didn't get anything out of it. Seeing that the boy did not believe him, Shinji stood up on his hind legs and transformed into a tanned young man with emerald eyes, rough features, and bright red, short hair. His clothes consisted of a blood-scarlet kimono with a golden belt. A staff appeared in the young man's hand. Do you believe me now? Naruto nodded. But almost everyone from the clan died, the boy said quietly. You have already begun the revival of the clan, the guardian smiled. Tomo and Ichiro. They are now members of the Uzumaki clan and honorably bear their new membership in the clan. That is, they are now, Shinji nodded confidently. In my book, their names are already written, and there is a dossier about them. But now this book is yours, since you are the head of the clan. What book? Taking out a leather-bound book from under the tablets, Shinji handed it to Naruto. The skin was of an unusual white color, and some of Fuin's seals were depicted on it, apparently so that no one else could even touch it. Opening the book to the first page, Naruto saw a list of living clan members. Chapter Uzumaki Naruto. Members: Tomo Uzumaki, Ichiro Uzumaki, Yumi Uzumaki, Haruka Uzumaki, Aino Uzumaki, Udo Uzumaki. How can I find those who are written here? Naruto asked the guardian. Shinji touched the names of Yumi, Haruka, Aino, and Udo with his black claws and smiled. The location of each was shown below. Tomo Uzumaki Land of Fire, Konoha. Ichiro Uzumaki Land of Fire, Konoha. Yumi Uzumaki Land of Fang, Kibari. Haruka Uzumaki Land of the Fang, Kibari. Aino Uzumaki Country of the River, Tani. Udo Uzumaki Land of Rice Fields, Te. Turning the page, Naruto saw pictures of everyone. Yumi and Haruka were apparently twins, as they had the same appearance and looked to be about 9 years old. Red hair down to the shoulder blades, gray-green eyes, slightly tanned skin, thin lips, and pretty oval-shaped faces. Aino was a pale-skinned brunette with blue eyes in her 20s. Apparently, a smile did not often appear on her gloomy face with sharp features. Udo was a 7-year-old boy with the appearance of a snake. Yellow iris, long. Naruto almost fell unconscious. The number of techniques was amazing. I advise you to start small, said Shinji. Now that the book has accepted you, Naruto-sama, you should receive a special seal. Which seal? The ANBU asked, closing the book. Seal of the head of the clan, I just ask you, do not move. Naruto froze. Biting his finger, the guardian drew an octagonal figure on Naruto's neck, inside of which was the sign of the Uzumaki clan. Afterwards, Shinji formed the seal of the pig and was sucked into the tattoo. Uzumaki felt a hellish pain in his neck, which subsided only after 10 minutes. Having put away the book, the guy walked away from this building. Hi, Naruto said, raising his hand in greeting. Team 7 was currently sitting in a cafe eating barbecue with teams 8 and 10. Hello, Naruto-kun, Ino said, turning to him and suddenly exclaimed, Wow! Yo, Naruto, are you already a jonin? Shikamaru grinned. The Uzumaki nodded and sat down next to the Yamanaka. I just received the vest, Naru agreed, deciding that he wouldn't tell anything about the book. Order what you want, I'll treat you today. Where does such generosity come from? Sasuke smiled. As long as there is money, you can spend it on friends. As always, Choji ate the most and Naruto was left without money, but he didn't care. Where did the tattoo come from? Ino asked when the blonde was paying. And you notice everything, Naru smiled. A gift from fate. Don't you want another gift? The Uzumaki looked at the blonde and smiled, blushing slightly. No, he certainly liked Hinata, but no more than a sister or a friend, but he had strong feelings for Ino. Approaching his face, the blonde timidly kissed his dry lips. Placing his hand on her waist, he deepened the kiss, exploring her from the inside with his tongue. Lightly biting her lip, Naruto wanted more, but he knew it was too early, and so he pulled away. I still have to pass the Chunin exam, Naruto grinned. So stay close. It's easier to win the title together. Yamanaka nodded, and lightly kissing her lover goodbye, went to her father. After all, the flowers won't sell on their own. Well, Team 7, Kakashi said sternly. Now we are participating in the Chunin exam. But Naruto and Sasuke are jonins. Why do they need to go through everything again? Sakura was perplexed. They must live up to their title. Sasuke just nodded. The Uchiha also received the title of Jonin, and now stood proudly looking at Hatake. Well? Uzumaki grinned. Sensei, give us a special training, otherwise we won't be able to do anything in a month. What's true is true, the ash-haired man nodded. Your task is to find yourself a teacher, since I won't be able to train you all, Naruto. Any ideas? The boy nodded. Sakura, go to Tsunade Bachan. She will train you in Meijutsu. Sasuke. You must train with Kakashi-san because of the element of lightning. Train at home with Itachi-san, and I will go to one sensei. He lives in the mountains, is almost unsociable. Takes only Uzumaki as students because of their endurance, so I need to go to him now. Are you sure? Sasuke arched an eyebrow. Our task is to become stronger. I will return a week before the exam and train with someone who comes to hand first. Then move forward, Naruto. Let's start training and get our full ranks. Arch 2, 1227. Part. Practicing for the exam. Not sure. It was a clever idea about the hermit in the mountains, Shinji grinned. Naruto understood that it was unlikely that anyone would teach him the techniques from the book of the Uzumaki clan, so he decided to ask for help from Kurama, Hamasabi, and Shinji. Of course, there was hope for Muto, but it was unlikely that she would help him because she had a daughter, Hitomi. Shinji-san, can you teach me any technique from this book? The boy asked, taking out the Uzumaki property. The guardian nodded in agreement. Having chosen the ninjutsu section, the head of the clan sighed heavily. Ninjutsu techniques? B-162, a 532, S-125. And what should I choose, taking into account the chakra limitation? Uzumaki asked, remembering the act of his parents. B-rank techniques do not require large amounts of chakra, so they are often used. Well, let's choose this, Naruto said, pointing his fingernail at B. Then he chose the element of wind, and another field appeared in front of him. Having chosen attacking jutsu, Uzumaki pointed at the first technique. 4 Winds of Death, that's what it was called. The description of the technique, along with pictures, took 3 pages. That means there are only 16 seals, and the enemy will be hit by a technique from the 4 winds of the same power as the amount of chakra that was spent on them, which is quite convenient, because with any quantity, the enemy will be pretty battered. You understand the point, nodded the guardian, who transformed from a youth into a tiger. Now the technique itself. As you know, techniques require chakra. It doesn't matter how much you spend. The main thing is what the effect will be, as you see. This technique is unique, but she requires 3 drops of blood, Naruto nodded. Because of this, it cannot be used during fast-paced combat. Because of this, this technique is not often used, mainly when the enemy is at a sufficient distance. So in close combat, it's better not to even start doing it, but I have to learn it. Shinji nodded. Standing up, Uzumaki began to form seals at breakneck speed. Pig, rabbit, horse, snake, sheep, dog, tiger, rat, bird, bull, dragon, monkey, elephant, ship, broken monkey, rabbit. After the seals, Naruto pierced his hand in 3 places and placed both hands on the ground, when this looking at the stone. A few seconds later, 4 winds appeared and blew the stone into powder. Breathing heavily, the boy dropped to his knees. I poured too much chakra, the guy whispered. The punctures were delayed, thanks to the efforts of Kurama. After resting, Naruto looked at the second technique. Ride of the Valkyrie. Oh, young master, the guardian said mockingly. You have discovered the simplest technique of this rank. The Uzumaki chuckled. A technique that allows you to fly until your chakra reserves are used up, the blonde grinned. Having folded 3 seals, a spider seal, an eel seal, and a dragon seal, Naruto rose above the ground, practically without wasting chakra. And this is convenient. The next technique was called vacuum sword. No seals were required here, only chakra was needed. Concentrating the required amount of chakra, Naruto created a dense sword out of thin air that cut through the tree as if it were made of butter. Okay, young master, but 3 techniques. This is very little, especially since it is not Fuin. Naruto discovered the sealing techniques. The first technique was called Bloodshine. A little scary name, but it turned out that it became so only because only Uzumaki used it, and their hair was the color of blood. By placing the monkey and rat seals, the user would pull the opponent into the object. It could be a stone or a tree, but without the user's chakra, no one will be able to unseal the victim. Having sealed the piece of paper in stone and printed it back, Uzumaki continued his studies, mastering more and more techniques. Sasuke immediately forced Kakashi to teach him many techniques. Naruto taught me your lightning and fire techniques, so I need something different. So what? Element of water. Kakashi sighed heavily. He didn't want to train anyone, but Naruto calculated everything correctly, especially since Sasuke's Jonin title was at stake. If he doesn't get it, then we can create a new Madara. Hatake consoled himself. Let's begin the development of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi said, looking at Sasuke. But it can only be awakened by killing a close friend or seeing death, the Uchiha protested when he saw Hatake's grin. Not long ago, your brother received the Mangekyo Sharingan with my help. Just know that after receiving these eyes, you must talk to your brother about the transplant. But Sasuke couldn't answer. Yes, Itachi boasted about his Mangekyo, but he never said how he got it. Don't activate the Sharingan under any circumstances, understand? Kakashi asked, and seeing a nod, plunged the Uchiha into the mirage of death genjutsu. Sasuke moved to Naruto's house as they once again played shogi. Sasuke was winning, but Naruto pulled the victory to his side at the last moment. How do you do it? The Uchiha smiled. I don't know, Naruto chuckled. Putting down his shogi, the boy smiled and asked, Do you want to always win? Sasuke nodded and moved closer. Naruto suddenly pulled out his kunai. Talisman, said the Uchiha, almost laughing. Uzumaki didn't answer. Sasuke suddenly noticed that the blonde was sticking a kunai on his body and smiling relaxedly. Blood was pouring from the wound. Naruto! Sasuke yelled. Stop, don't! The Uzumaki didn't stop. A trickle of blood poured from the corner of his lips. The Uchiha watched this picture in horror and tried to take the kunai away, but his hands went through the boy. You will win at shogi because you will not have a strong opponent, Naruto rolled his eyes. The look dimmed and then disappeared completely. Naruto fell into Sasuke's arms and died bleeding. No! The Uchiha yelled and suddenly found himself on his knees in front of Kakashi. Well? Asked the ash-haired one. Genjutsu? Sasuke asked, breathing heavily. So that's why you couldn't use the sharingan. You came out yourself. I have Mangekyo myself, so I can calmly cast stronger illusions on you. More precisely, I could— Really? Asked the Uchiha, and looked at his reflection in the water. The iris of the eyes turned into a scarlet flower with black edges. The first stage is completed. Now let's try Kamui. Hatake grinned. The brunette nodded and rose to his feet. I have a new goal. To protect my friends. The boy decided for himself and looked seriously at the sensei. Kakashi-san, I think it's better to look at the Uchiha stove first. Hatake shrugged. They ran quickly. No one dared to stop them, especially when they saw Sasuke's eyes. After walking through a house, they found themselves in a room with an Uchiha stove. On the first slab, it was written, Greetings, my descendant. I am the great Rikudo Sennin. Once you have activated the sharingan, you must understand that your power is equal to both a curse and a gift from above. I ask you, do not use your power for evil, but follow the path of good. In the second part, there were other letters I greet you again. Since you awakened the Mangekyo sharingan, then you either killed a loved one or fell in love with someone very much. I hope it's the latter. I'll tell you about some techniques. Amaterasu is the most powerful technique of the Uchiha clan. It can only be used with the Mangekyo sharingan. This creates a black flame that burns everything. The peculiarity is that the flame burns continuously for 7 days and 7 nights and cannot be extinguished. Tsukuyomi is the most powerful genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. In this case, the enemy moves into a world completely controlled by the user, who can torture and torment his opponent in any way he likes. A few seconds in the real world correspond to 3 days in Tsukuyomi's world. Susanoo is a very powerful technique of the Uchiha clan, which can only be used if you have the Mangekyo sharingan and have mastered both Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. When used, this technique creates a ghostly samurai to aid the user in battle. Since Susanoo is formed from the user's chakra, it can have different colors. Like other techniques of the Mangekyo sharingan, the use of Susanoo carries great risk for the user. It is extremely debilitating, not only due to the high chakra consumption, but also due to the fact that Susanoo feeds on the user's life force. It is unknown whether this effect is reversible or whether vital force is subtracted from lifespan. Kamui e dojutsu of the Mangekyo sharingan, whose main ability is teleportation. The working principle of Kamui varies depending on the eye used. Left eye. The user can attack from a distance, teleporting objects to another dimension. To do this, the user first creates a barrier around the target, the size and location of which he chooses himself. Then the space inside the barrier is distorted, and everything in it is teleported to another dimension. Right eye. The user is able to teleport himself and anything he touches to another dimension. To gain a kind of immateriality, he can teleport parts of his body. Koto Amatsukami is a powerful technique that requires the Mangekyo sharingan to use. The technique allows its user to completely seize control of another person for a short time. To do this, the victim does not have to look at the sharingan to fall into the illusion. This technique can supposedly only be used once every 10 years, unless the user possesses Senju genes. Izanami is the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, capable of affecting an opponent without warning his 5 senses. Unlike Izanagi, which can change fate, this technique solves it. Izanagi is a technique by which the user can transport themselves into an illusion. allowing them to control the boundary between illusion and reality. Both of them could not read the third part yet. Kakashi-san, who are you going to exchange an eye with? Sasuke asked. The question seemed innocent, but in fact it struck a nerve with Hatake. No one, Sasuke-kun, let's go. I think you should try out every technique. Sasuke nodded and suddenly yawned. We sat here until night, the Uchiha grinned. Then tomorrow at the training ground, don't forget to eat. You never know when we'll finish, Hatake said before leaving. Sakura was on pins and needles. Learning Majutsu was difficult, especially since it took a month to learn. Mystical hand technique, Sakura said, almost shouting, and poured chakra into her palms. The fish that lay in front of her moved slightly. Then stronger, stronger, and soon she was as if alive. Haruno was breathing heavily. The technique took up too much chakra. Basically, you have 2 chakra elements, Tsunade said, looking through the new student's dossier. Water and earth, right? Yes, Tsunade-sama. But what is stronger? Earth, the girl answered briefly and proceeded to concentrate chakra, as Senju had previously ordered. So water is not good for you? Not bad, but I only learned one technique, the girl answered, hitting the training dummy. The mannequin was smashed to pieces. Yeah, but why didn't you do more? Naruto suggested that it's better to practice earth elemental techniques and taijutsu for now. I also need to understand at least a little about genjutsu, otherwise I might get caught in a simple illusion. Naruto-kun is always insightful, the head of the hospital nodded. So now we're heading to the patients. You're trying to make a diagnosis, but only in my ear. Don't treat anything, just check. Fine. Walking into the first ward, Tsunade sat down next to a young girl of average height. She has black hair with a purple tint that lay on a white pillow. She also has rather large, dark brown eyes. Only the head was visible from behind the blanket. Yugao-chan, my student will examine you first. Do you mind? The blonde asked softly. The girl nodded. Approaching her, Sakura pulled back the blanket, revealing to the light a pale, fragile body covered with bruises and abrasions. She was dressed in a white shirt. After checking her condition, Haruno nodded to the teacher and left the office. She doesn't like to talk in front of anyone. She might make a mistake, so I examined you before, just in case. A little check? The girl smiled. Yes, I don't mind. Leaving the room, Tsunade listened to everything Sakura said. A fracture of 3 ribs on the left side, bruises in places where Tenketsu was knocked out. Most likely someone from the Hyuga clan tried. The wounds are minor, just cuts. Vital organs are not affected. Well done, that's all true. Tsunade nodded. Only this is not a battle against the Hyuga clan, but just training with the heiress. Wow, how poor Hinata lives there. The thing is with the head of the clan. He is too strict with everyone, even with himself. Be that as it may, we must go around all 10 chambers of the first department. In the second ward lay a boy. He, like Sakura, looked to be 11. He has light blue hair and small dark eyes. On top of these, he wears unusual glasses connected to protective earmuffs. The teeth that showed from under the lips were strange, shark-like. The boy wears a blue striped shirt, over which is a blue vest with the protector of his home village, Kirigakure. On his feet, he wears white pants with brown patterns and blue sandals with black socks. Next to the bed stood the legendary sword, Hiramakari. Choyoro-kun, how are you doing? Tsunade sang. Today my student will examine you. She has practice, so don't worry, everything will be fine. Sakura is Chojuro. He is the ambassador from Kirigakure. Just a check? The boy wheezed. Senju nodded, and the swordsman visibly relaxed. After checking his condition, Sakura found nothing but a common cold, which she accidentally cured. Chojuro thanked Haruno from the bottom of his heart and headed off to pack his things. Well, he was such a good boy, the blonde exclaimed in her hearts and headed with Sakura to the third ward, where an elderly man with long gray hair tied in a ponytail lived. He constantly squints, but you can see his dark eyes. The man is wearing a torn brown sleeveless vest with mesh armor underneath. On his feet, he wears gray pants and sandals. A saucepan and several ladles fit on the table. Kosuke-san, today my student will examine you. Nothing special, just a test of knowledge. Tsunade smiled and let Sakura through to the patient. Kosuke's leg was broken. Apparently he landed poorly. In the fourth chamber lay Konohamaru. Sakura knew him. Naruto somehow introduced them. So without the words of the Irionin, she explained her task and asked the boy questions along the way. Who did this? The kunoichi asked, checking Sarutobi. Shinobi of the sand, they came for the exam? He is a puppeteer. God, both your hands are like plasticine! Haruno was horrified and immediately moved on to treatment, carefully fusing the bones. Ah, the boy hissed through his teeth, biting his lips. Be patient. Having knitted her bones and promising revenge, Haruno headed to the next room. There lay a young man about 14 years old. Soft wheat hair is in a creative nimble. In the left ear, there is a silver stud earring in the shape of a wolf's muzzle. Bright blue eyes sparkle from under her bangs. Of average height, slender, with well-developed muscles, it is immediately clear that the person is training. Cloud, just Cloud, the young man smiled. Sakura Haruno, my task is to check your condition and determine what you are sick with. Cloud shrugged. Apparently, he didn't care. After checking the patient's condition, Haruno found only a dislocated wrist. What brought you to our region? Haruno asked, realizing that he was not local. I came to see one person, or rather a shinobi. Cloud grinned. Which one, if it's not a secret? To Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura was dumbfounded. Why does he need Naruto-kun? Rumor has it that the demons of the fog serve him, so I wanted to talk to him. Sakura nodded and told Tsunade about the dislocation and went to another room, the 6th. So Sakura walked through all 10 chambers, but the 5th, new acquaintance, did not give her peace. Cloud, right? He probably also came for the exam. No one would have come just like that, especially since Naruto went to that hermit, eh? But I can see Sasuke-kun. Walking towards her house, Haruno weakly greeted her parents and headed towards the bed. Without even taking off her clothes, the girl plopped down on the bed and fell asleep. Arch 2, 1328, Part. Chunin Exam, Stage 1. 2 people stood near the Konoha Shinobi Academy. The first of them is Uchiha Sasuke, who changed his equipment. Now he is wearing black pants, a black vest with the sign of the Uchiha clan on the back, and black sandals. Standing nearby was Sakura, who had also changed. The hair became shorter. The clothes now consisted of a red top with sleeves, a coat of arms sign on the chest and a high collar, a miniskirt of the same color, green shorts and sandals. On the head, there is a protector made of pink fabric. Naruto is late, Sakura said the obvious. For a whole week, Sasuke confirmed. Who's late here? Asked a cheerful voice from the direction of the tree. Uzumaki, who had changed the most, jumped towards the guys. The once golden hair was now white as snow, with sparse red strands. He was dressed in a mesh shirt, over which he threw a black jacket with his stomach exposed. On his feet are dark pants and black shinobi sandals. The protector was placed on the left shoulder. The seals on his hands and the bandages on his legs looked unusual, but Naruto apparently got used to it. Hanging from his belt was a long sword, with a blade as scarlet as blood and a dark blue hilt. And you acted up, Sasuke grinned and embraced his friend. Sakura, taking advantage of the moment, repeated the Uchiha's movement and hugged both comrades at once. Let's go, otherwise they'll start without us. Uzumaki laughed and entered the academy. Rising to Auditorium 301, Team 7 looked with pity at the assembled guys. Yawning, Naruto walked past the clueless genin. Sasuke and Sakura trudged along behind them, also at a leisurely pace. Hey, where are you going? Someone shouted. The audience is here! The Uzumaki turned to the speaker. It turned out to be Hyuga Neji. Naruto knew him, saw him sometimes. Stupid, the guy just grinned. You don't see anything and don't understand anything, although you could calmly pass by. Hyuga became furious. For someone to call him stupid, him, the genius of the Hyuga clan, is stupid. Yes, and in front of his girlfriend. Your name, said Neji. What is your name? Naruto laughed. How ignorant, Sasuke grinned. Before you ask someone's name, you need to say yours. Neji became even more furious and rushed at Sasuke when he suddenly flew back. Naruto, who hit the white-eyed genius, yawned tiredly. Guys, you're on the 2nd floor, he said, looking at their surprised faces. It's just an illusion, and here you are dealing with the Chunin. Naruto turned to the team and together with them went to the desired audience. How pathetic they were then. Uzumaki grimaced, remembering how they beat some team. And no one noticed. I feel like our team will become Chunin immediately after graduation, Sakura smiled. Don't tell me, Sasuke nodded. Naruto, why didn't you let me cut off this Hyuga? Because you still have time to play enough. Uzumaki grinned and stopped abruptly in a large hall, which was not so far from the desired audience. Come out already, the Uchiha said listlessly. Sakura leaned against the column. A thick-browed guy in a green suit with weights and bandaged hands approached them. My name is Rock Lee, the guy said, pointing his finger at himself. Now tell me your names. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. The seventh team said this sluggishly, lazily, as if they were being forced to go somewhere, and they agreed. Naruto Sasuke, I want to challenge you to a fight and prove my love to Sakura-chan. The Uzumaki burst out laughing, which was echoed by Haruno, and then by the Uchiha. Are you sure about your strength? The blonde asked mockingly, having calmed down. Sure. Wiping away tears from laughter, the son of Yodame came closer to the guy. Let's go one-on-one, let's see what you're worth. You are talking to the most powerful genin in Konoha, so I will defeat you. Naruto laughed again. Well, attack. Lee, with lightning speed, found himself behind the still lethargic Naruto and was about to strike, when he fell from a blow to the solar plexus. The bushy-browed man's eyes grew dim. Naruto sat on his opponent's back and yawned. Listen, I didn't even use chakra, and you... Oh, if you consider yourself the strongest, then immediately mark yourself as the worst, the blonde said, patting him on the shoulder. Lee quickly got out from under Naruto and removed the bandages from one hand. He was about to do something when Uzumaki knocked him out with a right hook. There was a bang, and in the middle of the hall stood a huge red turtle on which Guy was sitting. Oh, hello. He raised his hand and was horrified when he saw his student. Did you defeat him? I'm the weakest in our team. Naru grinned to increase the self-esteem of his comrades. I only know a few techniques, and I'm weaker in taijutsu. What about genjutsu? And he said that he's the best. I'm apparently better. Everyone in Konoha, if that's the case. Might looked at the blonde in disbelief, and then brought his student to his senses. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto moved on. Naruto-kun, why are you so late? Ino asked, hanging on her lover's neck. I was waiting for you so much, I wanted to meet you so much. It's good that you came. That's what I wanted, Naruto smiled, hugging the blonde's waist and touching the tip of her nose with his. Sakura was taken aback by this. And you sang well, Shikamaru, who approached, remarked. Yes, Sasuke nodded, surprised. Oh, who do I see? Kiba sang. Naruto, is that you? Who else? Asked the blonde, still not letting go of Ino's embrace. The main thing is that Dad doesn't see, the blonde whispered in his ear. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. Both blue-eyed people kissed, earning a standing ovation from the entire audience. Ay, what will your dad say? Someone asked mockingly behind the couple's back. Shikaku-san, I'll tell him everything myself. After the exam, Uzumaki smiled and hugged Yamanaka to himself. One of the genin whistled. The first stage of the exam is starting. Quickly sit down according to the numbers that were given to you, the man said sternly. I am your examiner, Shikaku Nara. During the stage, it is forbidden to provoke fights and participate in them. It is also forbidden to leave the audience more than once. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Everyone understands? The first stage is written. You are prohibited from cheating or cheating. You will have 9 written and 1 oral exam. If you do not score at least 1 out of 10 points, you will forever be a genin. Having quickly answered all the questions, Naruto looked around. Sasuke and Sakura also wrote their answers and are now waiting for the last question. Most likely it will have an effect on the psyche, Kurama suggested. Many teams were disqualified, but Naruto didn't care about them. Bad luck. Better luck next time. Ino, who sat next to the blonde and calmly wrote out her test, was now lying on his chest and smiling carelessly. Holding her close, Uzumaki caught the gaze of many Junin, Chunin, and even Genin. And now, the 10th question, Nara said after a long silence. But before asking it, I will give you one more rule. To answer the question or not, that is your task. If you choose not to answer, you can take it next time. But if you decide to answer and answer incorrectly, you will remain a genin forever. Naruto, Ino said, biting her lips slightly. I'd better go, I just can't answer. Uzumaki kissed her softly and was about to dissuade her when Shikamaru raised his hand. I'm leaving, Choji, Ino, I'm sorry. Asuma's team left. More people followed them. Naruto finally raised his hand and brought it down sharply, breaking the table. So that I give up? Uzumaki smiled predatorily. So that I betray my principles? So that I can show everyone what a weakling I am? No way, Shikaku-senpai. You know, I will never give up, especially if my team is strong. Then I know for sure that they will go further, and if I fail, Then let me remain a genin forever. The indecisive guys immediately became more confident and waited for the next question with a smile on their faces. You passed everything, Nara Sr. grinned. Suddenly, a strange, incomprehensible thing flew into the window, and covering Shikaku with a cloth with the inscription, "The second stage does not wait," a young girl of small stature appeared. Notable features are her dark purple hair and large light brown eyes. Her hair is pulled back into a ponytail behind her back. She is wearing a beige coat with pockets on both sides. Underneath, she wears a mesh shirt that goes all the way down to her hips. She wears a brown miniskirt over her shirt. Around her neck, she wears a small pendant on a chain in the shape of a snake. Hey, you! Why are you so happy? I am your second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Let's move on to the next stage. I ask everyone to follow me, she shouted in a lively voice and raised her fist up. Do you catch the atmosphere? Asked the brunette, appearing from behind the fabric. Anko blushed slightly. You only left 8 squads? The girl was surprised, counting the people. Are you crazy? We won't let anyone become chunin at this rate. Do your job? Mitarashi shrugged. A maximum of 4 will come out of me, if not less. So now everyone quickly follows me, otherwise I will disqualify. The people lazily followed the lively examiner. Arch 2, 1429 part, Chunin exam, stage 2, part 1. Damn, Naruto whispered. What if someone notices traces of our training? Currently, Team 7 was not that far from the Sky Scroll Tower. Huge craters, fallen trees, scorched grass, all this covered a small clearing. Listen, it brings back memories, Sasuke chuckled. Naruto nodded. The 7th team once came here to train, but did not notice how they destroyed a huge section of the 44 training ground. If they notice, they'll think that we just did it. Sakura sighed heavily. So let's instruct the fresh one. Let them know our strength. The blonde smiled wryly and, folding the seals, said, A cloud of ash. Naruto created a cloud of flammable ash and then set it on fire. Small, new trees turned to ash. Phoenix flowers, Sasuke took the initiative. Firing a volley of fireballs, the Uchiha beheld the beautiful chaos in its execution. Flying cobblestones! Sakura picked up. Pieces burst out of the ground and rose into the sky from where they scorched the poor clearing. Multiple shadow cloning! Rasengan! Strike of the blossoming cherry! Manjekyu sharingan! Amaterasu! A huge water dragon! Displacement of the Earth's crust! Cloning technique! Raikiri! Naruto laughed. Sakura, slightly short of breath, examined her friends for damage and, finding nothing, sat down. The Uchiha grinned and also sat down. Guys, Sasuke suddenly said, what is your call? Naruto and Sakura simultaneously made seals and summoned their summoning animals. Naruto got a boy about 7 years old, with bright red fur, small ears, and a thin tail. Golden eyes examined the area with interest. Who should we hit, Naruto-san? The boy asked, cracking his fists. Nobody, Kenshin-kun, Uzumaki smiled. I'm just showing you the training ground. Sakura had completely different summoning beasts. A small white slug with a blue stripe on its back appeared in front of the pink-haired girl. Sakura? Phew. Otherwise, I thought it was Tsunade-chan again, who was going to waste chakra on someone. The slug sighed with relief. What's the matter? Taku, these are my friends, the Irionen smiled. Sasuke also called his animal. It turned out to be a wolf, large, the size of Sasuke, black with red eyes. Growling, the wolf looked menacingly at Kenshin, who was the son of Hamasabi. Stop, Hiroshi! These are our own! The Uchiha shouted. The wolf sat down on its hind legs. Sasuke-kun, why did you call me unnecessarily? If you just show a call, then you should have called my son, Hashi. Sorry, Hiroshi-san, the Uchiha bowed. Naruto and Sakura weren't laughing. They understood that some animals are almost impossible to deal with, and they will put pressure on the owner and make him tremble. So, sir, maybe then we'll go look for the Earth Scroll? Asked Haruno. It seems to me that he's hiding in the bushes. Did you notice yet? Kiba grinned, crawling out of the shelter. Shino and Hinata followed him. Of course they noticed, the Uchiha grinned. You smell like a dog a kilometer away. Oh, you! Kiba-kun, calm down. Hinata stopped the dog walker, blushing slightly. Sasuke-kun, don't be rude. We also have the Scroll of Heaven. Kiba calmed down. So it's not fate, Naruto shrugged. Did you see anyone on the way here? Only 3 from the sand, Hyuga answered, blushing deeply, which Inuzuka didn't like, but amused Naruto. Okay, move on from our prey. Otherwise you'll end up like this sight, Sasuke smiled wryly. I didn't have to repeat it twice. Seeing the devastation, Kurenai's team rushed at full speed to the side opposite from the 7th team. Uzumaki was about to leave when he felt someone looking at him. An all-too-familiar chakra was in the air. The Uzumaki frowned. "Sasuke, Sakura, go without me for now, I won't be long," the blonde said, smiling sweetly and rubbing the back of his head, and went away to the source of the problems. The Uchiha, of course, suspected something, but didn't show it. "Let's go, Sakura, Naruto will be here soon." "What do you want?" Naruto asked, looking at the man. "Orochimaru-san?" Despite the menacing nature, Uzumaki did not forget respectful suffixes, because the snake was still a sannin. The snake laughed. "Ja, Naruto-kun, if you knew how much I want to get you, but no, an order is an order." Smiling, the sannin looked at the boy inquisitively. "Although no one said that I would refuse this," the brunette convinced himself, licking his lips. Having gotten over the initial shock, the brunette began to make seals. "Element of fire." "Last breath," the boy whispered. Small lights appeared around the snake. As Naruto obeyed, the lights exploded, hitting the sannin, but he simply crawled out of his mouth. "Not bad, Naruto-kun, but it's not enough." Orochimaru extended his neck and tried to bite Uzumaki on his neck, but his head was knocked off by someone's blow. A young man of about 14 appeared in front of the head of the Uzumaki clan. Soft wheat hair is in a creative nimble. In the left ear, there is a silver stud earring in the shape of a wolf's muzzle. Bright blue eyes sparkle from under her bangs. Of average height, slender with well-developed muscles, it is immediately clear that the person is training. He was dressed in an open gray vest and gray baggy pants. There were bandages on my hand. "Hello, are you Naruto Uzumaki?" the young man argued, throwing a huge steel sword with a wide blade over his shoulder. "Why do you need it?" asked the blonde, frowning slightly. "I want to join the Uzumaki clan and help with its restoration." The guy smiled. "My name is Cloud, by the way." "Uzumaki," Naruto whispered and added louder. "Now you're Uzumaki Cloud. Let me deal with the sannin first, and then I'll officially accept you, okay?" "Okay, I'll help you." Getting into a fighting stance, Cloud and Naruto grinned. "You mean the head of the clan?" Orochimaru licked his lips. "Then you are much more important than Sasuke-kun." Arch 2, 1530, Part, Chunin Exam, Stage 2, Part 2. Getting into a fighting stance, Cloud and Naruto grinned. "You mean the head of the clan?" Orochimaru licked his lips. "Then you are much more important than Sasuke-kun." Naruto became angry, but outwardly remained completely calm. During this month, he not only studied techniques, but also suppressed his emotions. Taking out a kunai, the blonde looked intently into his opponent's eyes. "Give up, Naruto-kun!" Orochimaru licked his lips again. "Uzumaki, never give up!" The guy grimaced, folding the seals. "A cloud of ash!" Breathing a cloud of dust at the sannin, Naruto blew it up. Maybe he dodged. Maybe he was reborn. But I'll be glad if the burn just remains. "Naruto Dono, what should I do?" Cloud asked, waiting for an order. "Cover me. If someone appears, don't let them near us, understand?" "Hi! Clone Shadow Shuriken!" the blonde said, throwing 5 shuriken. The number of shuriken increased, and most hit the target. Orochimaru was reborn again. "Dragon's Flame!" A huge stream of fire headed towards Orochimaru, burning everything in its path, and the great sannin was no exception. Turning out to be a little to the left, the snake burned his hand due to the guy's technique. "Rasengan!" Naruto said, pointing his hand towards the enemy and creating a sphere from the air. This was his biggest mistake. After shattering the earth clone into pieces, Naruto was bitten in the neck. Screaming loudly in pain, Uzumaki knelt down. Cloud was unconscious. "You will come to me, Naruto-kun, but Sasuke-kun can wait." Orochimaru laughed and disappeared into a handful of leaves. Naruto's eyes darkened. "I can't leave Cloud." Somehow getting up, Naruto put Cloud on his back and wandered towards his team. The main thing is not to fall, the guy thought, breathing convulsively. Sasuke was being torn apart. He heard Naruto scream, but now they were fighting a team of genin from Sunagakure. He faced one opponent, a short-haired brunette with tanned skin and violet eyes. The guy was wearing a black robe that covered his fragile but resourceful body. Fun no Akasuna, as he introduced himself, was a puppeteer, which the Uchiha did not like at all. Sakura was fighting with a girl. She had gray eyes, a pretty face, brown hair that reached her shoulders, and an ugly smile. Karuyu. But Akako, as she introduced herself, had the element of earth, so she and Sakura could calmly measure their strength. But there was one but. Sakura could now heal herself and restore chakra in a matter of seconds, but Akako could not, so the Sand Maiden was already on the edge. The third member of the team was not visible, which was even strange. Sasuke, Naruto is approaching, Haruno announced. He is not alone, and in a deplorable state. The whole team 7 decided to learn the sensor abilities together because it is very convenient to know who exactly is approaching you. Although Naruto was cunning and received this information from Kurama, who is famous as the fox sensor, of course only among summoned animals. I know, Sakura. Turn off the enemy for an hour. We need it. Hey! Finding herself behind Karyuno, Sakura pressed on the carotid artery. Sasuke repeated the same with fun. Both opponents fell to the ground. Let's rest and give him a beating. The Uchiha smiled, but he still didn't know what state Naruto was in. Naruto approached slowly, noisily, and with difficulty. Placing Cloud in front of the stunned Sakura, Uzumaki asked him to heal him, and he lay down with Fun and Akako, without even looking who it was. Hey Naruto, what's wrong with you? Sasuke asked, checking his friend's temperature. You're burning up! Cloud is knocked out, he just won't wake up for another hour, Haruno explained, turning to Uzumaki. Now let's check you out. No need, the guy breathed heavily. He's coming with us. He's a member of the clan, Uzumaki. It was hard for Naruto to speak. Even breathing was unbearable. Swallowing, the guy whispered something about sleep and passed out. Realizing that it was not safe here, Sasuke created clones, raised Naruto and the team from Suna, and, together with Sakura, went to look for a place to stay for the night. Have a fun day, the Uchiha whistled. Come on under this root. I know one Fuin technique. I copied it from Naruto, so we'll be safe and warm. Haruno nodded and went inside with the clones. Taking a bottle of water and a rag out of her bag, Irionen wet the cloth and tore it into 2 pieces. She put one on Cloud, one on Naruto. He's from the Uzumaki clan, said Naruto. This bothered Sakura. So that's why he needed Naruto-kun, probably to join the clan, or to protect him. After treating Naruto's small bruises, Sakura set Cloud's arm, which was broken. Sasuke entered the shelter. Having brought Kuryu no and Akasuna no to their senses, the Uchiha explained the situation to them. The guys understood and postponed the fight until later. Cloud, the girl shook her head. We get into trouble all the time because of you. Who is this kid? Feng asked, pointing to the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke shrugged. That's exactly why Cloud asked us to participate, Akako frowned. This guy, is he really? What? Asked Sakura, interested. Is he the head of the clan that Cloud wanted to join? Feng asked bluntly. Sasuke shrugged. Our team didn't communicate with each other for a whole month, so he could have even become a hero of the world. We wouldn't have known. Why? He was late and didn't have time to tell me anything, Haruno explained. Sasuke and I were training in the village while Naruto went to some hermit in the mountains. Okay, so you don't know anything? Nope, by the way. How did this Cloud of yours even find out about Naruto? Cloud was a clanless shinobi, but he had access to one seal, which indicates all the heads of any clans. He knew that the Uzumaki were already on the verge of extinction, and when he found the head, he wanted to help him, revive the clan, because without you cannot be a special seal. So Naruto received the seal? But how? It looks like that hermit is only the guardian of the clan. Usually it is some kind of animal. Most likely he was trained by the guardian. I see. Sasuke nodded. Now lights out. I'll be on duty. Cloud's entire body ached. Nothing could compare with the pain of a stiff back and a roughly fused arm bone. Somehow getting up, the guy looked around. I'm under the root of a tree, he realized. Not so far away lay his comrades, Fun and Akako. On the other side, Naruto was lying unconscious. A brunette with pale skin sat by the fire that was in the middle of the shelter. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, the brunette introduced himself, turning to Cloud. Naruto asked to take you and your team with us until, of course, you get better, and then the fight. I'm Haruno Sakura. The girl approached the young man and introduced herself again. I hope I haven't forgotten? Cloud shook his head. Who did you fight with? The Uchiha asked. With Orochimaru Sarutobi, Cloud shrugged, as if he fights with the Sannin every day. Sasuke nodded. There is enough information from him for now. Naruto woke up, but couldn't open his eyes. Pain and fatigue rolled over him in a double layer. He could hardly feel any chakra. Kurama and his parents advised something, shouted, talked, tried to bring him to his senses, but everything was in vain. It was impossible to even move a finger. Maybe this is death? Naruto thought. He could not come to terms with death. He left his family and friends there without his protection. He killed Shinji and Kurama. He returned his mother and father to the underworld. No, he could not die. With difficulty opening his eyes, Uzumaki saw only the roots of the tree. Hearing his breathing and heartbeat, Naruto calmed down and sat up with difficulty. "Oh, I woke up," Sasuke smiled. "How are you feeling?" "It's like returning from hell," Uzumaki said honestly, to which the Uchiha laughed. "Where are the others?" "Let's go get food." "How much time?" "Noon." Naruto nodded and walked over to his friend. "Is he with you?" asked the blonde. The Uchiha nodded. Sitting down next to the brunette, Naruto decided to warm his hands. "Listen, stop hiding your presence," the sharingan grimaced. "I put up your barrier. No one except my own will come in. I'm not hiding it. I'm telling you, I returned from hell. I lost all my chakra. I'm now like a civilian. If it's from a bite, then it's bad." The guys who came saved Naruto from unnecessary questions from the Uchiha. "Naruto Dono! Did you really wake up so quickly?" Cloud exclaimed, throwing the head's hand and throwing firewood on the ground. "I thought we lost you." "Yo!" The brunette who came in raised his hand. "I'm Akasuna no Fun. This," pointing towards the girl who came in, he introduced himself. "Karuya no Akako. And this is Cloud, now Uzumaki." "Not yet," the blonde smiled. "Nice to meet you, but I need to officially accept Cloud into the clan." Having cut his finger, Naruto drew the sign of the Uzumaki clan on the blonde's neck, and then folded several seals and said, "Seal!" There was a slight smoke, and on the swordsman's neck there was now a tattoo of the clan that had adopted him. "Why is this?" asked Cloud. "This is a special ritual. You're lucky I was in hellish pain for 10 minutes. Naruto smiled and suddenly, crouching, coughed up blood. "Naruto Dono!" Uzumaki exclaimed, and caught Naruto, who was about to fall. The Jinchuriki passed out. "What's going on with you?" asked Sakura, who came in. "Oh, Naruto, did he really use chakra?" "Yes, I did," Feng answered, looking stunned at the blondes. "Idiot, he would also start using ninjutsu to completely go crazy." "Fuinjutsu?" Sasuke shook his head. Haruno swore, so much so that everyone looked at her in surprise. Moving Cloud away from the young boss, Sakura began to cast a spell on him, gradually pouring chakra into the guy. "Ah!" Naruto hissed. Haruno screamed. On the other side of the seal of the head of the clan, there was another seal in the form of 3 tomoe. Spreading throughout the body, the seal took the form of tongues of flame. Naruto was writhing in pain. "Damn!" Sasuke hissed, pushing Sakura aside. "Be patient, Naruto!" Having taken Sakura's chakra from Naruto, the guy noticed that the seal was going back. "He can't use chakra. I only know the barrier of protection that covers us. Otherwise, I'm powerless, unlike Naruto. So we must intercept the team with 2 scrolls and come to the right place." "Okay." Akako nodded. "Fun-kun, Sasuke-kun, Sakura-chan. You are coming with me to pick up the scrolls, Cloud. Look after Naruto. And under no circumstances should you give him at least a little chakra or use it in front of him. Understood?" Cloud nodded and laid Naruto down on his futon. The others left. "Naruto Dono, I will protect you at all costs," the guy promised. Arch 2, 1631, Parts Chunin Exam, Stage 2, Part 3. Sasuke was bored. Now the newly assembled team was patrolling the area. Akako and Sakura connected to the sensor's abilities, while Fun and Sasuke guarded the girls. Akasunano looked with some distrust and a small amount of contempt at the brown-haired woman, who clearly showed sympathy for the guy. But be that as it may, the Uchiha didn't care about the relationship in Suna's team. It was important for him to get the scrolls. "I found it," Akako smiled. 3 kilometers from us, a detachment of 3 shinobi is weaker than us in strength, so we can handle it quickly. Most likely they have 2 scrolls. "Yes," Haruno grinned. "That's right. They're from Oto, so Sasuke, you're wearing the one with the sword. He's pretty strong, but he doesn't have a scroll. Fun-kun, there's another guy on you and me. He's powerful. We'll have to try Akako-chan. There's a girl on you. Distract her. She's clearly a medic. The thug has the scrolls, so whoever deals with his opponent first will unscrew them." "Where are they?" Sasuke asked, licking his dry lips. "In the back pouch. Be careful with them." The entire team took a fighting stance. "And here is our reward," Feng smiled. The first opponent appeared in front of the 4 guys. In front of them was a girl of average height. She has fairly pale skin and red hair. She has rare red eyes, the same color as her hair. Over them, she wears horn-rimmed glasses. She wears black short shorts, long battalion stockings, and a purple jacket with a zipper. A young guy of average height and thin build was already hurrying after her. His distinctive feature is white hair with a blue tint. The eyes are purple with thin black eyeliner. He wore a sleeveless purple turtleneck with 3 belts, one of which held a katana with a white blade and a blue hilt. His feet are wearing gray trousers and long brown sandals. A rather tall guy with an average, very athletic build was hurrying next to the shark boy. Red hair and a crew cut. His eyes matched the color of his hair. The guy is wearing a white t-shirt and brown pants. A small titmouse sat on the big man's shoulder and chirped something in his ear. Each of the guys had protectors with the Otagakure sign. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Funakasu Nano, and Akako Karu you know, right? Asked the big man. I'm Jugo. A smile appeared on the stern face of the redhead. Hozuke Suigetsu, the swordsman smiled wryly, showing shark teeth. Karen Uzu. Just Karen, the girl introduced herself. The Uchiha became wary. What did the red-haired girl want to say? Uzumaki? Most likely so. Pulling out a kunai, the Uchiha smiled wryly. Hozuke Suigetsu, I challenge you to a battle, one-on-one. With pleasure, the baby shark was inspired, taking out his katana. Karen, I challenge you to a battle, one-on-one. Akako smiled, taking out her kunai. Easily. Jugo looked expectantly at Sakura and Fun. 1 against 2? He asked, sending the bird away. The guys nodded and prepared for battle. So be it, damned seal. A strange gray shadow crawled across the good man's body, changing his essence. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Fung sighed and released threads of chakra at the big man. Jugo froze, unable to move. While he was thinking about something, Sakura hit him with a painful skyleg, which caused the redhead's arms to break in the forearm area. Heh, they also said that doctors are weak, Fung laughed, using his manipulations, hitting the enemy's poor head into a stone. Oh ho ho, sorry, I didn't notice. Sakura did not stand aside, but only continued to hit Jugo until she squeezed one scroll and hit it. Jumping away from the big man, Haruno nodded to her partner and took a fighting stance. Jugo was practically unharmed. His entire body had already recovered, and the seal continued to grow. Jugo's skin color changed dramatically to brown. A heavy tail grew behind him, and wings appeared from his hands. Hair also increases significantly in both size and density. Fangs lengthen, and eyes become gray. Damn seal, second stage! The big man grinned. Fung could barely contain the boy's power, simultaneously pulling the earth scroll from his pouch. Is it hard? Jugo said mockingly. It will be harder! Aha! The muscles increased in size and tore the chakra threads, leaving the scroll hanging in the air. Summoning his puppet copy of the Shodai Kazakage, Akasuna no sent red sand at the Jugo monster, which encased the good-natured man in his fist. Sand coffin, said Fun. The fist clenched and crushed Jugo, leaving only a flaming cake. Sakura's breakfast barely came out. Did you kill him? The girl didn't believe. Red sand, also known as fire sand or sand of fire, the guy began from afar. Even if I just held it, it would burn, but otherwise there's no pain. Sakura overcame herself and took the scroll and went to the others. Fung sealed the body in a scroll. Who knows, this one can also be reborn. Akako was bored. Karen ran around the girl and tried to make at least a scratch. Earth burial technique. The brown-haired woman made seals. She was already pretty tired of the red-haired girl being dragged into the earth. 3 minutes of torment in the next world, Karuyu no smiled. But taking pity on the girl, she simply sealed her in a scroll. Why bother? Approaching the place of Sasuke's battle, Akako saw Suigetsu shaking from the lightning charge that the Uchiha awarded him. Sasuke also did not waste time on trifles and sealed the stunned shinobi. Oh, I see you're all finished, the brunette smiled. The guys nodded and the whole group headed back to the shelter. Now to the headquarters, beamed Sakura, who dreamed only of a soul. Placing the 2 scrolls together, Team 7 summoned Yamanaka Inoichi. Hey, guys, the Jonin smiled. Now I'll escort you to your rooms until the end of the test, so you're here for another 3 days. Having settled the guys, Inoichi went with Naruto to have a heart-to-heart talk, and in fact, just to see a doctor. Well, what did you want to say? The Junin asked, stopping the guy at the entrance to the medic. I wanted to say that I love your daughter, and Uzumaki didn't have time to finish when Yamanaka launched a verbal tirade at him. Swearing, not embarrassed by the presence of the child, Inoichi cursed all the gods for his daughter's independence. Inoichi-san, Naruto said quietly, we are dating and we already had our first kiss. Although I think not only Konoha knows about this, because it was during the exam. Another stream of curses. Inoichi-san, well, I'm better than Kiba, for example. He only needs a girl for a week, and I love Ino. Yamanaka calmed down, and Naruto enriched his vocabulary. Silently pushing the guy into the office, Yamanaka left. The medic, who was Tsunade, asked Anko Mitarashi and the third Hokage to appear to her immediately. Uzumaki had to talk about his clan membership and about Orochimaru. Naruto spoke with obvious reluctance, but he spoke without hiding anything from the adults. Well, you know the rest. The guy finished his story. Hiruzen lit his pipe thoughtfully. Anko examined the seal. The same thing, the examiner frowned. Call Kakashi, he knows the right seal. The guy won't survive without it. Hatake came immediately, without being late, after examining Naruto. The man began to draw hieroglyphs around Naruto with his own blood, asking no one to move. When the hieroglyphs appeared on Naruto himself, right next to the seal, Hatake said something and touched Orochimaru's curse. A sharp pain pierced the blonde's body, but he steadfastly endured the pain. The hieroglyphs ran one after another, being absorbed into the seal. When Kakashi finished, Naruto felt a certain freedom as his chakra began to recover again. I hope they won't kill me in the near future? The guy asked while getting dressed. No, Hatake shook his head. Now it will be calm. For 3 days, it will just take root. Don't train yet, just save up chakra, understand? Yes. Arch 2, 1732, part. Qualifying battles, or there are already so few of us. 3 days at headquarters had left Naruto exhausted. No training, moving around as little as possible and still not seeing anyone. No, of course, Sasuke and Sakura could come to him, play cards, chat, but only once a day and then only for a measly hour. Naruto didn't understand why he was locked up, but he was silent, just thinking. Now he couldn't get into the subconscious because of Orochimaru's seal. Damn him! Naruto's room was away from the other rooms. Sasuke said that all rooms have everything you need. Books, light, food, a refrigerator, a bed. But Naruto had nothing but gray walls, a cot, and a small spider. No, of course they brought him food. But Sasuke once came during lunch and said that he had much more, for which he received a slap on the head from the cook who carried the food. Naruto-kun, Shizune smiled as she opened the door. Come out. You need to take a shower and change clothes. Naruto rushed out of the room as soon as he felt freedom. Thanks to Sakura, Uzumaki knew perfectly well the layout of the entire headquarters, except that he was in Anko's room, so he quickly found the men's shower. Yo, Naruto! Kiba raised his hand. The only thing the dog walker was wearing was a towel. Shared shower, how wonderful! Having greeted his longtime partner in mischief, Uzumaki grumbled as he undressed and stood under the cold stream of water. After washing himself, Naruto went to his room, where his new clothes, which he had managed to order, lay. Naruto quickly got dressed and ran to his team. The third test is a mortal battle for the honor of the village and for your dreams. But before you go to it, you must prove that you can win. So now the intermediate stage or simply the qualifying battles will take place, Sarutobi explained, lighting his pipe. Naruto grimaced. He could barely stand on his feet. Qualifiers? Yes. If I look in the other direction one more time, I'll crash and won't get up. Naruto was indignant, but he endured it. Sasuke also received the seal, which is very strange. Apparently it was he who cut off Cloud, and his clone fought with the puppeteer. Idiot, Uzumaki whispered. The Uchiha also had a seal, just like Naruto was sealed. Apparently Kakashi noticed. Dobe, shut up, I have to watch you. Tem, you are such a fool. The shinobi was of average height, saying something to the genin, coughing occasionally. He has long brown hair and small bangs. On his head he wears a blue cap, into which the protector of his native village is sewn. He himself is dressed in standard Konohagakure clothing. At first glance, he does not appear to be in the best of health, as he has an unexplained chronic cough and bags under his eyes. As Naruto remembered, his name is Hayate Gekko. He conducts the qualifying battles. Having gone upstairs, the guys waited for the opponent's name to be thrown out. First fight, Sakura Haruno versus Kuruyu no Akako. Are you ready? Gecko asked the approaching girls sluggishly. They nodded. Okay, Akahak. Let's start the fight, he said, coughing, and jumped away. Sakura cast a simple genjutsu on Akako, threw several kunai with shurikens, and began a taijutsu fight. Moving as quickly as possible, Haruno used the typical one-goal fighting style for many. Blocking a blow to the head from Sakura, Kuruyu no went on the offensive. Right hook from Akako misses, sweep from Sakura misses. Exchanging blows and dodging them, the girls became excited, as did Naruto, who watched this fight and unconsciously copied everything he saw. The third volume, Naruto, the fox's voice sounded. I'm hiding it, so sit quietly. Thank you, Kurama. Sakura got tired and, having put together the necessary seals, said, Water element, dragon sunset! Akako was carried away by a wave that did not allow her to take a step. Taking advantage of her opponent's confusion, Haruno delivered the decisive blow. Strike of the blossoming cherry! Kuruyu no screamed from her limp position. Sakura still reduced her strength so as not to kill her opponent. Kaka. The winner is Haruno Sakura, announced Gecko while the Irionen ran up to Akako. Next, Shino Aburami against Zaku Abumi. I give up, Zaku announced. I injured my hands. Winner Shino Aburami. Next, Fun Akasunano versus Kankuro Dog no. Both guys entered the battlefield. Let's start. Having unsealed their dolls, the guys smiled bloodthirstily. Karasu, shall we show them? Kankuro asked his doll. Karasu is a not-too-large wooden doll. Moreover, it is slightly smaller in size than a person. In appearance, Karasu resembles an unusually shaped humanoid creature. He has 3 eyes, brown fake hair, and uneven teeth. Karasu has 4 arms and 2 legs. A long, pale brown cloth is draped over the shoulders. Sanshuo will show them, Feng asked his doll. Sanshuo is a large salamander-shaped puppet. She walks on 4 legs. She also has a large body. Her head has a streamlined shape. Sanshu has green eyes. The most unusual difference between Sanshuo and other puppets is a large black shield with a demonic face depicted on it. Naruto's eyelid twitched. If all puppeteers were like this, he wouldn't want to be one of them. Talk to the doll! Kurohige, Sanshuo, said Akasuna no, unsealing another doll. Hogo, third formation. Hogo was a medium-sized bird-shaped tree made from mahogany. The painted wings creaked and moved from side to side, cutting through the air. Sanshuo disappeared from sight, and Kankuro became wary. Kurowari, opening the next doll, said Dogno. Kurowari is a wooden puppet. Her head is shaped like a raven's. He has fake black hair and red horns. Kurowari also has a large body designed for grabbing. Kurowari has a pale brown torn cloth draped over her shoulders. Kurowari also has 8 thin and long arms and 2 legs of the same shape. Shodai, Fun said, calling the last doll. Sand grab! Kurowari, defense! Kankuro shouted. The doll dragged the owner into its open belly and slammed the exit. Karasu, hidden needles, commanded Dogno from defense. Kurowari, up! Red sand almost touched the protective puppet when suddenly it took off and found itself above Akasunano, at whom Karasu's senbons were already flying. Hogo, take off Shodai, 7th formation, Sanshuo, jet of flame. The Funa bird picked up its owner and flew after Kurowari. Shodai created a circle dance of sand around itself, and Sanshuo, emerging from the ground, spat out a stream of fire at the no-dog. Kurowari, right? Karasu, flow of oxygen. Karasu exhaled a huge stream towards Feng, because of which he was swept off the bird and because of which Akasunano almost suffocated. The winner? Haka, Kankuro dog. No, next up, Tamari dog no versus Hinata Hyuga. The girls came out to fight and immediately started fighting. Immediately opening the third moon on the fan, Tamari swept her opponent off her feet and now sent various streams of air at her. Cutting, cold, hot, strong, weak, so different that those present were surprised. Young Hyuga lost shamefully. Next, Sasuke Uchiha versus Dosu Kanuta. I refuse, Dosu said, and left. I should have said at the beginning that I could leave, and not just now. The Uchiha chuckled and returned to the team. Next, Kin Suchi against Gara Dogno. I refuse! The girl screamed like a kudup and ran away. Next, Gecko got really angry. Uzumaki Naruto versus Kiba Inuzuka. Well, finally, Naruto rubbed his hands. I want to play so bad! Naruto, calm down, your chakra is unstable. The brunette calmed the blonde. I know, Uzumaki nodded. I only want to use one technique. Sasuke just now noticed that Naruto was wearing new clothes. He was wearing a green leather cloak, below the knee length with a high collar, underneath which was a red t-shirt, dark pants and dark sandals, and his katana always hung from his belt. Hands in black gloves, without fingers. The Inuzuka chuckled smugly. Unlike Naruto, he did not change his image. Come on, Naruto-kun! Sakura shouted, and the rest of the girls supported her. Blushing slightly, Uzumaki looked at the dog walker. Have a good fight, the blonde wished without any negative emotions. Are you kidding me? Inuzuka asked gloomily. I'm sure that it will be interesting with you, especially... You were chosen by the Hyugas, you can't help but see that. You noticed, right? I knew it for a long time. Well, let's start. Naruto took out his katana and smiled. I called him Rei Shino, the soul of fire. This is just the name for him. Naruto smiled, dodging Gatsugi. I remember looking for him for a very long time and almost impossible. Jinju Kanbihing, Satoru. After these words, Kiba and Akamaru turned into a single two-headed wolf with scarlet irises. Garoga. Naruto dodged this technique as well. You know, I'm tired of this, the blonde sighed. Impatience, it's so common. You know, only one technique is enough for me. Tsumanibi. The bloody blade of the blade multiplied 3 times and increased in size, reaching the length of the two-tails claws. The claws scratched Kiba, and he, returning to normal form, screamed in pain. The entire body of Akamaru and his master was covered in 3 scars that crossed their bodies. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said, looking stunned at Kiba. Even his cough disappeared. Easy technique, only B rank, Naruto shrugged, putting his sword away. Next, Cloud against Leah's rock. Having waited for the command, Cloud raised the sword behind himself, thereby hitting Leah on the trained head, although he held the blade flat, but not the point. Next, Neji Hyuga versus Akado Yoroi. Using soft hand-style double lion fist on his opponent, Neji advanced further without even allowing his opponent to touch him. That's all. In a month, the 3rd stage will take place. Haha. Good luck to you. Underscore 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 underscore. Well, that's what I wrote. Arch 2, 1833. Part Chunin Exam, Stage 3, Part 1. Greetings, guests and residents of the village of List. We are starting the last stage, announced a shinobi of average height. He has long brown hair and small brown eyes. On his head, he wears the head protector of his home village, sewn into his blue cap, which he wears backwards. Genma himself wears the standard Konohagakure attire, consisting of a green Chunin vest. He has senbon in his mouth. You will be given your badge. Your task is to remove the badge from the enemy and protect yours and others. So now, Genma said, turning to the participants. Sakura Haruno, Tamari Dog. But here are your badges. You are the first. The rest go up to the balcony and wait your turn. Oh yes, your badges are there. Sakura was very worried about her comrades who had not yet appeared. No, okay Sasuke, he has the last fight in the first part of the stage, but Naruto has the second. Having attached a pink badge to her clothes, Haruno took a fighting stance. Tamari had a gray badge. The first battle has begun! Genma gave the go-ahead and moved away. Without wasting any time or energy, Sakura gathered chakra in her fist and performed the dawning cherry strike. Tamari barely had time to jump away from the place of defeat and secure her body to the wall. Revealing the first moon, No Dog silently counterattacked with a cutting blade, which Haruno dodged and threw herself into taijutsu. Left hook from Tamari, block and blow to the solar plexus from Sakura. Block and sweep from Tamari, jump and kick to Sakura's head. Exchanging blows and blocking them, the girls recognized each other's strength because Tamari had already opened the third moon, and Sakura had turned on the regeneration mode. I'm sorry, but today victory will be in my hands. Haruno grinned and, tearing off Tamari's badge, struck the final blow. Painful, heavenly leg. Tamari flew a good 4 meters away from her opponent and could no longer get up, only moaning something. Winner, Sakura Haruno. Hooray! The girl jumped up and down when she realized that Naruto wasn't there yet. Please postpone Naruto's fight, she asked. His fight was already postponed until the last one, so don't worry. Sakura went upstairs. No, after everyone figures out who is the winner in a pair, there will be more fights and so on, until there is only one left who will fight with a special opponent. Cloud and Shino came out to fight. The crowd roared. Sakura only now realized that she had never seen Uzumaki's abilities, so once on the balcony, the girl began to look intently at the blonde. Shino immediately sent a huge number of beetles at Cloud, which were supposed to dive down, but instead the beetles ended up in strange, pinkish crystals. A wave of crystal imprisonment, Uzumaki announced and chuckled. Beetles are useless against me. Dance of hexagonal shurikens, Cloud continued, folding the seals. Crystal shuriken appeared out of nowhere and attacked Aburame, who not only lost his dark green badge, but also passed out. Having grabbed the badge, Cloud returned to the balcony and winked at Sakura and sat down near the wall. Tenten immediately gave in, giving her blue badge to Neji. Next was Sasuke Uchiha against Kankuro Dogno. So, Haruno hissed, Sasuke never showed up, which means he could be disqualified. But then, they showed up. In the center of the field, Naruto and Sasuke came out of nowhere. Naruto was in his green leather cloak, on the back of which was the sign of the Uzumaki clan, and Sasuke was in the same cloak, only black with the Uchiha sign on the back. Under the cloak, the same clothes remained as at the beginning of Chunin Shiken. Sasuke Uchiha, now is your fight, Genma explained, giving Sasuke a blue badge and briefly explained the rules of the fight. The Uchiha nodded, and putting on a badge that was now not difficult to see, the brunette smiled. Naruto went to the balcony and received a yellow badge. Well, the puppeteer grinned. Shall we fight? Sasuke nodded and got into a fighting stance. As soon as Kankuro unsealed the doll, the Uchiha reached the piece of wood with great speed and destroyed it with his lightning. Slowly, the brunette whispered to the roar of the crowd and destroyed the remaining two dolls. The dog No was not taken aback, and jumping back, subdued the piece of wood with his jutsu, which looked quite comical. Having created a Chidori, Sasuke rushed head-on at the enemy, who in turn printed a weapon from the fragments of the dolls and sealed it into a log. Die, whispered Sasuke, at whom Senbon and Kunai were already flying. The shurikens, to Kankuro's great regret, were forever lost. The dog No covered his body with a piece of wood and quickly subdued the second log. Sasuke is not to be trifled with. It is better to have stronger protection. Having broken the defense of the dude from Suna, the brunette neutralized the enemy by hitting him in the solar plexus. The Suno man's eyes darkened and he fell to the ground. Sasuke took his purple badge. Winner Sasuke Uchiha. Next fight, Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara Dogno. The people screamed. Nobody wanted to miss the fight of Sasuke Uchiha. Just like the fight of Gaara Dogno, Neji Hyuga, and Cloud Uzumaki, no one forgot about Naruto. Since he was placed with the strongest shinobi of Suna, then he is really strong. There's a lot of money bet on you. Make a spectacular fight. Genma winked and announced the start of the fight. Naruto and Gaara shook hands and got into fighting stances. Naruto-senpai, the red-haired one began, remembering the blonde's teaching. I won't lose to you. Not today, Garakun. Now the victory is mine. Throwing a kunai at No Dog, Naruto moved behind his friend and created a Rasengan, which surprised many present. Breaking through the sand defense, Naruto hit his student in the cheekbone. Looking regretfully at the surprised guy, Uzumaki continued the attack. Tornado Rasengan, the guy said, combining natural fire chakra and an ordinary Rasengan. The usually light spiral-shaped sphere turned bloody scarlet with black lines. Now not only the protection, but also the skin was torn. The hand was hit. Kso! Gaara hissed in pain. I will defeat you, senpai! The sand, filled with blood, rose into the air and danced wildly around the boy. Having secured the left leg of the head of the Uzumaki clan in the sand, Gaara said what he had banned. Sand coffin. If the blonde had screamed heartbreakingly, the audience would not have been as tense as when they heard only a muffled grunt and crunching of bones. They would have liked to see only a broken leg, and not a bloody mess, but no one knew that everything would turn out like this. Naruto didn't make a sound. He just bit his lips convulsively and endured it. Having killed the pain within himself, the boy calmly pulled his foot out of the sand and, making seals, said, Rasengan. Pushing off with his single leg, the Uzumaki pierced not only the protection of the chest, but also the very skin and bones. Gaara could no longer get up. He could only scream and writhe in pain. The fight ended and Naruto healed the wounds of his friend and Kohai. Senpai, the guy protested indignantly but was interrupted. Don't talk. I still have a lot of chakra. I'll treat you and cauterize my wound, and you calmly go to the audience. You're fine. Dogno looked at Senpai gratefully and smiled. Naruto didn't have much chakra left, due to the tornado Rasengan and 2 ordinary spiral balls, and Gaara saw that the guy was stopping the blood so as not to lose it. The next fight is Naruto Uzumaki against Sakura Haruno, Genma announced, writhing because he felt sorry for the guy. What? Someone yelled. Do you see what condition he's in? Naruto recognized Ino's voice and showed his thumb, creating a small fire in his hand, which was unusual. Cauterizing the wound, the blonde did not utter a sound. Naruto-kun, Haruno whispered dazedly, who wanted to just give up. Don't, let me! Sakura, Uzumaki stopped her. Making an extension of his leg out of a stick, the guy calmly walked to the examiner. No matter the wound, a shinobi cannot refuse to complete a task, be it a mission or just training, he must continue, because a lot depends on him. Genma looked at the guy with respect and gave the command to start the battle. Sorry, Sakura, I have to, Naruto smiled weakly. I have to move on. Having plunged his comrade into genjutsu and taken the badge, he dispelled it. Having asked for a petition again, the guy knocked the girl out. Winner Naruto Uzumaki next fight Sasuke Uchiha versus Neji Hyuga. Naruto felt terrible. Taking Sakura, he moved to the balcony and almost died. The stick remained on the field, and the chakra left his body, causing his leg to hurt with double intensity. Naruto Dono, are you okay? Cloud asked worried. Bring Sakura to her senses, the blonde asked, and jumping, went to watch Sasuke's fight. Something must be better. Arch 2, 1934. Part. Chunin Exam, Stage 3, Part 2. Sasuke felt a surge of strength. If he defeats Neji, who stood in front of him, he will be able to fight with Naruto, who is clearly stronger than Cloud. And Sakura, who has now woken up, has already restored his leg, which means that, I need this victory. The Uchiha smiled carnivorously, licking his lips. Ready to play, kitten? Neji was seriously angry. Let's start. Genma gave the go-ahead and moved away from them. Choose, fast or slow. The brunette went mad. How will you die? Slowly and painfully, you will die. Hyuga hissed and, using a soft fist which was not soft at all, went at the enemy. Sasuke easily dodged his blows and laughed and teased him, which made Neji realize that he was simply being worn down. Bastard, Hyuga muttered. Double fist of a lion. Lion heads made of chakra appeared on Neji's hands, which apparently hit quite hard, because Hyuga spent all his chakra on them. Trying to get the Uchiha, Hyuga did not notice that he was not chasing him. Having touched the brunette's hand, Neji rejoiced and immediately looked in horror at how the Uchiha turned into a cloud of smoke. It was a clone. The real Sasuke burst into laughter as he stood behind the son of the head of the side branch of the Hyuga clan. Tsukuyomi, the Uchiha whispered as soon as Neji looked into his eyes. Bye-bye, Hyuga. A few seconds later, Neji fell face down, screaming like he was cut before. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Next fight is Naruto Uzumaki versus Cloud Uzumaki. Naruto walked out to the cheering of the crowd. The leg had already been restored, as was the chakra. Can I use senjutsu? Naruto asked the examiner. Genma nodded. If you want, you can do whatever you want. The main thing is the icon, and the enemy is unconscious. Naruto nodded. Cloud, the boy said. Fight seriously! The Uzumaki nodded and took out his huge sword. Naruto pulled out his bloody katana. The battle between the two Uzumaki swordsmen began. Nibi's claws! Uzumaki whispered. His katana increased several times and, scratching Cloud's hand, disappeared. And you're clever, Naruto approved. Usually, no one dodges. Cloud smiled faintly and said, Bloody ruby dragon! A dragon made of pink stone with long, sharp whiskers appeared from the ground and tried to swallow Naruto into its huge mouth. But the Uzumaki simply moved to the side and the dragon crashed to the ground. Tornado Rasengan! Creating a sphere, Naruto said, and finding himself behind the enemy's back, hit him between the shoulder blades with all his might. Cloud flew a good 5 meters and disintegrated into rubies. Clone. Dance of hexagonal shurikens! Cloud voiced the technique while directing shurikens made of expensive stone. A wall made of mud, Naruto said, folding his seals. A protective stone wall appeared right in front of him. Kakashi, who was watching the fight, involuntarily gasped. He did this technique with Naruto only once, and he remembered it. Naruto at that time did not relax, but advanced. Having created 10 shadow clones, the guy sent 5 behind the enemy so that they would prepare a trap, and he and his squad launched a frontal attack. Having created another Rasengan, Naruto destroyed another clone of Cloud and summoned Hamasabi. The head of the second fox settlement looked at Naruto reproachfully, and then said, "Now actually, advice. Let them think it's something important." Uzumaki bit his lip. "I need your help, Hamasabi-san." "Okay, Naruto-chan. Your task is to attach this cable to that tree." Naruto nodded and passed on the information to the clones and began collecting senchakra. His skin was covered with blood-scarlet fur. His hair, which had been carefully combed, was now red as wool and spread out in different directions. The claws and teeth became longer and sharper, like a katana. The fox ears that now stood out instead of the usual ones moved from side to side. The whiskers on his cheeks became even more visible. The tail, which lay motionless, began to twitch impatiently. Finally, opening his eyes, blue as a clear sky with a vertical pupil, Naruto stood up. "You won't run away from me." Naruto bared his teeth and, using a trap, moved behind Cloud's back and spoke. "Found it." Having cut through the back of the surprised enemy with his claws, Uzumaki took off the badge and whispered, burning Cloud's ear with his breath. "Pretend to be dead." Cloud didn't even have to pretend. After such a wound, he could not even make a sound. Having already put on the third badge Naruto, Sakura, Cloud, the guy said that his clanmate could no longer continue, which is why the Irionans took Cloud's bloody body to the hospital. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Next fight, Naruto Uzumaki versus Uchiha Sasuke. The crowd roared again. They were all looking forward to this fight. Sasuke also entered Senin mode. The facial features became sharper. The hair became grayer, the ears turned into wolf ears. Razor-sharp fangs protruded from under slightly parted lips. Gray fur on pale skin. "Let's start!" Sasuke flew up to Naruto and was about to destroy him with the help of Chidori when he met an unusual obstacle. "Rasen Shuriken," Uzumaki whispered, connecting the Rasengan with the natural chakra of the element of wind. The spiral-shaped ball became snow-white, like snow, with translucent white blades that never stopped spinning. Throwing the technique at the Uchiha, Naruto jumped out of harm's way. The brunette, in turn, was not at a loss and created a dark purple skeleton, Susanoo, around himself. Naruto attacked him with Nibi's claws, but he didn't cut through anything other than Susanoo, which immediately regenerated. "Manjakyo sharingan," Naruto said with his lips, and his eye turned from blue to blood scarlet with a black clock mechanism around the pupil. The second eye showed the world only one volume. Susanoo. Snow-white chakra gathered around the guy, which was in the shape of a skeleton. Adding all his strength, Naruto revealed the full outfit of a samurai, with 2 black katanas with Amaterasu blazing on them. "What the hell?" asked Itachi, who was watching the battle. A completely calm Fugaku was sitting next to him. "Father, where did Naruto?" Itachi, the head of the Uchiha clan, interrupted sharply. "Naruto is now the head of the Uzumaki clan, and he made peace with the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, so we cannot deny that he has our genes, even if they are few." "Naruto couldn't have our genes, he's an Uzumaki, although only if—" "Yes, according to the fourth, you understood everything correctly." "I know about this. That's why I don't do anything. It develops on its own. Don't touch it for now." The Uchiha nodded and continued to watch the battle. Sasuke was not surprised. Moreover, he himself increased Susanoo's chakra, making him a samurai archer, which is quite rare. "We fight with our eyes, brother!" Uzumaki spat blood. Sasuke nodded and ordered his samurai to take aim at Naruto, who in turn was preparing his samurai to attack. "Come on!" they shouted in unison. Samurai Sasuke released the ready arrow and hit Samurai Naruto, who turned Sasuke's Susanoo into a skeleton by simply hitting him with his sword. Doubled over, the blonde coughed up blood. He was not ready to use such a powerful technique, and he paid for it. Returning the samurai to the form of a skeleton, Uzumaki created 2 Rasen Shuriken and threw them at his friend, who did not have time to dodge and decided to simply strengthen Susanoo, which he did. The Uzumaki technique did not work, but the guy himself did not despair, and, throwing several kunai at the weakened Sasuke, set them on fire. Dance of the Hermit Phoenix, said the blonde. One of the weapons hit Sasuke in the shoulder, but the Uchiha did not notice it. Now the decisive blow. Both created Chidori and were about to attack when they heard. The fight is over. It's a draw, Genma announced, and put the guys into a stupor. Now there's a break, 10 minutes, and then battles against stronger opponents. Naruto fell to the ground and smiled happily as he looked at him. The hermit mode has disappeared, Sasuke repeated after Naruto and lay relaxed on the warm sand. Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi appeared between the guys. Yo! Naruto greeted, raising his hand. Kakashi-senpai, help, huh? Yo, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, did they really fight against each other? Asked Asuma, helping Uzumaki get up. Yeah, it's a draw, Sasuke grinned, standing up with the help of Kakashi. Then there's some kind of incomprehensible fight, so you need to rest. Kakashi checked Orochimaru's seals on the guys, and making sure that they had not yet made themselves felt, calmed down. Having restored his chakra, Naruto healed his wounds and suddenly felt that he was blind in one eye. It was so unexpected that the blonde gasped. What is it, Naruto? Asuma worried. Nothing, the guy said, not realizing anything. Everything is fine. Within 10 minutes, the guys had completely cleaned themselves up and were ready to continue the fight. And now, special battles. The first battle, Uchiha Sasuke versus... The board mounted on the wall flickered and revealed the name of the enemy. Kakashi Hatake! The Uchiha almost choked on the water his sensei brought. Kakashi calmly walked out into the middle of the arena and put his black badge on his vest. Sasuke entered the arena and stretched his shoulders. The fight promised to be interesting. Attack, sensei, the Uchiha grinned slyly. Hatake took out his vulgar book and began reading, while throwing a kunai at the guy. Asuma-san, Naruto called, who was watching this fight from the balcony. Let me light a cigarette. The good-natured Sarutobi gave the guy a cigarette and lit the end. Having lit a cigarette, Uzumaki exhaled a puff of smoke. Kakashi, who attacked Sasuke using taijutsu, shook his head and made Sarutobi blush slightly. Uchiha Sasuke tried to control himself so as not to do anything stupid. With simple genin, he had to act quickly, but with a jonin. Here you need to wear him down and gradually increase the level of the battle and not rush ahead. Kakashi, as if out of spite, immediately took a strong pace, realizing that Sasuke would lose. The Uchiha now decided not to give in to provocation and simply defended himself, not allowing himself to be hurt, which worked out quite well for the time being. Asuma-san, Naruto finally spoke. How did he die? Sarutobi sighed heavily. He lit a cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and began to speak. He died as a hero, though at the hands of a criminal organization. Akatsuki, that's what they call themselves. It is unknown how many people there are, and it is not known who they are, only that they will take on any task just to help those who need it. Of course, not drank tasks, but they still catch criminals. And they kill, Uzumaki finished for him. Get ready for battle, our battle is next. Sasuke, meanwhile, activated Susanoo and forced Kakashi to use Kamui, which caused him to be greatly weakened. Sasuke launched the arrow again, and Kakashi moved it again. But now he couldn't do anything. He was severely depleted of chakra, and he looked into the Uchiha's eyes, for which he became embodied, falling into Tsukuyomi. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Next fight is Asuma Sarutobi versus Naruto Uzumaki. Asuma and Naruto started the fight in the same way, with the same technique, Ash Cloud. Leaving each other with burns of varying degrees, the opponents switched to taijutsu. When making a strike and blocking, the opponents understood the difference in strength. Fuinjutsu, paralysis. Sarutobi's body went numb and fell to the ground. Sorry, Asuma-san, I need this victory too much. Asuma smiled slightly, because he didn't have enough for more. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Genma smiled widely. Naruto suddenly screamed from a sharp pain in his neck. Naruto, it's a seal! We can't hold it back any longer! Kushina screamed. Don't, Mom! The time has come! Arch 2, 2035, part. Salvation comes at the price of sacrifice. Naruto realized that he couldn't get rid of the pain as quickly as he wanted. It's good that it's not during the battle. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Genma took the guy by the elbow. Asuma was carried away on a stretcher and just in time. Delicate sakura petals began to fall from the sky. Kai, Uzumaki said, folding the seal, feeling even more pain. Genma did the same thing as the guy. Many shinobi also got rid of simple genjutsu and helped the others. From above, Uzumaki croaked, kneeling down. Genma understood and blocked the kick of someone's leg that was aiming at Naruto. Jumping away from the examiner, the man landed 5 meters from Uzumaki. He was a young man of thin build and average height. He has white, long hair with 2 pigtails. The first falls from his right shoulder, and the second is behind his back. They are tied with red hairpins. He has eyes of a rare pistachio color, which are surrounded by red stripes. He also has 2 parallel red dots on his forehead. Apparently, this is the symbol of his clan. Under his neck, in the chest area, he has a cursed seal. The young man wears a pale purple kimono and regular shinobi pants. He also wears a thick purple belt, which is worn by almost all sound shinobi. "I am Kimimaro Kaguya, your guide," the young man introduced himself and bowed meekly. "Get ready, Uzumaki Naruto. Why should I go with you, Kimimaro?" The blonde grinned, spitting out blood. "You will receive power, enormous power, which Orochimaru-san gives you, and Sasuke Uchiha, the owner of the Sharingan, will also be with you," Kaguya answered without changing his face. "How is this useful for me?" the guy asked. Genma moved away because he was attacked by 2 whole shinobi from Otogakure, who wore masks that hid their faces, revealing only dark eyes. "You will receive many techniques, proper training, and the opportunity to gain new Juin power." The blonde thought about it. "If I go, will you remove the troops?" asked the patriot. Kimimaro nodded. "And you won't hurt anyone? If they just don't interfere. Okay, bring Sasuke and your team here. Otherwise, there will be no more 4. Uzumaki smiled, glancing at the balcony. Kimimaro made a barely noticeable movement with his hand, and the army, along with the 4, stopped. "Naruto, run!" Izumo yelled. "I'll leave. For your safety, if Sasuke and I go voluntarily, then we can avoid many casualties," Naruto explained. Oddly enough, everyone heard him and stopped. People looked at the boy with some concern and pity. The shinobi could barely restrain themselves, and the Hokage looked at the small figure with horror. "Come on," said Uzumaki. "You have nothing else to do here." Kimimaro nodded with satisfaction and glanced sideways at the 2 barrels. "I'll have to seal you at the time of the campaign," said the young man. Naruto climbed into one of the barrels without further ado. The 4 that tried to fight Sasuke sealed him, and then the Uchiha. The only girl out of the 5 slammed Naruto's lid. She was a girl of average height for her age. She has long, pink-red hair, giving her a more intimidating appearance. In the middle, she has a long lock of hair, inclined to the right side. She also has big brown eyes. On her head, she wears a gray iron helmet, bandaged with bandages. She is wearing a black sleeveless tank top and short black shorts. Above her jersey, she wears a white tunic like her teammates. She wears black wristbands on her arms. The girl, like her comrades, wears a thick purple belt. The girl is wearing black shinobi sandals on her feet. "He's handsome," she whistled. "Jirobo, do you think they're stronger than you?" Jirobo was a rather tall young man, exceeding the height of his age. Jirobo's skin has a slightly dark tint. He has small brown eyes and 3 tufts of red hair on his head that resemble a mohawk. Jirobo wears a kind of bead around his neck. He was wearing a white sleeveless shirt and long black shorts. Over his jersey, he wore a white tunic like his teammates. On his stomach, he, like his comrades, wore a purple belt. His feet were wearing white socks and black sandals. In addition, he has bracelets on his hands. "Tayuya, shut up," the fat man said in a deep voice. "They can't hold a candle to me." Someone laughed. He was a dark-skinned shinobi with black hair braided in a ponytail and small eyes of the same color. The first thing that stands out about his appearance is his 6 arms, which gives him the image of a spider. He was wearing a black sleeveless tank top and short black shorts. He wore a white tunic over his jersey, as did his teammates. He, like his comrades, wore a purple belt on his stomach. His feet were wearing white socks and black sandals. On the forehead was the protector of the Village of Sound. "Kidomaru," the 2 guys said in unison, also laughing. "Don't fall." The twins have bluish-gray hair with long bangs that obscure the left half of Sakon's face and the right half of Ukon's face. Both have green, thin lips, which make them look more feminine. Sakon wears red beads around his neck. He was wearing a black sleeveless tank top and short black shorts. Over the jersey, he wore a white tunic like his teammates. He, like his comrades, wore a purple belt on his stomach. His feet were wearing white socks and black sandals. His Siamese twin brother watched the leaflets and giggled. Sakon, Ukon, Kidomaru, Jirobo, Kidomaru, Kimimaru called some sound shinobi. Come quickly, we'll carry the barrels. The sound five nodded synchronously and led the army home. Several shinobi raised their kidneys and moved on. The Konoha shinobi wanted to tear themselves apart first. Letting Naruto and Sasuke go was great stupidity, but Uzumaki only took care of the safety of the village. Bring everyone to their senses. The Hokage waved his hand to his subordinates. And then go and rest. You can't follow them. The Jonins and Chunins wanted to object, but realized that the Hokage was right. Naruto gave them a chance to live. They shouldn't miss this chance. Will someone be made a Chunin? Shikaku asked languidly, who was walking with the third to the residence of the ruler of the village hidden in leaf. Yes, Sarutobi nodded. Cloud Uzumaki, Haruno Sakura, Neji Hyuga, and Gaara Dog no. Nara nodded. I'm surprised that your son dropped out right away. He understood that there were too many shinobi in the hall, so he made it easier for his friends to enter the shinobi. I calculated everything in advance. He knew that he would be put with either Tamari or Kankuro, and he was unlikely to last, especially since there was a chance that Ino and Choji would get hurt at the qualifier. Your son will also receive Chunin, but after 3 tasks that I have for him. I know he and I assumed this outcome. Having said goodbye to Nara, Sarutobi left and closed himself off from everyone. Nara went to the bar, like many other adults, both shinobi and citizens of Konoha. They came with one goal, to get drunk and get very drunk, so as not to feel anything. Naruto felt like he was slowly dying. The cold, stiff limbs that he could no longer move, and the fading pain only intensified the effect. Naruto, we can't warm up your body, so be patient, Minato said sympathetically. No need, Dad. That's how it should be. I temporarily saved the village. I'll learn from Orochimaru and kill him. After 4 hours, the Oto shinobi finally stopped and freed the guys who were now on the 2nd level of Juin. Sasuke's skin became significantly darker. His hair became thicker, like his ancestor Madara's, and his eyes were black with golden irises. The lips and beak painted with dark lipstick on top of the nose went well with the wings arms behind the back. Naruto got a different appearance. Black skin, blood-scarlet hair that had a hairstyle like Hatake Kakashi, completely black eyes, a scarlet foxtail, and long purple nails, apparently smeared with poison. Both guys looked at each other for a long time with maniacal smiles, and then turned to the simple Oto shinobi. Shall we play, brother? The fox licked his lips. Come on, brother. The eagle licked his lips in the same way. The guys rushed at the people who looked at the new arrivals in horror. Having torn apart Orochimaru's cannon fodder, the guys calmed down and left Juin mode. What happened here? Sasuke didn't understand, looking at his bloody hands. Naruto changed a lot after Juin. My hair turned red. Uzumaki also looked at his hands. We used our strength, the guy answered, frowning. The Uchiha swallowed and looked at the grinning 5. Why weren't they killed then? The brunette asked. Because they saw the seal, Uzumaki shrugged. Although they were standing behind, maybe they were mistaken for their own. Who knows? Walking towards the entrance of the village, Naruto grimaced. How long will we stand? He asked Kimimaru, realizing who was in charge here. We must wait for the ambassador from Orochimaru-san. So we're waiting. About 3 hours later, the bespectacled guy came, whom Sasuke had seen among the participants and who left after the qualifying round, along with some other guy. Kabuto! The Uchiha hissed. Bastard! He saw Kabuto Yakushi with the leaf protector, and when he saw him with the sound sign, the Uchiha roared. Naruto put his hand on his friend's shoulder, thereby calming him down. Then he whispered and looked at the ash-haired one. Greetings. Yakushi nodded and smiled nastily. Let's go ahead, he said, letting the guys go ahead. Uzumaki walked freely inside, following Kimimaru, who decided to bring the guests and show them everything. There's a dining room, the white-haired man said, pointing to a large veranda with many tables. There's a training ground, pointing to the other side, where a spacious training ground is located. Your housing will be there, and there will be hot springs nearby. Naruto looked at the bungalow and grinned. The whole house was dark and gloomy. Apparently, they didn't really want to attract attention here. Walking inside, Uzumaki found a spacious room with a sofa and a large table. There was also a small kitchen and 2 doors. One led to the bathroom, where there was the constant white friend and a shower stall. The second door led to the bedroom, where there were beds with silk linens, the color of milk chocolate. Bookcases and a window were located near the wall. There was a small table in the middle of the room, and near each bed, there was a chest of drawers with clothes. Great, Sasuke nodded, looking through the new clothes. So we are now officially Otoshinobi and Orochimaru's students. Orochimaru-san said that he will visit you tomorrow morning and tell you your program, which he is currently drawing up, answered Kimimaro. Okay, thank you, Kimimaro, Naruto smiled. We'll probably go to sleep now, good night. The Uchiha looked out the window and only now noticed that the sun was already disappearing behind the horizon. Grunting and taking a towel, the brunette wandered into the shower and brushed his teeth. Thank the gods, everything was here. After escorting Kaguya out the door, Uzumaki picked up a book. Chakra Management for Dummies, it said on the cover. Naruto chuckled and began to read. He knew that Orochimaru would obviously force them to read everything that was here, so he started it now. Naruto, I'm done! Sasuke shouted, coming out of the shower. What are you reading? I already read it while you were washing, the red-haired man answered, putting the book back in its place. Also read something, it's useful. Taking a white terry towel, the guy went into the shower. After standing under the cold water for about 20 minutes, Uzumaki turned on the warm water, and having washed himself, left the shower, having first turned off the water. After drying himself and getting dressed, the guy looked at himself in the mirror that hung near the toilet. A tall, red-haired guy with an elongated, rather handsome face, scars on his cheeks and blue eyes, stood in white pants with a bare, toned abs and torso. Naruto, didn't you fall asleep there? The Uchiha called mockingly. I drowned. The guy grinned and returned to the room. Let's go to sleep, brother, Sasuke smiled, crawling under the covers. Come on, Naruto nodded. It was much easier for him to live next to Sasuke. Arch 3, 136 part. Disciples of the Hidden Serpent. Naruto didn't expect Orochimaru to do this. For a whole week now, he and Sasuke have been training with the Sound 5, mastering Juin and trying to control themselves, which they are doing quite well. Due to training, Naruto developed a lump on his back in Juin mode, which was unexpected. This is additional power and strength. If something changes during Juin, then you have reached a new level, Jirobo explained. It's very difficult to do, but you're doing great. Do you see the swollen pimples on my forehead? I've been trying to achieve this for a long time. Naruto understood that the Snake Sannin had things to do, but if he took students for himself, he might show up. Uzumaki had already learned several techniques from books. There were 5 of them. The first is Flight of the Thunder God, which was explained by Minato. The second is the Vacuum Pistol, which Shinji taught him. Third discipline, Kushina's Fuinjutsu. The fourth is Kuro Chidori, which he and Sasuke developed. And the fifth is the signed agreement with the snakes that Kimimaro gave him. Don't shirk, Ukon advised, watching Naruto's warm-up, while Seikon watched Sasuke. Come on, you still need to do 500 push-ups. Sasuke had 700 left, so Naruto waited for his friend, and they finished their exercise together. Having caught their breath, the guys began to run, which could be called a marathon. After running 20 laps, the brothers stopped. Sakon, Ukon, can you teach us techniques? Asked Sasuke. Siamese twins were assigned to the boys' teachers at the very beginning of the week. The rest escaped on behalf of Orochimaru, who is still unknown where he disappeared. Well, we don't know, they said in unison. There was no order. But seeing the look of Naruto, who showed emotions less and less, the twins gave up. First, tell me your chakra elements. Wind, lightning, fire, Naruto answered. Fire, lightning, water, Sasuke picked up. Sakon nodded, but Ukon shook his head. We have a strong earth technique, but you do not have this element, and... Just show us we can do it, Uzumaki interrupted, secretly turning on his sharingan. Sasuke could use the dojutsu freely and openly, just without showing the eternal Mangekyo sharingan. Earth element, Biju of destruction! The twins roared, having folded the seals of the bull, the snake, and the sheep. A few moments later, a huge mountain emerged from the ground, which in appearance resembled Itachi's Susanoo, only with a different weapon. There was a spear in the mountain's hands. 2 tails developed behind the monster. My chakra in Juin mode is only enough for 2 tails, Ukon explained. Sakon nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at the monster appraisingly. My chakra may be enough for 4 9-tailed golems, But then I will be completely pure, which is not good, the guy thought. No, only your chakra is enough. Don't forget that you have 4 chakra sources here, and you can use any of them. Kurama grinned. Only perhaps your parents will disappear later, because they consist only of chakra. The Uzumaki shook his head. He certainly won't use the sources of his parents' chakra. Earth release. Biju of destruction. Having folded the seals, he tested Sasuke's technique. Exactly the same golem crawled out in front of him, only with 5 tails. The Uchiha got down on one knee. Too much chakra wasted. Sasuke, how are you? Naruto asked, helping him get up. Like a drowned man, the Uchiha grinned and leaned against his friend, catching his breath. It's not bad, Ukon said respectfully. Then Seikon took the floor. I thought you wouldn't even have a tail. Sasuke chuckled and asked Naruto to carry him home. It should be breakfast now. Some kind of concentration camp. Kushina was indignant. Uzumaki brought the brunette to their bungalow, sat him down at the table, and began preparing rolls. He didn't have enough for more now. Normally, Naruto would just make a buffet for the country's daimyo, portrayed by Sasuke, but today he was too tired to do anything. Divine as always, the brunette smiled as he devoured breakfast. How do you do it? I add a small part of my chakra, Naruto shrugged. Uzumaki quickly and carefully ate his portion, took a shower, and after reading another book, headed out to the yard to improve his techniques. The first thing Naruto decided to do was master the snake jutsu as best he could, so he summoned a green snake the size of himself. Excitement and readiness for battle splashed in his amber eyes, but when the snake looked around and realized that it was about to be another training session, he was upset. You're lucky, little guy, that you didn't call Manda, the snake hissed, and curling into a ring, continued. Today you'll learn my techniques. She hands. The Uzumaki listened carefully to the snake and remembered his every word. Izj, the user's sleeves appear a lot of snakes that bite and strangle the enemy. This technique I idly used for attacks at long-distance distations. Snake and tiger prints? Ukis. Naruto nodded gratefully and began his training. Jiraiya, who now lived in his native village, could not find a place for himself. Naruto, his godson, left with Orochimaru and Sasuke to Oto. Everyone knew that. Many wanted to rush after the boy, but no one let them through. The Toad Hermit himself wanted to go after the boy, but he could not. He won't be able to stand up to Orochimaru. There was only one hope left, Tsunade. Of course, the Slime Queen would go with him, but Jiraiya wanted to leave unnoticed. Senju was just telling Shizune that she was going on vacation, and now Kato would be Sakura's head physician and teacher for a while. Shall we go? She asked, going out into the street. Let's go. The old man nodded in agreement and, hiding his presence, headed towards the back exit from Konoha, namely, through the Mountain of Glory. Gee, Tsunade called as she and her comrade crossed the Konoha border. What? The man responded. Is this correct? Well, he seemed to go there himself. He had no choice. We don't even know where he is, so maybe he'll come himself. Do you think so? I know that. They spent the entire journey to Otokuku, a small village in the Land of Fire, in silence. Having reached a small village with 24 houses, the Sannin settled in a small hotel where there were only 3 rooms, which is why the Sannin had to share one bed. But Jiraiya was happy about this, and Tsunade was categorically against it, so it was decided that the Toad Hermit sleeps on mat. After Otokuku, the shinobi went to Tanzaku because Orochimaru could be hiding anywhere. Sasuke had not been able to sleep properly for days. Whether it was that Naruto was not around, or that this was not his home, Sasuke didn't know what was wrong, but he really wanted to find out. Uzumaki was in the courtyard studying the snake hand technique, which Sasuke had already mastered. Of course, he is the heir of a great clan, who can repeat almost any technique and learn it in an hour. But Uzumaki was not this heir. He was simply a gifted shinobi who did not give up until he succeeded. The same golem of Seikon and Ukona left the red-haired one in 3 days. And then he turned out to be small, without a tail. Snake hands! Naruto hissed once again. What Sasuke heard made him surprised. The sound of snakes hissing proved Naruto could do it. I just did it, trained and achieved what I wanted. Yes, the guy exclaimed happily. Running into the room, Uzumaki smiled happily and demonstrated the technique to a smiling Sasuke, who was happy for his friend and knew that it was just for show. Of course, Naruto acquired this technique in his subconscious in just a few attempts, and additionally studied several more techniques. This is what Naruto always did. He did everything slowly, just for show, so that no one would suspect anything, and so that his and Sasuke's plan would come true. We can do it, Naruto. It's not in vain that you're toiling here. We can do it, do you hear? Naruto just smiled happily, and the Uchiha remembered this smile of his, so that it would never disappear from his memory. Never. The next day was cloudy and dull. Naruto no longer smiled, and Sasuke knew that he was unlikely to see him smile again. Orochimaru stood in front of the guys, having finally managed to return to his students and teach them something. 4 people stood behind Sannin: Karen, Suigetsu, Jugo, and Kimimaro. Jugo. What does this mean? Uzumaki asked gloomily. Naruto-kun, Sarutobi licked his lips. These are the guards of my various laboratories. Every month you will move and gain new knowledge. No, the guy shook his head. We won't. These children won't teach us anything. Suigetsu clenched his fists angrily. Karen pulled her head into her shoulders. Jugo smiled warmly, and Kimimaro calmly continued to look at the named brothers. Why? Asked the snake a little irritably. Because you are our teacher, and not these brats, whom I will take out with one blow and win in a mental attack. Sasuke won't even have to strain. So, you will have to deal with us yourself. Okay, but you must try to kill my guards. Naruto entered Juin mode and shrugged his shoulders, saying that he didn't have to fight like that. The Uchiha followed suit. Kimimaro and Jugo also entered their demonic form. Suigetsu took a sip from his glass and took out a regular katana, and Karen just squeaked. You! Uzumaki hissed, pointing at the girl. Come with me! Having returned to his normal form, Naruto told Orochimaru that he agreed to study as the sensei wished and led the poor fellow into the house. What's wrong with him? Sasuke asked, becoming himself. Who is she? The red-haired man asked, throwing Karen onto the sofa. Karen, she squeaked. Clan. The girl hesitated. Naruto repeated, louder. Former Uzumaki, she said reluctantly. The head of the clan expelled me when I went to Orochimaru-sama. Idiot, the guy shook his head. I'm the new head. If you want to join the clan, then you just have to prove your strength and not show your weaknesses. The girl looked at the guy and smiled slightly. Would you accept me? To a side branch, yes, but not to the main one, that's for sure. Side. I recently read that the Uzumaki clan was divided in the same way as the Hyuga clan. Only if the white-eyed ones protected the secrets of the dojutsu, then the Uzumaki kept their fuin a secret. So do you want to join the clan? Know that I can kill you for betrayal. Karen nodded vigorously, and Naruto sighed, bit his finger, and drew the sign of the Uzumaki clan inside the square. Having folded several seals and put his hand to the bloody drawing, the guy winced. The girl screamed and fell exhausted onto the pillow. Leaving the girl lying on the soft sofa, the guy went to the next training session. After all, according to the plan, he only had a year. Arch 3, 239, part, south and north. Naruto was sitting on a ledge of a rather tall rock that was located next to the entrance to the southern sanctuary, which was a cave on a small stone island that was not on the maps. Inside the cave, there was a small platform and 3 doors leading into the depths of the rock. The first door, an iron one overgrown with moss, led to cells with 100 prisoners. The second, small, wooden and new, morgue. The third led to the laboratory. Naruto Dono, get down! Karen called, smiling, holding a basket of pies in her hands. I brought you a snack. Jumping down to the red-haired girl, the guy nodded and, taking the basket in one hand and the girl's palm in the other, walked towards their room. Karen smiled happily and stroked her slightly swollen belly. 3 months ago, 2 Uzumaki agreed on one agreement regarding children and the continuation of the Uzumaki family. And for the purity of blood, Naru conceived their little child with Karen and already gave him a name. Girl Hotaru, boy Toru. His stay in this shelter will soon end. Most likely he will end up with Suigetsu for 3 months, after which Jugo, and then with Kimimaro, into whose body Orochimaru ended up. Who will they send for me? The guy asked, sitting down at the table and taking a pie with cabbage. Either Udo or Tayuya, although most likely it will be Jirobo. No, Jirobo is a new body. Orochimaru-san conducts experiments too often that the new body cannot withstand. 3 months is his maximum, right? Yes, most likely the Sound 5 will be killed by him. Silently chewing a pie and stroking her stomach, Karen suddenly realized that if there was a riot, she would not be able to cope alone. which means the ambassador would have to convey her situation, after which he would contact Orochimaru, and only then would she receive an assistant. Shinji, who was watching the prisoners, entered the room and grinned. "What do you want?" Uzumaki muttered rudely. "An heir, it's always good," the tiger guy answered. Especially in the Uzumaki couple, girls were usually born first, but here, a real shinobi. Naru stood up and threw the pie to the guardian. "Do you mind staying with Karen?" asked the red-haired one. "When Sasuke and I are finished here, I will return you, but you must take her to a safe place, possibly to Konoha, but also to the whirlpool." The guardian shrugged. He could be far from Naruto for at least 10 years and nothing would happen. Just eat up a little chakra. "What about the heir's name?" asked Karen, blushing. "The guardian must bless him, right?" "Yes," Uzumaki nodded. "Since he appears in the spring, he will be called Haru, born in the spring." Shinji chuckled. He didn't like pathos. Placing his paw and hand on the girl's stomach, the guardian read an old prayer in a dead language. "Named nezoloto it voi heroi. Poslednie kembiti mogla gordicja," Shinji whispered monotonously. The wide palm glowed with a reddish light, similar to the pulp of a grapefruit. Naruto smiled and poured his chakra into the guardian, which increased his son's luck and endurance, also giving him his Uzumaki genes. Sasuke is tired. For the first 3 months he lived in the northern shelter, where the most dangerous fruits of the experiments were located. Holders of Juin. Now the brunette is training with Gurin, one of the strongest prisoners. The fight took place in the second stage of Juin, which is why Sasuke was tired. He had poor control over it. "Faster, baby!" the opponent yelled. Gurin is a man of average height. He has long red hair and dark eyes. He is dressed in standard prisoner clothing. During Juin's transition to the second level, his skin turns brown, horns grow on his head, and a tail appears. "Shut up, bastard!" the Uchiha shouted in response, and putting his hand forward, decided to prove himself by showing one of his trump cards. Dark Death! A small ball of black flame formed in his palm, which began to grow, and when Sasuke shook his hand, the ball exploded so that dark matter hit the enemy. The technique was considered fatal if it were not for Juin. This fire is not a type of Amaterasu, so it can be easily extinguished, but if a cursed seal is used, the wound will remain for life, unless of course you are the walking dead. Gurin flew into the wall of the main building and, croaking something, passed out. The Uchiha did not rejoice at the victory, but only accumulated chakra. Now he will be given another opponent as always. Work until exhaustion, and only the chakra of one medical prisoner helps him live. "I wonder how Naruto is doing," the guy thought, coming out of the state of the cursed seal. His sworn brother could not respond to messages due to his busy schedule, but not long ago news arrived. "I will become a father," was all she said. "That's enough for today," Jugo, who was watching the fight, suddenly relented. "Sasuke, you're making great progress in mind control, but you'll have to meditate for the rest of the day. Today you're without food. You hurt Gurin too much. The rules prohibit it." "Okay," the red-haired brunette interrupted. "I'll go to my room and start meditation, but if anyone interferes with me, I'll release the beast." Many prisoners flinched. Oh, they knew what would happen then. Having stretched his neck, the Uchiha went into his abode, closing the door behind him. The guy sat down on the cold floor. His room consisted of 3 interior items: a wardrobe with books and clothes, a bed and a chair. Not much, but it's enough considering how little time he spends here. Once in his subconscious, the brunette smiled. The snow-white expanses seemed endless. Here and there were chests with memories. If for Naruto, it is a cellar in a house, then for Uchiha, it is a snowy plain with the warm sun shining from everywhere. "He's finally arrived!" Someone roared behind the Uchiha's back. "Hasn't he won everyone again?" Sasuke turned around. A large white snake lay next to a wide iron pillar, blending into the terrain. If it weren't for his emerald eyes and pink tongue, the Uchiha wouldn't have noticed him. The snake was chained to a post and hardly moved. He knew that it would hurt and did not dare to object. "You'll die soon, but until then we'll have to endure you," the brunette spat. "The owner doesn't like Tsukino, but Tsukino loves the owner!" The snake rattled offendedly. Sasuke sighed. My own schizophrenia had become so familiar that I didn't even want to stay with this creature, but Orochimaru would take advantage of her, so she would have to disappear. Naruto's plan was simply perfect, but few of his followers would survive. Tsukino, tell me something! The Uchiha lay down on the ground. I want to calm down. With joy! The snake perked up. More than 40 years ago, Orochimaru-kun found my shed scales. The Uchiha didn't listen any further, simply enjoying the peace. Not soon he will lie like this and carelessly forget about everything, listening to Tsukino. Everything will change as soon as the cold weather passes. I don't play with my soul anymore. Whatever it is, will it suit anyone? On copper, not gold, and your hero. The last one you could be proud of, BI2. The last hero, first verse. Arch 3, 338, part. Punisher. Part 1. Udosen, your bath is ready, Kabuto hissed, smiling. The boy, who looked so much like Orochimaru, licked his dry lips and glared at his charge. Well done, Kabuto-kun. Prepare a workplace for me. Just don't hide the papers too far, the boy ordered in a dull voice. Yakushi bowed and left the small locker room. Taking off his light white kimono, Uzumaki went into the bathroom itself, where there was a huge sauna with steam rising above the hot water. The boy climbed into the water and smiled with satisfaction. Soon everything will change, father, and then you will understand that you didn't have to do all these stupid things, the brunette whispered, his eyes sparkling, and he began washing. Kabuto at this time went into the office of his real boss. Orochimaru was weak compared to this boy, and it was only on a whim that Udo took the bespectacled man to his place. Remembering his boss's plan, the platinum blonde smiled. Flashback? Kabuto's POV. I was sitting in one of Orochimaru's hideouts. I was scared and cold. The smell of dampness and mold that hung in the air made it difficult to breathe. I was almost suffocating. The glasses flew somewhere to the side, so in the poorly lit room I couldn't see anything at all. Darkness. The ropes were squeezing my arms too tightly, and my legs were already going numb. Damn, I'm hungry. It's like there was never anything inside. Like a newborn baby. I groaned. The gag prevented me from speaking, and then he came in. An exact copy of the one who took me from the orphanage. That slimy guy who tied me up and left me. But they were distinguished not only by their age and taste of clothing, but also by their looks. The guy was not so contemptuous, slippery, and scary. He was understanding, gentle, sympathetic, and even slightly tired, as if he had been up all night working. But now I didn't see anything. I just felt the same gaze. I'm Udo, the guy introduced himself in a dull voice, cutting the ropes. Udo Uzumaki. You're Kabuto Yakushi, right? Yes, I whispered hoarsely, not recognizing the voice. When I saw him, he was 5, 7, or 8 years younger than me, but his small hands were much stronger than mine. Come on, I'll give you food and water. A bath wouldn't hurt, but you have to eat, Udo decided, helping me get up. I wet my throat with saliva, which fell too loudly, it seemed to me. We walked along some corridor forward, and going through one door, entered a fairly spacious room with a well-equipped kitchen and a small table. Having sat me down on a chair, the brunette walked to the stove, took a plate from there and brought it to me, after which he brought a glass of drink. I was in no hurry to start my meal. I didn't see anything. Why don't you eat? It was clear from his voice that he was frowning, which made me shrink. I don't see. Having closed my eyes, I was ready to hear anything, but not quiet, dull, mysterious afterlife laughter. A shiver ran down my spine. Do you need glasses, or do you want to always see without wearing glasses? He finally asked. I don't know, I answered honestly. They put thin-framed glasses on the bridge of my nose and forced me to eat, as it turned out, sandwiches with milk. Then I took a bath and fell asleep for about 2 days in a soft, warm bed that attracted me like a magnet. Why do you need me? I asked, deciding to address the guy respectfully, finally coming to my senses. I need that person who knows all aspects of life, who saw both the ass and the face, felt the kicks and warm hands, understood everything that she was. An individual who will become the one who will follow me, like a ray of light in the midst of darkness. Damn, it's too pretentious. Although these are just my feelings. And what road are you taking? What are you trying to find? I dared. Udo chuckled. I want to create an ideal world in which there will be no shinobi, in which there will be no wars and murders. A world where everyone is equal. Tell me, are you ready to come with me in the name of this goal? Can you become one of the Punisher who will destroy old hatreds, reviving a pure, innocent world? I nodded, licking my lips nervously. I didn't care how to achieve this. I wanted equality so that nothing would be repeated. I have seen enough of people's pain, and now I will go after the one who will destroy it. This is my way! What's the plan? Everything is terribly simple. Kabuto was pulled out of his thoughts by the arriving ambassador. Kabuto-san, in a few minutes Orochimaru-san will arrive at the camp, the newcomer bowed. Brown hair, brown eyes, dark skin, large forehead, medium nose, frail in a gray traveling cloak that hid the clothes underneath. He was somewhere around 30 years old. Ryuji, he turned to Ambassador Yakushi. How do you like it here? Don't want to return to Konoha? Become a salesman again. What kind of store is there? Joy, Macau answered without raising his head. No, I don't want to. Only people with rotten souls live there who see nothing but their whims. The blonde nodded and extended his hand with the scroll he took. If you take this to Karen, I think she will be happy, Kabuto ordered, and went to the bathroom to help his boss get dressed. Ryuji put away the scroll and ran at full speed to the southern shelter. Flashback, Ryuji's POV. 5 years have passed since I started working for Orochimaru. My goal is to keep an eye on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchihas, occasionally provoking them. The job is not the best, and if you start rumors about bad police work, you can piss off these arrogant asses, but I had a hard time with the guy. At first, he simply did not appear on the radar, after which he either laughed it off or laughed at all the attacks, which was strange. Any child would have started crying and broken down, but not him. Sometimes I even picked up food at the store and brought it home to him, tossing it to him. The kid found it and shrugged his shoulders and ate it. I myself don't know why I became attached to him, but Orochimaru-sama's message made me remember my responsibilities. I had to throw a cake in his direction, to which he reacted quite unusually, as if he did not recognize me, although I occasionally talked to him, but was wearing a mask. And after the cake, I had to go for a beating. I stood in the middle of the street where he was walking. The guy didn't see me, as if he was blind, and that's why he crashed. The prepared speech finally showed itself. "Oh, you fox," I whispered angrily. "Now you will pay for the death of my father." "What if I tell you that the fox killed my parents, and I hate him just as much as you do?" the guy said, rather affirmatively than questioningly. "So you— Stop fooling me, demon!" I hit the guy in the stomach with force. I didn't have parents. I was always an orphan, and I wasn't born here in Amma. Naruto flew several meters away, hitting a pole. "Pain signal," I whispered my special jutsu and walked away from him. The meaning of the technique is to call upon those who are responsible for the victim using a genjutsu in which the victim screams in pain. Several people immediately came into view, shouting the blonde's name. "See you later, Naruto. In a year, I worked in this stupid store." It's good that the shift happened to be on such a quiet day. Fewer people means fewer problems, but you can't do without them at all. "Can I use them?" a boyish voice asked behind me. I was standing next to the knives. I had to check how well they were sharpened. "Only if you're old enough," I smiled. Naruto stood in front of me. All pale and emaciated, the body seemed translucent and so fragile that it seemed like a slight breath and he would fall. I was afraid that I had offended something to him, that he had suffered because of me. I managed to get attached to rare conversations at night, but he was gone for a year, so you can say that I even missed him. "What do you need?" I asked, stuttering. The cleaver in his hand made me tense. "Nothing special," the guy answered and took a cucumber out of his pouch and cut it in half. "I'll probably take this one. Otherwise, you know there are no knives in the house at all, but you have to cook somehow." I calmed down. Since he jokes and mocks, he feels quite good, and since he needs cutlery, although he used to do without them, he has confidence that they will take care of him. A stone just fell from my soul. "You didn't approach me that easily, did you?" "Yes, you were right. I want to say that I know who beat me before the operation." I frowned slightly. "Surgery? Oh, shit! What if he was in a coma because of me?" "Damn, I'm afraid for this boy again." "I forgive you, it came to me." "What?" I asked, dumbfounded, but the guy seemed to disappear. That means it forgives. And my soul feels warm and pleasant, as if something really good had happened, and not like it happened to me. Black life with rare gray stripes and barely noticeable white dots that were at a great distance from each other. Be strong, Naruto. After that day, I was not in Konoha. Having conveyed information to Orochimaru, I became an ambassador for Udo-sama and Kabuto-sama, who valued allies much more. Arch 3, 439 part. The Punishers, Part 2. Udo's POV. I remember everything that happened to me. Birth, days, hours, minutes. I remember all the faces and all the objects. I never complained about my memory. I complained about the world. Internally, of course. My father, Orochimaru, met my mother by chance, but he needed a successor. It was me. I remember her face. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw her. So beautiful and tender. What were her soft, milk chocolate-colored hair and clear blue, tired eyes worth? Her delicate, pale skin, small bags under her eyes. I was ready to curse my father for the fact that he experimented on me and made me like this. I don't feel anything. I don't forget anything. And I know everything, no matter what people talk about. All I need is a touch, and I find out everything they think. Their past, their thoughts and desires. It's my own curse that's killing me. Now I was sitting in my office. I saw what and where Kabuto put it, looking through his eyes. Opening the heavy folder with documents, I prepared for another sleepless night. Conan Tanaka. February 20th, Pisces. 27 years old. Height 169.4 centimeters. Weight 45.3 kilograms. Ranks. Conan has blue hair, hazel amber. Eyes with lavender eyeliner and elaborate piercing on her lower lip. She has worn a blue origami flower in her hair since childhood. He practically does not express emotions. Origami techniques and paper manipulation without the use of stamps. Element of water. Missions completed. 0 drank, 65 crank, 161 brank, 85 rank, and 30 srank. Candidate #5. I sighed. What nonsense did this Kasami write? I just wrote well about the techniques. A difficult opponent or a strong ally? Okay. Who is she closest to? Yeah, I found it. Pain. September 19th, Virgo, 30 years old, height 175.7 centimeters, weight 70.5 kilograms. Ranks. Pain is 6 bodies with piercings that act as chakra conductors, rinnegans, and red hair. He himself did not appear. The bodies are long dead. Around World War III, the techniques are quite unusual. Each body specializes in its own. Summoning, attraction, reading minds and sucking souls, resurrecting other bodies and mortal torture, weapons of the future, sucking chakra. Any techniques are useless against them. They see everything and their rinnegans are connected to each other, like shadow clones. All elements have been mastered. Completed missions. Unknown. Candidate No. 1. I sighed tiredly. I need these people. I simply need them. The Punishers. How long ago I decided everything for myself and for the world. Recruiting people into the organization, destroying Biju and Chakra. I will make an ordinary world where not a single civilian will suffer, because everyone will be equal. Absolutely everything. Momochi Zabuza. August 15th, Levy, 29 years old. Height 183 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. Ranks. Like all members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, his teeth are triangular in shape, similar to the teeth of predatory fish. Otherwise, the rather attractive face of a middle-aged man is hidden under the bandages. He is a henchman of Naruto Uzumaki, like the entire cult of Momochi. He has been a member of the Uzumaki clan since the last Chunin exam in Konoha. Water elemental techniques, excellent swordsmanship. Completed missions, unknown. Candidate #3. Now this is interesting. Naruto Uzumaki has subjugated the entire cult of Momochi? Interesting guy. He's older than me and seems to be in the Southern Vault now. Yes, he's a really interesting guy. Oh, I remember how the cult attacked the Mizukage, killing him, after which the young Meitarumi ascended the throne. Yes, she's okay, but her character is like that of a true bitch. The Momochi cult consists of Momochi Zabuza, Hakuyuki, Gozu, Meizu, Michiru, Hiroshi, Hotaka. Everyone has their own elements, but they have not yet been established. Cult rank S. I put the papers down and stretched my neck. First, I need to negotiate with Naruto. This guy is connected to everyone, albeit with some distant ties, which means he is the first candidate. We need to make Kisame watch the guy. I became really interested. After all this is for the cause of the Punisher. NPOV Udo? Ryuji was very worried. What reaction will this guy have? Will he remember the one he talked to at night? Will he remember the one who brought him food? All doubts ate away at the man running forward who could not stop. The task is too important, like all the tasks that are given to him. Particularly important on every letter, in every explanation. Anything to keep him from relaxing. To make the journey go faster, the man thought about it, remembering his nightly gatherings with Naruto. Flashback. Ryuji's POV. I put on a hood and a black mask, blending into the night. I didn't want to attract attention. I'm tired of life. The fault for this is not friends, unknown acquaintances, and perhaps not even family, which I never had, but that's what my team called themselves. Most likely it was all my fault. Eternal tasks. How many times have I been on the verge of death? 5? 10? No, much more. I spent my whole life in the shadows of society, doing dirty jobs, hurting the innocent just to survive. How pathetic I am. Having landed in the bushes of one of the training grounds, I noticed such a familiar light top of the head. Naruto. Hey, Ninja-san, the boy said cheerfully. My name is Naruto. What's yours? Ronin, I blurted out the first. I never expected him to just start communicating, because everyone hates him. Oh, now I look like an Anbu, and they are allowed to talk to the boy. Sitting down next to me, I began to admire the surface of the water where we found ourselves, which reflected the yellow circle of the moon and billions of stars that winked at us. Roninson, tell me something, the boy asked, clasping his legs with his hands. I thought, what for example? I once walked around Kirigakure. Do you know such a village? Seeing a nod, I continued. I had a reconnaissance mission there. I had to watch one girl who had to pacify the Biju, becoming his Jinchuriki. Biju are huge clots of chakra that are embodied in the form of animals. However, they are many times larger than normal animals and differ in the number of tails. These tails are indicators of the amount of chakra that makes up the Biju and their strength. The more tails a Biju has, the more chakra it consists of, and accordingly, the greater its power. Jinchuriki contain these Biju within themselves, I explained and continued. So, my task was to bring this girl after the Biju was imprisoned in her. And what next? My young listener was clearly interested. I fell in love with her, I grinned. She was beautiful, smart, and had a peaceful character, which is strange for the village of fog. What is love? The boy interrupted me. Love is the most deadly weapon in the world. It kills both when it is present in your life, and when you live without it. I hugged him. It wasn't enough for him to still freeze. So, when she became a Jinchuriki, I helped her hide, since people in her village began to hate her, but did not bring her, as he was supposed to do according to the assignment. I confessed to her and let her go, but she didn't want to leave. Where is she now? Catching the sadness in my voice, the blonde was worried. They killed her when she was washing herself in a river. I was quite far away at the time, packing up a camp. Tears. This guy was able to awaken feelings in me only by reminding me of those moments. The guy hugged me and whispered something like, I'm with you, just like her, Roninson. And I started to really respect this guy. He was able to stitch up wounds that had been bleeding for a long time. No, the scar will remain, but it won't hurt as often. Tell me now, I asked, having calmed down. Well, the guy hesitated. There was one moment that stayed with me forever. About 2 days ago, a guy from a store, Macau Ryuji, seemed to insult me. He threw a rotten cake at me. He didn't even look at the fresh one. He probably thought that I wasn't worthy of it. And you know what, Roninson? I realized that the expectation of danger is always worse than the danger itself, and the expectation of evil is 10,000 times worse than evil itself. So I waited for good, and so you came. Did not beat, did not insult, but told about the past, told about feelings. This is very important to me. Roninson, and you, can you become my friend? I looked at the slightly blushing guy and smiled. Of course you are my first friend, I'm yours too, right? The guy nodded happily, and then we sat in silence until Naruto fell asleep. I took the blonde man to his apartment, cleaned it up, and left a note about the next meeting. In a week, as usual, I put on my cloak and mask and headed to our place. Unfortunately, now I was not going to continue our conversations, but to do something that I simply hated. I had to beat Naruto that day, but I was saddened not by this, but by the fact that the guy did not recognize me, a friend, but only recognized me, the seller. It was more painful than a katana passing through the lung. The pain is too much. Since then, I no longer went to our meetings and did not intersect with him. And now, after a long separation, I will see him again. As before, I put on a cloak and a mask and went into Orochimaru's southern shelter. I was already greeted. From afar, Naruto sensed his ambassador's chakra, which would transfer the guy to the next concentration camp. Quickly collecting his things, Uzumaki and the mother of his child went out to the main gate, noticing that a rather tall man with a hood up was already approaching the island. There was something familiar about this man, which made Naruto frown. If one of your own, this is bad. He has not yet had time to fulfill his plan. Naruto Uzumaki? The man asked. I am your ambassador. Before we go, read a message from my master. Karen left without waiting for her husband to even take the scroll, simply smacking it. Dear Naruto, or should I call you Head? How do you like Naruto-sama? Ha. Okay, not about that now. I think you want to meet someone who is writing to you and is going to offer you something interesting. Sorry, but they don't write about this. It will attract too much attention. Waiting for you, Uda Uzumaki. The red-haired man frowned and looked at the ambassador. Show your face, the guy ordered, which made him flinch. But he took off his hood. You! Ryuji smiled softly. Hello, Naruto-kun. You remember Roninson, right? I came for my talk. The guy almost fell. This man. He was originally with Orochimaru. No, he was with Udo. Yes, this Udo was his master, and not the famous Sanin. But what did he do at night? Spying? Provoking? No, he was sincere. Realizing that he could not restrain himself, Uzumaki tightly hugged the man, whom he was a head taller. Thank you for opening my eyes, then, Naru whispered quietly. But what should I call you? Ryuji Makshao Ryuji, nice to meet you. Uzumaki, Naruto, and me, the guy smiled widely, squeezing the man tighter. Damn, I could figure it out by chakra. How stupid he was. Macau laughed. Let's go. Otherwise, we'll get paid for being late. The former salesman, no, an old friend, said cheerfully. After all, everyone has such a mysterious old friend. Voila. There is one more chapter, which means I can rest a little. To be honest, I don't know what to write, since the next chapter hasn't been thought out. So you can offer anything as long as you and others like it. I'm waiting for suggestions. Subscribe to my group, be nice. Group http://vk.com/club 734-84426. Arch 3, 540. Part. The Story of Cloud Uzumaki. Part 1. Not sure yet? On the rock, the Hokage sat a tall blonde man with sky-blue eyes, tanned skin, and a wide bronze sword that covered his back. Cloud, a pink-haired girl, approached him. You're great for coming to our village, but he's not here. You yourself understand perfectly well that you're not fully Uzumaki yet. The ritual is his business and no one else's. Thank you, Sakura. The guy smiled slightly, taking in his hand the iron head of a tiger, which served him as a pendant and a connection with the god who patronized the Uzumaki clan. Great Osamu, bless my head and your high priest, give him your blessing, and look. For his child. Having finished, the guy kissed the talisman and stood up. Where is Ichiro? Cloud asked in an authoritative tone. He helps in building the temple and improving rotten houses. Like the others, Tomakun is still on a mission with the team. Haruno smiled. When he returns, a lot will have changed. Cloud shook his head. I hope he likes it. He has already sent us 24 Uzumaki while sending messages. He clearly wants this. Cloud didn't answer. He just sighed and went to help his clan, remembering everything along the way, out of nothing to do. Suna, 10 years ago, Cloud's POV. I ran through the village, running away from yet another seller from whom I stole bread. He's new. He doesn't yet know that it's better not to run after me and not get involved at all. I live with monsters, with real demons. Stop! The seller began to lag behind. I wasn't distracted by it. I needed to bring food quickly, otherwise I would be punished for bringing lunch late. I was finally able to run out of the village. It's strange. No one is stopping me, although they are just afraid. Only demons can touch me. Anyone who disobeys this, one might even say, the law will face punishment and death in torment. I run to the only mountain that nature made, and not technology. Running into a low cave, I hastily crawled along a narrow tunnel, and soon found myself in a large hall where 5 chairs about 15 feet high were located. My father was sitting on the first one. A huge creature, skinny and covered with grayish skin that seemed to be put on top of it, pits instead of eye sockets, and a wide open mouth in which more than 100 rows of teeth could be seen that ran in circles throughout the entire throat. My father did not have genitals, so his nudity could be considered normal, but the downside was that his nails and hair did not grow. More precisely, when they were growing up, he wanted to devour everything that was smaller than him. On such days, I do not stick my head out of my abode. Mom was on the second one. She was the same size as Dad, but she was different. The human form of the most ordinary average girl Suna is true as tall as Biju, but not only this made her a demon. Her whole body was covered with eyes. Different size, color, different eyelashes, each eye is special. These eyes are connected with everyone living on Earth, and the central eye is gray-blue, clouded. It was her eye, the all-seeing eye. Mom had no mouth, genitals, nose, only eyes and a body, nothing more. But she could produce normal speech that I could understand, albeit very loudly, but I got used to it. My older brother was sitting on the third one. He was an exact copy of his father, only where an ordinary person had 2 eyes, he had 9, and he had 4 arms. His skin was more like wood, but I knew it was skin. How many times did I have to wash it? The brother always sat motionless. Only on rare occasions he tapped his fingers or growled, asking for something. Mom translated his growls for me, and not only him. My uncle was sitting on the fourth. He was the one who helped me and was probably the most normal one in my family. Although his height could compare to the sand demon, he looked like a human. White hair, sky blue eyes, a beautiful pale face, and a thin line of lips. He is dressed in a white kimono with a high collar and a white ribbon, as well as a black belt. On his back is the symbol of the crescent moon and the sun. Under the kimono, the uncle is dressed in a combat suit, which is complemented by black gloves and shinobi sandals. He has a tattoo of 6 magatami on his chest, but I rarely see him without a kimono. Uncle never spoke. All I needed was his glance, and I understood what he wanted, as if he were crowding out all the thoughts from my head and introducing his own. My older sister was sitting in the last chair. She, like her uncle, looked like a person, but was different from him. She has long reddish-brown hair. My sister has small eyes with a blue tint. She has a mole under her left eye. She also has quite thick eyebrows of a darker shade. She was wearing a black and purple short-sleeved blouse. She also wore black tight pants. She's a bitch, a real bitch. He always yells, but never touches me, never saves me, and in general, our relationship is strained. Having placed the bread and meat on the sacrificial table, which was even lower than me, I went to a hole in the wall into which only a little boy, which I was, could fit through. My father growled something and spoke in a language I didn't know. I waited patiently until he finished, and my mother began to explain. Father asks you to leave the cave. The great hibernation will soon begin, and you are already ready to learn a lesson from us, Mother announced loudly. I don't know what she's saying, but it's not that important. I nodded, glad that they adopted me and didn't give birth to me. Otherwise, I would have stayed with them. They took me about a year ago from the street I ran away from the orphanage on my own. I ended up with these creatures, and they almost devoured me. Then they said that until the great hibernation, they would allow me to live with them if I became their son. I, fool, agreed. When exactly should I leave? I asked. And where? Leave tomorrow at dawn, the mother rolled her eyes. Go to the village and become a family for our descendant, so old that you people don't even suspect it. Cloud frowned. The memories scrolled through in a matter of seconds, so he only had time to make 2 jumps.